Married for 7 years, my husband hasn't stepped foot into my bedchamber once. He already had a woman he loved, an orphan he had rescued from the battlefield. She was arrogant and radiant, taunting me time and again. So what if you are the official wife? You're still destined to sleep in an empty bed. I offered a faint smile, not bothering to defend myself, and simply patted the head of my dog, Buster. Raising a man is far less rewarding than raising a dog. Heaven knows how incredibly liberating it is to live a life free from managing a household and serving a husband. But one day, after a trip to the royal palace, he suddenly changed. My name is Rowena, the daughter of the High Chancellor, renowned throughout the capital. At the Grand Autumn Ball, I saved the young Princess Alara from nearly drowning in the lake. The Queen Mother, thoroughly impressed, praised my gentle nature, kindness and unmatched beauty. With a single royal decree, she betrothed me to the kingdom's most formidable general, Nathaniel, the Duke of the North. I turned deathly pale, nearly losing my composure and stumbling before hastily falling to my knees. Your Majesty, I am lacking in both talent and wisdom. I am truly unworthy of being the Duke's wife. I beg you to retract this order. Everyone knew that a woman already resided in the Duke's estate, the very sweetheart he had brought back from the war. He had publicly sworn that he would never take a wife or a mistress, vowing to spend his entire life solely with her. To marry him under such circumstances was unimaginable. I stole a glance at him. Just as I expected, his expression was incredibly dark, his face a thunderstorm of fury. In the aftermath, my father and mother were so worried for me that they couldn't sleep properly for nearly a month. They submitted several petitions, but the king rejected every single one of them. Meanwhile, the Duke, who everyone assumed would fight to cancel the engagement, remained entirely silent. On the day of the wedding, just as we were about to exchange our sacred vows, a maid came sprinting through the doors, stumbling and crashing to the floor. Your Grace! Your Grace! You must come quickly. Lady Sylvia has suffered a sudden heart palpitation. She is dying. Nathaniel's face drastically changed. He instantly threw down the ceremonial ribbon we shared. Under the shocked gazes of all the guests, he stormed out, abandoning me entirely at the altar. Through the sheer fabric of my bridal veil, I watched his vibrant red attire disappear into the distance. The ribbon in my hands grew ice cold. Since the groom was gone, there was no point in finishing the ceremony. I firmly ripped the veil from my head. Just as everyone assumed I would storm off in tears, I offered a faint smile. Braving their astonished stares, I gracefully took charge, greeting the guests with the full authority of the Duchess of the North. Decreed by the Queen Mother and enforced by the King, my marriage to Nathaniel was no simple alliance. It was an unavoidable command, leaving my father utterly powerless. The guests present were all shrewd aristocrats. None wished to offend either the Duke or my family at such a critical moment. Masking their true thoughts, they simply acted as if they had skipped a chapter, politely making their way to the banquet hall to enjoy the feast. Only my brother Julian was furious. Desperate to demand justice on my behalf, he stepped forward, but I grabbed his arm tightly. Julian, don't go. I am fine. On your wedding day, how dare he humiliate you like this? We were never going to be an ordinary married couple, much less one in love. I prepared myself mentally before stepping foot in this estate. A lifetime of marital bliss is rare anyway. Mutual distant respect is an entirely acceptable way to live. Besides, his actions today certainly slapped my face, but didn't they also disrespect the King and the Queen Mother? You don't need to intervene, Julian. Their Majesties will have their own judgments to make. My brother gritted his teeth and sighed. He looked at me with deep pity. But Rowena, this is too great an injustice for you to bear. I let out a soft sigh and shook my head, refusing to say another word. I later heard from my maids that neither my father nor my brother gave Nathaniel a single look of approval the entire day. Knowing he was in the wrong, he endured their coldness in silence. By nightfall, he finally stepped into the bridal chamber. The traditional toasts, the lifting of the veil, and all the customary wedding rituals had been entirely cleared away at my strict command. Even the festive dried fruits and nuts scattered across the bed for good luck had been completely swept clean. The tall crimson candles burned brightly, the flickering light casting a romantic glow. The overwhelming festive red of the room looked incredibly out of place against his freezing stony expression. I sat before the vanity, letting my loyal maid, Amber, remove my heavy hairpins. Seeing him enter, I turned my head and calmly asked, "Your Grace, is Lady Sylvia doing well?" He sat at the table. His features were obscured by the dim lighting, though he seemed to harbor a flicker of guilt. After a long silence he replied, "Sylvia has always been frail. What happened today wasn't her intention. She caught a chill in the courtyard a few days ago, and her maid simply overreacted out of caution. I apologize to you on her behalf. You suffered a great grievance today." "I wouldn't dare accept such words, Your Grace." I dropped my smile and looked him directly in the eyes. "I am sure both of us understand that this marriage was forced upon us by royal decree. I know you already have someone in your heart, and I have absolutely no intention of competing with her. But since things have come to this, from now on, I will simply fulfill my duties as the Duchess and manage the estate. As for anything else, I ask for nothing. I only hope to live my days peacefully in the main courtyard. I pray you can grant me this simple courtesy. Neither of us wanted this, so what was the point of putting on a sickening act of false affection every day? It was much better to draw the boundaries clearly so we could both breathe easier." I figured this kind of brutal honesty would perfectly suit Nathaniel's temperament. Sure enough, the tension in his brow eased. He stared at my smiling face under the candlelight for a long time before speaking in a low, heavy voice. "I will grant you the utmost respect. I thank you, Your Grace." After that, there was nothing left to say. I waved my hand, signaling Amber to finish taking down my hair. A royal wedding was truly a torturous affair. Carrying that heavy bridal crown all day had left my neck aching terribly. As for Nathaniel, he reeked of alcohol. After sitting for a few minutes, he wordlessly retreated to the washroom to bathe. By the time he emerged, dripping with steam, I had already dismissed the servants. I was leaning against the headboard, casually reading a travel journal, entirely devoid of the bashfulness a new bride should show her husband. Nathaniel seemed exhausted as well. He shot me a brief glance, then climbed into bed on his own, pulling the silk blanket over himself. This magnificent, hand-carved mahogany bed was something my mother had commissioned from a master craftsman back in my youth, taking 1.5 years to complete just for my dowry. Aside from being exquisitely beautiful, its main feature was its sheer size. It was more than large enough to fit 2 of me with room to spare. Even with Nathaniel's broad frame, there was plenty of space left for me. Seeing that he was settling in, and noting the late hour, I set my book aside. I climbed over him to get out of bed and blew out the crimson wedding candles. "What are you doing?" he asked, looking at me in confusion. According to capital traditions, the bridal candles were supposed to burn until dawn, symbolizing eternal love and a long-lasting union. But between him and me, such traditions were entirely unnecessary. I slowly climbed back into bed, pulled a separate silk blanket over myself and said plainly, "I can't sleep with the light on." I shifted toward the inner edge of the bed, putting a massive gap between us. Even though it was our wedding night, we seemed to have reached an unspoken mutual understanding. I fully expected that Nathaniel wouldn't touch me before I ever moved in. At this moment, I actually felt quite relieved. Still, staring at the red silk draped over the bed frame, a wave of melancholy washed over me. Every young girl has her dreams, and marriage is like a second chance at life. I used to secretly fantasize about what my future husband would be like. Would he be tall or short? Muscular or slender? A brave warrior or a gentle scholar? What would his temper be like? Would we bicker playfully like my sister and her husband? Or would we share a deeply tender, respectful bond like my father and mother? Now I had all my answers. My husband was a brilliant tactician and a formidable warrior. Unfortunately, his heart already belonged to someone else. Fighting over a man who doesn't love you is the most foolish thing in the world. The human heart is inherently biased. No matter how much you do, in his eyes you might just be an annoyance. Let it be. I won't beg for love, only for dignity. In the darkness, I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing myself to sleep as a single tear slowly slipped down my cheek. Not long after, a violent knocking suddenly echoed from the door, accompanied by the sounds of a heated argument. I frowned and called out toward the door. "Amber, what's going on out there?" Nanny Mabel from the south courtyard is forcing her way in. She says Lady Sylvia isn't feeling well, and insists the Duke go see her immediately. Amber's voice rang out, frantic and furious. Hearing this, Nathaniel immediately flipped off the covers to get up. I'll go check on her. He hadn't even taken a step before I forcefully grabbed his arm. I know you cherish Lady Sylvia, but during the vows today, you thoroughly humiliated me in front of everyone. Wherever you go in the future is none of my concern. But tonight you must stay. I am a lady of noble birth, cherished and raised with love by my parents and brother. I ask that you leave some shred of dignity for me and my family. I stared right at him. I gripped his arm so tightly I could feel the tense muscles beneath his red silk nightwear. Unyielding, I articulated every single word. You just promised me utmost respect. Let me handle this matter. Go back to sleep. Without waiting for his reply, I vaulted out of bed and lit the lamp. I grabbed my magnificent, gold-embroidered bridal gown from the rack and draped it over my shoulders, deliberately displaying it in front of him as a stark reminder. Nathaniel stopped moving. He slowly sat back down on the bed. I pushed the doors open, and all the noise instantly died down. Clearly, no one expected me to be the one walking out instead of the Duke. Nanny Mabel, who had been making the most ferocious racket, looked absolutely stunned, her words caught in her throat. Your Grace. I coldly scanned the crowd gathered outside, letting my gaze linger on Nanny Mabel and her young maid for a few extra seconds. Before they could even utter a word, I gave my orders with an emotionless face. Amber, take my personal token. Go to the Royal Infirmary and fetch Dr. Thorne to examine Lady Sylvia. Furthermore, seize Nanny Mabel and the rest of these late-night disruptors. Punish them with 30 lashes, throw them in the cellar, and we will deal with them properly tomorrow. A wide, satisfied smile broke across Amber's face. Yes, my lady. She instantly signaled the guards to make their move. A well-dressed older servant standing nearby hesitated. My lady, on the day of your wedding, shedding blood might be bad luck. I let out a sharp, chilling laugh. Oh, is it? So you all know it is the wedding night of the Duke and the Duchess. Then how did you allow such a mannerless old crone to scream outside my doors? I never knew the grand estate of the North lacks such basic discipline. Get out of my sight. Seeing my fury, everyone immediately sprang into action. Right before Nanny Mabel was dragged away, she kept screaming unwillingly. Your Grace! Your Grace! As if entirely fed up, Nathaniel's icy voice echoed from inside the bedchamber. Slap her mouth shut. The moment the command dropped, someone firmly gagged her, swiftly dragging her away into the night. There are no secrets in this world. By the next day, the events of my wedding to Nathaniel had spread through the city like wildfire. Just like that, I fell from being the universally envied daughter of the High Chancellor to the laughingstock of the entire capital. When the King and the Queen Mother in the palace heard of the matter, they summoned Nathaniel and gave him a severe reprimand. Furthermore, the Queen Mother and the Queen specifically dispatched their most trusted senior maids to my estate, bringing numerous rewards to comfort me, while subtly issuing a stern warning to Lady Sylvia. After dealing with the royal emissaries, I took my maid Amber to see her. After all, Lady Sylvia had a delicate constitution and would fall ill at the slightest breeze. She was Nathaniel's precious treasure, and absolutely no one was allowed to bully her. I curled my lips into a mocking smile. Just as I reached the door, I saw Lady Sylvia sobbing, curled up in Nathaniel's arms seeking consolation. She tilted her head up, her eyes brimming with tears. Large, heavy drops rolled down from the corners of her eyes as if they cost nothing. She truly looked like a pitiful, fragile creature. Nathaniel, you must believe me. I didn't mean to ruin your wedding ceremony with the Duchess. It is all the fault of my useless body. Nanny Mabel and Lily were just so worried about me, which is why they acted so rashly. Saying that, she let out a few weak coughs. Nathaniel familiarly and gently patted her back. Lady Sylvia's frail health was no secret in the capital. Rumor had it that she suffered lasting injuries to save Nathaniel on the battlefield years ago. The exact details were unknown, but because of this, Nathaniel showered her with immense affection. They had faced life and death together. How could anyone else ever compare to such a profound bond? And I had absolutely no intention of competing. Amber, standing behind me, couldn't stand the sight any longer. She let out a soft, deliberate cough to announce our presence. Only then did the two of them finally notice me. Lady Sylvia looked up at me, offering a pale, ingratiating smile. "Your Grace." She tried to force her weak body out of bed to bow to me, but halfway up, she theatrically collapsed right back into Nathaniel's arms. Seeing this display, I couldn't be bothered to figure out whether she was faking it or not. I immediately put on a warm, generous tone. "Sylvia, your health is poor. Please do not get out of bed. Focus on resting and recovering. It is my useless body's fault. I should have gone to the main courtyard today to serve you tea, my lady. Instead, I have troubled you to come see me. It is truly inappropriate of me. Yesterday, I even disrupted your peace with His Grace for the entire day. It is truly a sin." "Sylvia, speaking like that makes us sound like strangers," I replied with a bright, easy smile, entirely accepting her show of weakness. Truthfully, I was a little curious about her supposed illness anyway. Those were simply the actions of ignorant maids and servants. You mustn't let them upset you and harm your health further. The royal physician came to examine you yesterday. What did he say? "It is just my old ailment of heart palpitations. I cannot bear cold winds, nor can I handle any emotional distress. Thanks to His Grace's care over the years, I have managed to survive this long. You need not worry, Your Grace. I just need plenty of rest," she answered mildly, yet every single word was a calculated trap. She couldn't handle cold drafts or emotional distress, and the Duke valued her above all else. Wasn't this a blatant warning for me not to use my authority as the Duchess to suppress her? According to tradition, as a resident of the estate, she was supposed to visit the main house every morning and evening to pay her respects and serve me. But since she had played the illness card, if anything happened to her while performing those duties, wouldn't the blame fall squarely on my shoulders? I gave a faint smile. That suited me perfectly. I had no desire to see her every day anyway. I had no romantic interest in Nathaniel whatsoever. My only goal was to live a peaceful, leisurely life in my own courtyard. Without hesitation, I replied with cheerful magnanimity. "Sylvia, hearing you say that breaks my heart. Since your health is so fragile, there is no need for you to perform the daily morning and evening greetings anymore. Just focus on nursing yourself back to health." Nathaniel was visibly pleased by my generosity. After some more polite conversation, a maid brought in a steaming bowl of medicine. Once the servants had attended to her and she laid down to rest, Nathaniel and I left the south courtyard together. Halfway down the path, Nathaniel suddenly spoke up. "Sylvia's health is poor. I am afraid I will have to trouble you to look after her from now on." I froze for a second before his words finally registered. What he meant was that he was dumping the responsibility of caring for Lady Sylvia entirely onto my shoulders. I had just said all those accommodating words specifically to toss away this hot potato. After all, if I took great care of her, I wouldn't necessarily get any praise, but if her condition worsened even slightly, I would absolutely face his wrath. Did he think that just because I was acting magnanimous he could push his luck? Forcing down the rising anger in my chest, I looked him dead in the eyes and replied coldly, "Your Grace, why would this be a trouble? Before I even entered this estate, your staff served her perfectly well. Her daily necessities and expenses can simply remain exactly as they were. Compared to me, the estate stewards and senior maids surely know far better how to care for a patient. And to be completely honest with you, Your Grace, my own health is not very robust either. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to ask my mother when we return to my family home for the customary visit." My mother had already been severely depressed over my forced marriage to Nathaniel. Upon hearing what had transpired yesterday, she had completely collapsed from illness. Although I was worried sick, I could only send servants back to offer words of comfort. The moment I mentioned my family, he immediately fell silent. He clearly knew he was in the wrong. "That is not what I meant. It is just that now that you have joined the household, all matters of the inner estate will be handed over to your control. Sylvia is often sick and inevitably, there will be troublesome matters regarding her that will require your attention. I only worry it will be exhausting for you. As for my mother-in-law, on the day we visit your family, I will personally apologize for my offenses. You suffered a great injustice yesterday. It won't be any trouble at all. I will just have the servants take excellent care of her. Rest assured, Your Grace, I am not a paranoid or jealous woman. Whatever treatment Lady Sylvia received in this estate before, she shall continue to receive now. Perhaps catching the biting chill in my words, he stared at me intently. I know of your generosity, my lady. I entrust the rest to you. Saying this, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and offered me a solemn, deeply formal bow. My heart gave a slight jolt. The magnificent Duke of the North, the supreme commander of the armed forces who was exempt from bowing even before the king himself, a man viewed by the world as an untouchable figure of supreme authority, was actually lowering his head to me right now. For a moment, I didn't know whether to marvel at the fathomless depths of Nathaniel's love, or to envy the incredible fortune of that woman Sylvia. The only thing I could be absolutely certain of was this: I was the sole sacrificial lamb in this marriage. I must have been an unforgivable villain in my past life to have ended up in such a miserable state. I forcefully swallowed the bitter ache in my throat and stepped aside to avoid accepting his bow. I turned my head away, refusing to let him see the tear that slipped out, and kept my tone perfectly composed. You are too polite, Your Grace. It is getting late, and I still have estate matters to attend to. I won't see you out. Have a safe walk. Without waiting for him to speak, I turned and walked away with Amber. Amber supported my arm, looking at me with deep concern. My lady. I raised my hand to wipe the dampness from the corner of my eye, and forced a reassuring smile for her. Don't worry, I am fine. Even though there is no love between us from what I can see right now, Nathaniel is at least a man who can be reasoned with. I imagine the days ahead won't be completely unbearable. 3 days later, it was time for the traditional bridal visit to my family home. My mother held me, her eyes streaming with tears. Nathaniel, true to his word, gave me profound face and apologized directly to my parents. Even though my father and mother were displeased, they considered the fact that I had already married into the Duke's estate. My future blessings and misfortunes were entirely tied to this man, so in the end, they didn't dare make things too difficult for him. The family banquet wasn't exactly joyful, but it wasn't overly gloomy either. Right before we left, my mother pulled me aside to talk, asking quietly if the Duke and I had consummated the marriage. Looking into her desperately hopeful eyes, I couldn't bear to break her heart. Feigning a bashful bride's shyness, I nodded. Seeing the massive wave of relief wash over my mother's face as she thanked the heavens, a sudden chilling wave of sorrow swept through my own heart. When I stepped out, I happened to see my father speaking with Nathaniel. Rowena has been deeply pampered at home since she was a child. Her temper can inevitably be a bit stubborn. If she acts ignorantly in the future, I beg your grace not to hold it against her. I thank you in advance. Saying this, my father bent his spine deeply, offering Nathaniel a solemn, heavy bow. Watching this scene, a painful lump formed in my throat. Tears slipped uncontrollably from my eyes, my heart shattering into pieces. Who was this man bending his back? This was my father, the current High Chancellor and tutor to the Crown Prince. Years ago, when the late king stubbornly decided to bypass the eldest prince and make his youngest son the heir, my father led hundreds of officials to kneel before the palace gates. He endured numerous brutal floggings without ever letting his spine break. Yet now, in this moment, he was bending his back for my sake. I covered my mouth with my hands, barely stopping myself from sobbing out loud. Nathaniel was clearly shocked. He hastily stepped aside to avoid the bow and reached out to support my father. Father-in-law, you absolutely must not. Please stand up. I know your grace already has someone in your heart. I do not ask you to shower her with love. I only beg that you treat Rowena kindly. His voice was steeped in sorrow, carrying the profound, unconditional love a father held for his daughter. Nathaniel fell silent. An indescribable emotion surfaced in his eyes. Rest assured, father-in-law. Since Rowena has married me, I will naturally treat her well. A heavy sigh escaped my father's lips, followed by a smile, the most genuine smile he had shown all day. I hid in the shadows, my face drenched in tears. It took me a long time to pull myself together and finally walk out. Acting as if nothing had happened, my father gave me a few parting words of advice and personally walked me out. The carriage was parked in front of the main gates. Nathaniel helped me up. After the carriage had traveled a good distance, I couldn't resist lifting the curtain to look back. In the distance, my father's aging silhouette remained standing at the gates, gazing after the carriage for a long, long time. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I dropped the curtain, completely ignoring the fact that Nathaniel was sitting right there, and turned away. Burying my head, I began to cry violently, weeping until I lost my voice. Nathaniel raised his hand, seemingly wanting to comfort me, but ultimately pulled it back. The unfairness burning in my chest ignited into reckless fury. I raised my bloodshot eyes and fiercely demanded, "You don't even like me, so why did you marry me?" Heaven knows how desperately I had hoped he would take action to cancel the wedding during the days I spent waiting. Nathaniel closed his eyes. In a low, quiet voice he simply said, "I am sorry." The damage was permanently done. Staring at him, I realized I had absolutely nothing left to say. The carriage finally arrived at the Duke's estate. The moment we stepped into the courtyard, we saw Lady Sylvia waiting by the entrance with her maid, Lily. Seeing the two of us walking side by side, she instantly rushed over to greet us. Her eyes were locked entirely on Nathaniel. She nearly let his name slip before hastily correcting herself. "Your Grace, my lady. Didn't your health just slightly improve? Why did you come out into the wind?" Nathaniel stepped forward and supported her arm. I was in a terrible mood and completely out of patience for her blatant, flashy display of dominance. Having been gone for so long, there are matters in the estate waiting for me to handle. I won't disturb the two of you. With that, I turned on my heel and walked away with Amber. "What is wrong with her Grace?" Lady Sylvia's delicate, fragile voice trailed behind me, feigning innocent confusion. "It is nothing. Her Grace is just homesick," Nathaniel replied. Life in the Duke's estate was several times busier than my days as an unmarried noblewoman at home. As the official matriarch in charge of managing the household, my very first task was to sort out the estate's financial accounts. Nathaniel joined the army at 12 and fought brutal wars for 13 years. Deeply favored by the king, he was awarded countless treasures, gold, and vast manors. Yet, barely any of this wealth remained in his hands. He had donated nearly all of it as compensation to the families of his fallen soldiers. On top of that, there was a fragile, bottomless money pit residing in the south courtyard. After calculating the final numbers, I stared at the ledgers, which showed we were barely scraping by every month, and fell into deep thought. Whoever wants to manage this household can go right ahead. The expenses for the south courtyard, in particular, were ridiculously exaggerated. The monthly cost of her specialized medicinal meals alone was over 500 taels of silver. An ordinary middle-class family would barely spend 10 taels in an entire year. Furthermore, she had nearly 20 maids and servants solely dedicated to attending her. This didn't even include the private chef specifically hired to cook her separate meals. Factor in the constant purchases of rare incense, lavish dresses, and new jewelry. I had visited my fair share of aristocratic manors before, but this level of luxury was simply astounding. The only reason the estate hadn't gone bankrupt yet was that she was the only woman living in the Duke's inner quarters, and Nathaniel himself lived quite frugally. Amber, my loyal maid who had grown up reading and studying alongside me, dropped her jaw when she saw the ledger. She shrieked, "Just how precious is she? She spends this much money in a single month." Steward Miller, standing respectfully before me, flashed an awkward expression, looking at me with eyes full of desperate anticipation. I rubbed my throbbing temples. Listening to his report earlier, reading between the lines, it was obvious that he heavily disapproved of Lady Sylvia's boundless extravagance. However, because she was the Duke's favorite, he simply didn't dare say a word. "My lady, the Double Ninth Festival is fast approaching. It is time to prepare the holiday gifts for the other noble families. Just prepare the exact same amount we send every year," I replied casually. I had already reviewed his past gift lists. They were perfectly appropriate, and I had no desire to waste any more effort on the matter. To my surprise, the steward looked deeply troubled. "What's wrong?" I asked, picking up my teacup for a sip. "My lady, there is no money left in the account." "What do you mean there's no money? I clearly see 3,000 taels of silver sitting right here. The profits from our shops and farmlands won't arrive until the month after next. This 3,000 taels has to cover all the estate's expenses for the next 2 months. Specifically, for the south courtyard, it might not even be enough." Then where exactly did all the money go? Amber couldn't help but interject. A great deal was spent on the wedding banquet and the betrothal gifts. The steward's vague explanation actually made me laugh out loud. Why? Does our good steward think you spent too much on me? I wouldn't dare, my lady. I truly wouldn't dare. It is just that the account is genuinely completely empty. The steward sighed, his face a picture of pure misery. I furrowed my brow. I didn't want to blame the steward. The account was empty, and he was simply stating a fact. This problem wasn't exactly difficult to solve, provided I used my own money. My mother had started preparing my dowry the moment I was born. It was already incredibly generous, but when she realized I was being forced to marry into the Duke's estate, she aggressively multiplied it. You could say she had fully funded an entire lifetime of absolute luxury just for me. But asking me to dip into my personal dowry to fund Lady Sylvia's extravagant lifestyle? That was downright offensive. I simply couldn't bring myself to do it. However, this was the first major issue I faced after taking charge of the estate. I couldn't just ignore it either. After thinking for a moment, I called Amber over. Go fetch the official list of the betrothal gifts they sent us. Yes, my lady, Amber whispered before turning and heading into the inner room. When she returned, I carefully inspected the list of gifts. Perfect. Since all these treasures originally came from the Duke's estate, I would simply use them to fund the Duke's estate. Once this money ran out, I would officially wash my hands of the matter. Ignoring the steward's anxious inquiries, I casually dismissed him. The next day, I had Amber deliver a large chest of silver, instantly replenishing the estate's accounts. Just like that, 2 peaceful, utterly mundane years slipped by. I gradually grew accustomed to my quiet life in the Duke's estate. Perhaps honoring whatever promise he had made to Lady Sylvia, Nathaniel had never spent a single night in my bedchamber since our wedding day. He only came by occasionally to share a meal or chat with me. He was incredibly well-traveled and experienced, and my academic knowledge was vast. If we ignored our deeply awkward status as husband and wife, we could almost be considered close confidants. Our conversations were often lively and engaging. But no matter how pleasant our chats were, the moment the sky began to darken, I would politely and firmly urge him to leave. Every single time, his expression would turn incredibly peculiar. I paid it no mind, simply watching him with a calm, serene smile, and he naturally never stayed. Amber watched this happen time and time again. She would sigh heavily and try to persuade me. My lady, why must you do this? I can tell His Grace has wanted to stay the night in our courtyard more than once. Are you truly planning to live like a widow for the rest of your life? Haven't you heard the awful things people say about you outside? By the end of her speech, she was practically in tears. I remained silent, turning my gaze to the scattered, dying light of the sunset. Nathaniel's retreating figure always looked so resolute. I was perfectly aware of the vicious rumors circulating outside. Whenever I attended a holiday gathering or a noble banquet, my arrival was always met with wave after wave of strange, mocking smiles. The once universally praised daughter of the High Chancellor was now nothing more than an expensive vase and an unpaid housekeeper the Duke was forced to bring home. A woman's world isn't as vast as a man's, and this era was incredibly unforgiving to our gender. Even as the daughter of the High Chancellor, I couldn't escape the suffocating chains of societal expectations. Yet, deep down, I simply refused to submit. My lady, Amber, I called her name softly. I turned around, gently cupping her face and wiping away her tears. I know you want what's best for me. But from the moment he abandoned me at the altar on our wedding day, I stopped holding on to any expectations or hopes regarding him. At the end of the day, a person must live for themselves. Let the outsiders say whatever they want. Even without his love, aren't we living wonderfully? But I am perfectly fine. I deserve to be cherished and deeply loved, not to struggle and beg for a man's occasional pity. I simply find it beneath me. Staring at the absolute peace on my face, Amber's lips trembled, but she couldn't argue back. After a moment, she used preparing dinner as an excuse and fled the room. I sighed as I watched her leave. I figured I should probably get a dog to keep her busy, so her imagination wouldn't run wild. A few days later, the farm manager sent over a litter of chubby little puppies, along with a few newly weaned kittens. I picked a plump kitten with orange fur and pure snow-white paws, leaving Amber to pick a dog. Amber held a little white puppy, beaming brightly. I asked her what she wanted to name it. Smiling happily, she replied, "My lady, how about Buster? I know it's a bit common, but I had a dog I loved very much as a child, and his name was Buster." I chuckled, happy to see her so joyous, and readily agreed. "All right. Since this kitten is so chubby, I'll name him Pudge. From now on, you're in charge of taking care of both of them." "Yes, my lady." With the dog and cat keeping her busy, Amber definitely nagged me much less. But no matter how generous the betrothal gifts had been, they couldn't withstand the South Courtyard's endless, ravenous demands. Especially once they discovered it was my subsidy keeping them afloat, they aggressively invented all sorts of ridiculous excuses to demand more money. I casually mentioned this to Nathaniel a few times. Since he didn't care in the slightest, I stopped wasting my breath. Let them spend it. It wasn't my personal silver anyway. When the steward came begging for money yet again, practically in tears because the account was empty, I didn't order Amber to send any silver this time. I simply stated casually and coolly, "Since the account is empty, the entire estate will just have to live frugally." "Including the South Courtyard?" "Of course. Aside from Lady Sylvia's life-saving medicine, cut everything else down to the bare minimum." "Understand." The steward hesitated. What about His Grace?" "I will inform the Duke myself. You need not worry." Hearing my absolute guarantee, the steward seemed to release a massive breath he had been holding. A massive smile broke across his face, and his footsteps were noticeably lighter as he left the room, looking ready to ruthlessly slash the budget. I could tell the steward had probably wanted to do this for a long time but simply never had the authority. Amber was playing with Buster nearby. I called her over. "Go fetch the ledgers from the past 2 years, especially the one dedicated exclusively to the South Courtyard's expenses." "Right away." Amber's eyes crinkled into happy little crescents, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I suspect she had been eagerly anticipating this exact moment from the very day she started keeping that separate ledger. 7 days later, I was reclining on a lounger inside my room, a thin snowfox fur blanket draped over my lap, taking a light nap. After Lady Sylvia's life supposedly hung by a thread, yet again, Nathaniel stormed into my courtyard in a raging fury, closely followed by a fiercely sobbing Nanny Mabel. "Here we go." Hearing the heavy doors smash open, I lazily sat up and looked at the two of them. Nathaniel's face was terrifyingly cold. His first words were a harsh interrogation. "Sylvia is gravely ill. Why did you cut off all the supplies to her courtyard?" I casually glanced at the smug, triumphant sneer plastered on Nanny Mabel's face. Over the past 2 years, perhaps believing she had entirely figured me out, the woman in the South Courtyard had gradually let her true colors show, becoming increasingly arrogant and brazen in front of me. Only then did I realize that this woman actually possessed 2 entirely different faces. In front of Nathaniel, she was a fragile, helpless flower that would snap in the breeze. But in front of me, she was so energetic and venomous she didn't resemble a sick person at all. She even frequently mocked me in secret, "So what if you are the official wife? You're still destined to sleep in an empty bed." I merely smiled in silence, never bothering to inform Nathaniel of these insults. I was deeply looking forward to the day he finally discovered the true vicious nature of the woman he loved so dearly, and I wondered exactly how that would make him feel. Facing Nathaniel's furious questioning, I lazily pulled back the snowfox fur blanket and replied slowly and elegantly, "There is no silver left in the account. My lady, I beg of you, please show some mercy and spare my lady's life." Nanny Mabel suddenly threw herself to the floor with a loud thud, tears streaming down her face as if on command. "Winter is already here, and the weather is freezing. My lady's health is already terribly fragile, making the cold unbearable. If her vital supplies are cut, she won't survive this winter." Listening to Nanny Mabel blatantly twisting the truth to frame me, I merely raised an eyebrow. Unfazed, I calmly watched her theatrical performance. Nathaniel glared at me icily. "Does the Duchess not have an explanation?" "Of course I have an explanation, Your Grace. Listen closely. There is indeed over 3,000 taels of silver currently in the account. However, That money must cover the entire estate's expenses for the entire winter. The new year is approaching. Do the servants in this estate not need winter clothes? Do they not need to eat? Do we not need to prepare holiday gifts for the other noble houses? You have never managed a household, so you don't realize how quickly basic necessities drain the coffers. I don't blame you. But surely you could spare enough silver to purchase her medicine. Your Grace, do not be so hasty. Listen to me finish. I stood up, staring directly into his eyes. Amber, bring out the ledgers. Yes, my lady. Amber beamed brightly as she walked into the inner room. She unlocked the chest and brought out the ledgers she had prepared long in advance. I flipped open the ledger specifically dedicated to the south courtyard and smiled. Nanny Mabel's desperate begging heavily implies that I have been severely mistreating Lady Sylvia. Let us see exactly how she has been mistreated. Let us look at last month's records. November 1st, a withdrawal of 150 taels for 2 blue and white porcelain vases. November 3rd, summoned the master seamstress from the splendid silk pavilion to commission a new fox fur coat and several brocade dresses, totaling 850 taels. November 4th, purchased 5 caddies of premium bloodbird's nest, totaling 150 taels. With almost every line I read, Nanny Mabel's face drained of color. By the end, feeling tired, I simply shoved the ledger directly into Nathaniel's hands for him to read himself. Here are the records from previous months as well. Your Grace is welcome to read them all. I have never once cut off Lady Sylvia's life-saving medicine, but I am incredibly curious. Exactly what kind of vital supplies are required for Lady Sylvia to survive? New custom-made dresses every single month, year after year. The most elite jewelry shops in the capital are virtually permanent guests at our estate. Not to mention the daily food quota for her courtyard. 10 caddies of premium pork, 5 live chickens, and the freshest fish. I really have to wonder, with a body as unimaginably frail as Lady Sylvia's, how on earth does she eat all of that? I merely stopped purchasing her new dresses and jewelry, and slightly reduced her astronomical food budget, and Nanny Mabel immediately ran over here crying and accusing me of murder. Why, I suppose without these absolute necessities, Lady Sylvia truly will die. At this point I looked at Nathaniel, whose face had turned an ugly shade of iron gray. Smiling, I continued, I know your Grace deeply cherishes Lady Sylvia, but the rest of this massive household still needs to survive. If you insist on maintaining her lifestyle, then either you bring more silver home, or I am simply unqualified to manage this estate. I ask that you write me a letter of divorce. Without me here, you will certainly save some expenses. Nathaniel's face was completely frozen. He didn't say a single word. In total silence, he flipped through the entire ledger, page by agonizing page, and then proceeded to review the other estate accounts. Nanny Mabel was trembling so violently she could barely kneel properly. I had zero interest in seeing the aftermath. I turned around and walked outside with Amber. A moment later, I saw Nathaniel storming away furiously with the ledgers in hand. Nanny Mabel was being roughly dragged out right behind him, completely limp with terror. Go. Fetch the keys to the estate's storage vaults and deliver them directly to His Grace. Ah! Amber gasped. I shot her an exasperated look. If we don't hand them over now, when will we? Am I truly supposed to use my own dowry to fund his entire estate? This is the perfect opportunity. I can finally dump this exhausting burden. From now on, my dowry will exclusively fund our courtyard and ours alone. Oh, yes. Right away. Amber laughed happily. I had the keys sent over, but only a few days later, Nathaniel personally brought them back. Sitting gracefully at the table with a cup of clear tea, I pushed the keys right back to him. What is the meaning of this, Your Grace? My lady, I was in the wrong regarding this matter. I have already dealt with the staff in the south courtyard. I must still trouble you to manage the estate going forward. I took a sip of tea, remaining utterly silent, though my heart swelled with mockery. What did his so-called dealing with them entail? Scolding Lady Sylvia with a few harsh words? How laughable. Well, at least it wasn't my silver being spent anyway. I am lacking in both talent and wisdom. I fear I am unqualified to manage this grand household, and I worry I might neglect Lady Sylvia. If she were to suffer ill health due to insufficient supplies, I could not bear the blame. I beg your grace to retract your order. My lady, Nathaniel sighed helplessly, I have thoroughly purged the south courtyard. I promise you that nothing of this sort will ever trouble you again. I let out a soft, amused chuckle. Who was he trying to fool? Did he take me for an idiot? That woman was his precious darling. Someone he would pluck the stars from the sky for. If push came to shove, would his heart ever side with me for even a second? However, I had fully anticipated Nathaniel's return. I turned my gaze to Steward Miller, who was standing to the side. Before I entered this estate, I heard that Lady Sylvia managed the household. How about this? Let us officially separate the South Courtyard's finances from the rest of the estate. We can allocate 1/3 of our entire budget for Lady Sylvia to manage herself. Since I am so poor at taking care of her, and Nanny Mabel loves her mistress so dearly, I am sure they will manage wonderfully. What do you say, Your Grace? Absolutely not. If word of this gets out, how would the public criticize you? I do not care. Besides, one more vicious rumor won't make a difference to my reputation. If Your Grace truly has my best interests at heart, it would be better to simply agree. My tone was freezing. I shifted my gaze, refusing to look at him any longer. Nathaniel was left speechless. A long silence stretched between us before he spoke in a heavy voice. I know I have wronged you. If you know you wronged me, then why did you do it? I shot back coldly. When the silver runs out, am I expected to dig into my own pockets to subsidize her? Does my family owe the Duke of the North a debt? I believe I have done more than enough as your official wife. This entire situation was shameful. If word spread, it would only make us a laughingstock. I have already severely reprimanded Sylvia. She will never be as extravagantly wasteful as she was before. As for the funds you have subsidized, I will personally repay every single coin back to you. There is no need. I only ask that Your Grace agree to my request. I refuse to back down even an inch. Suddenly gasps and shouting erupted from outside the door. It was Lady Sylvia. The maids, terrified of accidentally hurting her, failed to hold her back, allowing her to force her way inside. The moment she crossed the threshold, she burst into loud wails, throwing herself to the floor and kneeling deeply. Your Grace, my lady, everything is my fault. I beg you both, for the sake of Nanny Mabel having served me since I was a child, please spare her. Nathaniel's face turned a furious shade of iron gray. I let out a chilling laugh and raised my hand. Come now, quickly help Lady Sylvia up. It is freezing out there. We cannot have her catching a chill. As for her serving maid, drag her out and give her 30 slaps across the face. How exactly is she caring for her mistress? How could she let her step out into the cold without a cloak? If Lady Sylvia falls ill, she will suffer, and His Grace's heart will surely ache. Lady Sylvia was dressed in a painfully thin white cotton dress, her hair loosely draped, looking the perfect picture of sickly frailty. Yet outside, the vicious north wind was howling. Standing in the corridor for even a moment would leave anyone shivering to the bone. Having her scheme so effortlessly exposed by my words, Lady Sylvia snapped her head up, shooting me a glare full of pure, venomous hatred. The look vanished in a flash, instantly replaced by her usual pitiful, sorrowful expression. She turned and grabbed her maid, Lily, who was about to be dragged away, pleading frantically. I was just so anxious that I forgot my cloak. It is all my fault. I beg Your Grace, please spare Lily. Lily's face was terrifyingly pale, drained of all color. I didn't say a word. I simply looked at Nathaniel. A look of profound disappointment surfaced in Nathaniel's eyes. Help Lady Sylvia up and escort her back, he ordered coldly. Take Lily away to be punished. Lady Sylvia stared at Nathaniel in absolute disbelief, her voice trembling. Your Grace. Nathaniel gave her a hard look. Move quickly. I waved my hand, signaling the guards to proceed. Lady Sylvia seemed genuinely terrified now. Barely moments after she arrived, she was forcibly escorted away. Once they were gone, the room finally returned to peace. I poured a cup of water and pushed it toward Nathaniel. Your Grace, do you still insist on refusing my request? Nathaniel took the cup. His eyes filled with a deep, lonely desolation. Seeing him like this, I stopped holding back and spoke with brutal honesty. Your Grace is a smart man. I believe you understand exactly why Lady Sylvia acts the way she does. A woman's jealousy cannot be reconciled. No matter how much we try to paint a picture of false harmony, it will never change the fact that she and I are fundamentally at odds. For the sake of Lady Sylvia's future health, Your Grace should simply agree to my proposal. I am sorry, Nathaniel said in a heavy voice. I turned my head away in silence. Hearing I am sorry too many times is just sickening. Afterward, the South Courtyard's expenses were completely separated from the rest of the estate. Nathaniel assigned his own trusted aides to oversee it. Without that massive financial sinkhole draining our resources, the maids reported that the estate's budget had finally returned to a normal range. Cut off from the estate's unlimited supply, Lady Sylvia began secretly running a silk shop with outsiders. Leveraging the Duke's powerful name, her business was booming. I ignored it completely, perfectly content staying quietly in my own courtyard. Another 4 years slipped by. During those 4 years, the northern nomadic tribes repeatedly attacked the borders. As the supreme commander of the North, Nathaniel was stationed at the frontier year-round, only returning to the capital for 2 or 3 months each year. Married for 6 years without a single child, I became the target of endless vicious gossip throughout the capital. As for Lady Sylvia, despite monopolizing all of his favor, she seemed unable to bear children due to her poor health. The Queen Mother summoned me to the palace countless times, gently and persistently urging me to quickly bear Nathaniel an heir. The Duke's entire family had died as loyal martyrs to the crown. He was the very last of his bloodline. The Queen Mother, being his aunt, naturally felt a deep ache for him, which was why she had used that opportunity to decree our marriage in the first place. She simply never expected that our relationship would end up like this. Swords and arrows on the battlefield have no eyes, and the Queen Mother was terrified that the Duke's bloodline would end with him. Rowena, are you still holding a grudge against Nathaniel? The Queen Mother held my hand, patting it gently, her eyes filled with maternal warmth. I lowered my head. I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. You two have been married for 6 years, yet there is still no child. What are we to do about this? His Grace is overwhelmed with military affairs and perhaps doesn't have the time to consider such matters. Besides, I am lacking in blessings. I suppose I am simply not fated to share such a bond with His Grace in this lifetime. Nonsense about fate. Affection between a husband and wife is always cultivated over time. I know you have suffered many grievances these past few years, and my heart aches for you. The Queen Mother sighed heavily. Nathaniel lost his parents at a very young age and was thrown into the military camps while still a boy. He has always been a straightforward brute. He completely fails to understand the delicate workings of a woman's mind. Do not hold it against him. I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. It is just that the woman His Grace truly needs is not me. Some things simply cannot be forced. I raised my eyes, my words laced with heavy implication. Truthfully, I was entirely unwilling. I had always believed that a child should be the proof of love between a husband and wife. Since Nathaniel and I shared absolutely no affection, why should I trap myself further into this mess? Furthermore, if I actually had a child, I feared I would be dragged into a never-ending nightmare of scheming and trouble. But I couldn't say those words out loud. I could only push the blame entirely onto Nathaniel. The Queen Mother likely understood the true nature of our marriage and didn't press the matter further. But what I never expected was that soon after, a royal decree was issued. I was ordered to travel to the frontier to tend to the Duke's daily needs. While packing my belongings, Amber kept sighing heavily. The border was a place of bitter cold, constantly fraught with the danger of clashing swords and drawn blades. It truly was not a pleasant destination. However, I was actually quite excited. Being able to leave this dull, lifeless estate and travel outside wasn't a bad thing at all. Even if I had to spend day and night with Nathaniel, the prospect suddenly didn't seem so unbearable. The day we set off, the weather was beautiful and sunny. My brother, Julian, rode up on his fine horse to see me off. Rowena, be careful once you get there. Do not run around recklessly, do you understand? I know, Julian. You, father, and mother have reminded me countless times already. I know. I poked my head out of the carriage window, feeling exasperated but amused. When you get there, don't hold on to your anger with the Duke. The battlefield is ruthless, and he already has a hard time. No matter what, mother and father still hope the two of you can develop some feelings for each other. That's not fair, Julian. When have I ever been angry with him? Haven't we been getting along quite well these past few years? My brother sighed and shot me a glare. Do you really think people can't see through you? You and the Duke are husband and wife in name only. In reality, you are incredibly distant. Rowena, I know you are angry, but you are tied to him for the rest of your life. Are you really prepared to live out your days utterly alone in that little courtyard of yours? Take this opportunity to get along with him. The Duke is not a heartless man. I pressed my lips together. Lately, many people had come to advise me, acting as if everything would be magically resolved if I just took the initiative. I remained non-committal to all of it. Nathaniel was a good man. He didn't like having multiple wives and concubines like other men. He promised a lifetime of devotion to one person, and he rigidly kept that promise. To be loved by him would be a blessing, but to be unloved by him was a tragedy. This was a fate I had anticipated the moment I married into his home. It was not something I could change. To avoid being nagged any further, I offered a polite smile and simply replied, yes. The carriage bumped along the roads for over a month before finally arriving at the border. Further and further north we went, and colder it became. By the time we reached the frontier city of Frostfall, where Nathaniel was stationed, I was already wrapped in a thick silver fox fur cloak. Yet, the moment I stepped out of the carriage, the biting wind was so fierce I could barely open my eyes. Nathaniel had received the news in advance and came to receive me personally. He reached out, gripping my arm, and led me through the manor gates. Surrounding him were his loyal subordinates who had fought by his side for years, teasingly cheering and calling out, "Greetings, Duchess." I was no stranger to them. Whenever they returned to the capital, I was usually the one who hosted them at the estate. Over the years, my relationship with Nathaniel couldn't be considered bad, but it wasn't exactly good either. Truthfully, we were more like friends who enjoyed a good conversation. Inside, charcoal basins were burning, making the room toasty and warm. An older woman in a simple blue dress hurried over with a steaming cup of tea. "My lady," Nathaniel explained. "This is Aunt Martha, a local. If you need anything at all, just ask her." "All right," I smiled. "Have the servants unpack my things first. The new year is fast approaching. We should have a proper feast later tonight." Despite just arriving in a completely unfamiliar place, I didn't feel awkward at all. After resting for a brief moment, I immediately began organizing the household affairs. Nathaniel stayed with me for a short while before urgent military matters called him away. He didn't return until evening. I ordered the kitchens to prepare a steaming hot pot feast. Nathaniel and his brothers-in-arms were having a lively, boisterous meal in the front courtyard. Meanwhile, I took Amber into the inner room and dismissed the rest of the servants. "My lady, this mutton is incredibly delicious. The mountain sheep of the northern frontier are one of the region's royal tributes. The meat is tender and has no gamey taste. If you like it, eat as much as you want." I popped a piece of mutton into my mouth, my eyes curving into happy crescents at the wonderful taste. It was right at that moment that Nathaniel walked in. Seeing him, Amber hastily jumped to her feet, the sesame sauce not even wiped from her mouth. "Why, Your Grace." I lazily cast a glance at him. "Finished so soon? The military camp has a curfew, and it's quite a ride back from here. Are you full? Would you like to eat a little more?" I gestured with my chopsticks. Nathaniel didn't refuse. He sat right down at the table. I waved my hand, signaling Amber to bring in a fresh pot of broth. Nathaniel picked up his chopsticks and ate slowly. "How is my mother-in-law? I heard she caught a chill a while ago." "She is fully recovered. The maids took excellent care of her, and she is already taking strolls in the garden again." "That is good to hear." I popped a piece of radish into my mouth. "Has Your Grace been doing well at the frontier?" Nathaniel looked up at me. "You really shouldn't have come at this time. Winter is already freezing here. The raiders on the northern steppes lack winter food and furs, so they frequently ride south to attack us. The bitter cold of the border is no place for amusement." "Have the raiders been attacking the borders very frequently lately?" "Not too much yet. It hasn't reached the harshest point. Once winter truly sets in next month and the heavy snow starts falling, That's when they will make their move. Nathaniel lowered his eyes. He spoke calmly, but there was a chilling edge to his voice. As the supreme commander guarding the frontier, the burden on his shoulders was incredibly heavy. I knew perfectly well that I shouldn't be here right now, but I had my reasons. I simply couldn't defy the Queen Mother's decree. Besides, counting the days, Your Grace hasn't returned to the capital for the new year in 2 years. The Queen Mother misses you dearly. Seeing that you likely won't be able to return this year either, she worried you weren't eating or sleeping well at the border, which is why she sent me. Although the Queen Mother's true intentions went far beyond just that, since she hadn't explicitly stated them, I was more than happy to play the fool. I am used to the frontier. This place is nothing like the capital. Just focus on taking care of yourself and don't fall ill. Nathaniel scooped himself a bowl of mutton soup and drank it all in one breath. A thin layer of sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. Yes, I understand. You have worked hard, Your Grace. By the time the dishes were finally cleared from the table, it was already late into the night. Amber drew a bath for me in the adjoining room. I had just slipped into the water to wash up when a sudden commotion erupted outside. The noise was faint, drifting in from a great distance, but the aggressive shouts and battle cries were deeply terrifying. Amber! Amber! What is going on out there? I shot up from the wooden tub, turning my head to shout toward the window. Amber didn't reply. Instead, the older woman, Aunt Martha, appeared at the door of the washroom. Do not panic, my lady. It is just the northern raiders riding south to cause trouble again. His Grace has already headed to the military camp. Rest assured, they cannot breach the city walls. Hearing this, I slowly sank back into the steaming tub. The weather was so freezing that just stepping out of the warm water for a moment had left my skin icy. Does this happen often? Not too often. Perhaps 2 or 3 times a month. With the Northern Army standing guard, there is nothing to fear. Would you like me to add some more hot water, my lady? Please do, I replied, gently gathering my wet hair over my shoulder. She poured in another bucket of steaming water. Once I finished my bath, Amber slipped inside and handed me a soft cotton towel. I dried myself off, wrapped my body in a thick cotton robe, and immediately curled up on the bed. Charcoal basins were already burning brightly in the room, but compared to the capital, the bone-chilling frost of the northern frontier was overwhelmingly sharp. Amber, where did you run off to just now? I called for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Amber handed me a cup of hot water to warm my hands. My lady, I heard the commotion outside and rushed out to see what was happening. Don't be afraid, everything is fine. His Grace has already taken command. The city is perfectly safe. Those raiders won't be able to break in. I see. I took a sip of the hot water and gave a slow nod. Pausing for a moment, I asked, will he be coming back tonight? Most likely not. I heard from the local maids that during times like this, His Grace usually stays at the military camp to oversee the defenses. It is exactly because he is out there that the people of this city can sleep so soundly. I see. I lowered my gaze, quietly handing the empty cup back to her. All right, Amber, it is getting late. You should go get some rest. My lady, would you like me to stay here with you tonight? Amber asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. There is no need. I shook my head. I looked around the spacious room. Despite its size, the furnishings were incredibly simple and austere. There was a single table with square stools, a solid wooden desk, and a large bookshelf leaning against the wall. The shelves were packed tightly with all sorts of books. Beside it stood a wide-mouthed porcelain vase holding several sharp swords, and a single wardrobe resting in the corner. Aside from that, there was absolutely nothing else. It was a world away from the lavish luxury of the estates back in the capital. Yet, this was exactly where Nathaniel had lived for 10 long years. 10 years of enduring the biting frost, yet the righteous fire in his blood had never cooled. You may leave now. At my insistence, Amber finally relented and left the room. Right before she closed the door, she hurriedly added, My lady, I will be right outside. Call for me if you need anything at all. Don't be silly. Go back to your own room and sleep. Once she was gone, I slipped my feet into thick cotton boots. Keeping my warm robe wrapped tightly around me, I climbed out of bed and walked over to the tall bookshelf. I had always loved reading since I was a young girl back home. Seeing shelves packed with books naturally brought a flicker of joy to my heart. Nathaniel had agreed to let me stay in his personal quarters, which meant he surely wouldn't mind me reading his collection. The vast majority of the books were volumes on military tactics and battlefield strategies. A smaller section was dedicated to agriculture and water management, while the rest consisted of poetry anthologies, travel journals, folk tales, and even musical scores. It was a surprisingly diverse collection. I casually pulled out a book and flipped it open. A tiny flattened dried flower slipped out from between the pages. Picked it up. The pale purple blossom rested gently in my pale palm, looking incredibly delicate and charming. I offered a soft smile and carefully tucked the little flower back into its place. Turning the pages, I realized it was a heavy manual on military formations and strategic deployments. It should have been an incredibly dense and obscure read, but the author had cleverly woven numerous short stories throughout to connect the theories, making it surprisingly engaging. The margins were filled with Nathaniel's handwritten annotations. Compared to his stern, freezing exterior, the personality he revealed in these notes was noticeably more lively and even a bit endearing. I could easily tell these were written during his youth. The handwriting still carried a trace of boyhood immaturity. At the very end of the book, a single line of deeply engraved, forceful handwriting caught my eye. Asterisk, I swear upon my very life to protect the peace of the realm, ensuring that the people of this kingdom may live and prosper in safety. This vow shall never waver until my dying breath. Asterisk. I gently traced the words with my fingertips. The strokes were pressed so firmly they nearly tore through the paper, revealing the sheer, unyielding determination of the young man who wrote them. For generations, the Duke's ancestors had laid down their lives as loyal martyrs, paving this prosperous era of peace with their own blood. As the absolute last surviving heir of his bloodline, Nathaniel had certainly lived up to his family's legendary prestige. The kingdom owed half of its current stability to his relentless bloodshed and unwavering defense at the borders. To the northern raiders, he was a terrifying god of slaughter drenched in blood. To our kingdom, he was the illustrious, indomitable Duke of the North. What young girl's heart wouldn't stir? How could anyone not harbor a secret admiration for such a hero? Long before the royal decree forced us together, having grown up listening to his grand legends, I had to admit that, just like any other noble lady in the capital, I too had once held a quiet, romantic crush on him. It was truly a pity. He was an incredible man, but he was absolutely not a good husband. In fact, my situation was so bound that I couldn't even utter the word divorce. Back then, when the king rejected my father's desperate petition to cancel the wedding, he only needed a single sentence. Asterisk, Nathaniel is entirely alone. He is the last of his bloodline. My dear Chancellor, do you still remember the life-saving debt you owe his late father? Asterisk. My father had been instantly silenced, unable to utter another word of protest. I only learned the truth much later. In his youth, my father had been assigned a post at the frontier. He was unexpectedly ambushed and entirely surrounded by the enemy. It was Nathaniel's father, the previous duke, who led a bloody charge through enemy lines to rescue him. However, the old duke took several brutal blades to the body during that rescue, suffering permanent injuries. His premature death years later was undoubtedly linked to those very wounds. And so, here I was paying off my father's blood debt with my marriage. Thinking back on the Queen Mother's desperate expectations for me to bear an heir, a massive headache began to throb in my temples. I stood before the window. The night sky was completely free of clouds, and the moon hung high, as bright and solitary as ever. Staring at it, standing here in the freezing northern frontier felt no different from standing in the capital. Yet, deep down, I knew something subtle had irrevocably shifted. I stayed awake the entire night. After leaving for the military camp, Nathaniel didn't return. I heard from the estate servants that he had led a squad the night before and captured over 100 northern raiders riding south. Among them, there was apparently an important figure like a prince of some sort. They were all locked up in the city's dungeon now, which meant he would likely be tied up for days. None of this was my concern. After spending a day familiarizing myself with the estate's affairs, I stepped out the front gates the next morning with Amber. The people of the northern frontier were fierce and uninhibited. Unlike the sheltered noble ladies of the capital who rarely stepped past their front gates, It was perfectly normal for women here to show their faces in public and run their own businesses. I removed my veiled hat and walked freely down the main street with Amber and Aunt Martha. The streets were packed and bustling with life. I could clearly see the deep sense of happiness and security etched on the faces of the people. The steaming hot mutton buns emitted a mouth-watering aroma of rich fat soaked perfectly into the dough. I pulled Amber along to wait in line. Standing among the crowd, I listened as the locals eagerly gossiped about Nathaniel and the captured raiders from the other night. Every word from the citizens of Frostfall was laced with absolute reverence and adoration for Nathaniel. They spoke of him with profound pride. Amber's eyes sparkled. She tugged at my sleeve, her chin held high. No matter what had happened between us, Nathaniel's incredible achievements were undeniably something to be proud of. When it was finally our turn, Amber asked for 3 mutton buns. The young vendor took one look at us and began frantically stuffing 7 or 8 buns into the paper bag, pushing it into Amber's arms only when it was overflowing. Amber's eyes widened in shock. Clutching the overflowing bag of buns, she was totally flustered and immediately flared up. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to force a sale on us? We only asked for 3. Why are you shoving so many at me?" "No, no." The young vendor instantly panicked, waving his hands frantically. "These buns are free. They won't cost you a single coin." "Free?" I asked, genuinely surprised. "Why? Are you from the Duke's estate, my lady? Are you the Duchess of the North?" "I am." "Then there is no mistake." The young man beamed with a massive smile. "My lady, having you eat my buns is my absolute honor. If it weren't for His Grace and the Northern Army, heaven knows how those raiders would have trampled our beloved Frostfall. I would take anyone else's money, but I could never take yours. Welcome to Frostfall, Your Grace." "This?" I couldn't help but laugh softly. "How could I possibly accept this? You are running a small business to make a living. I cannot let you take a loss." "Amber." Realizing what was happening, Amber hastily began digging into her purse for some silver. The people nearby, who hadn't understood the commotion at first, heard the vendor's words and instantly swarmed around us. Their eyes burned with fervent warmth as they stared at me. I was rarely looked at with such intense adoration, and for a moment I was entirely overwhelmed. Aunt Martha and Amber quickly stepped in front to shield me. The local women and older aunties who had crowded around began enthusiastically urging me. "Is this the Duchess? She is absolutely breathtaking. Look at how fair and delicate her skin is. Please accept it, Your Grace. How could anyone take your money? Please accept it. Please, Your Grace." The sheer enthusiasm of the crowd completely surpassed my imagination. I watched as other street vendors abandoned their stalls, running over to shove what they considered their finest food into my arms. Their faces were filled with pure, unadulterated sincerity. This wasn't flattery, and they weren't trying to gain any favors from me. It was simply profound gratitude. In that exact moment, I finally understood just how legendary Nathaniel's reputation truly was in Frostfall. Amber and Aunt Martha's arms were practically overflowing with gifts. Thankfully, Aunt Martha was experienced. She had secretly ordered a few guards to trail behind us, and they swiftly stepped in to rescue us from the crushing affection. Surrounded safely by the guards, I looked at the sea of simple, passionate faces. I seriously smoothed out my skirts and raised my voice. "Please do not push. Stop pushing. Watch out for the children. Please be safe." Seeing the crowd still surging in chaotic excitement, I had to raise my voice even louder. "Everyone, please quiet down. Quiet down. Will you listen to me for a moment?" Amber helped me shout over the noise. A few minutes later, the crowd finally settled down. Hundreds of eyes locked onto me with burning sincerity. I cleared my throat, forcing my panicked heartbeat to steady, and spoke at a slow, graceful pace. "I deeply understand your profound gratitude and respect for His Grace. On my husband's behalf, I humbly accept your sentiments, but I must ask you to take back your gifts. Protecting the realm and its people is the absolute duty of a soldier. It is precisely because of your unwavering support that our kingdom's army can keep our enemies at bay. Rowena thanks you all for your devotion. On behalf of my husband, I bow to you." With that, I rested my hands gracefully at my waist and offered them a deep, impeccable aristocratic curtsy. A sudden roar of cheers erupted from the crowd, mingling with the heavy thud of approaching hooves. Everyone turned to look. Nathaniel, riding atop a massive warhorse, was slowly making his way toward us from the distance. The Duke of the North. His Grace is here. I followed their gaze. Seeing him arrive, I finally let out a long breath of relief. Nathaniel dismounted his horse with practiced agility. After giving a few brief orders to the surrounding guards, he strode directly toward me. The massive crowd naturally parted down the middle to make way for him. I thank you all for your kindness. I accept your goodwill, but please disperse now. Do not frighten my wife, he called out smoothly. It is a beautiful day today. There is no need to crowd around here. The moment the words left his mouth, he firmly grasped my hand, leading me straight over to his warhorse, Snow. Snow was Nathaniel's prize steed, a magnificent beast that fiercely refused to let anyone else touch it. Yet, Snow simply tilted its head, observing me with its large, intelligent eyes, and gently nudged my hand with its nose. I reached out and softly stroked its head. A split second later, I felt my body lift effortlessly into the air. Nathaniel had hoisted me straight onto the saddle. In the very next breath, he vaulted up right behind me. Wrapping his strong arm tightly around my waist, he urged the horse forward. I gasped in alarm, entirely caught off guard, while the surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of good-natured, teasing laughter. A man and a woman sharing a single horse in broad daylight was absolutely scandalous and strictly forbidden in the conservative capital. But here in the wild northern frontier, it seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. Do not be afraid. They mean no harm. Nathaniel's deep, low voice rumbled right beside my ear. I know. They are just curious about me. I raised a hand to smooth out my rumpled skirts and subtly shifted my body forward, desperately trying to put some distance between us. However, the saddle was only so large. No matter how hard I tried to hold myself apart, I could distinctly feel the searing heat radiating from his chest pressing into my back. Even though we had been married for years, I had never been this physically intimate with any man. Against my own will, my face burned a brilliant, flustered shade of red. We finally arrived at the manor gates. Nathaniel smoothly lifted me down from the saddle. I hastily stumbled back a few steps, raising a hand to awkwardly tuck a stray lock of hair behind my ear. Thank you. He showed no reaction, simply tossing the reins to the personal guards following behind him. I am hungry. Is there any food? I want to eat dumplings. Right away, I quickly replied. Nathaniel disliked being waited on, so there were barely any servants in the estate. Aunt Martha, who usually handled the meals, had been left far behind in the crowd, and I hadn't brought a large entourage with me either. Amber was quick on her feet, but by the time she rushed back, she was completely out of breath. I tied on an apron, grabbed a small stool for her to sit and wash the vegetables, and focused on kneading the dough myself. The noble daughters in the capital had countless servants at their beck and call, so naturally, they never had to cook. Many even considered entering the kitchen a disgrace, believing the oily smoke would ruin their meticulously pampered complexions. However, things were different in my family. My mother absolutely loved to cook, especially for my father. She always said she loved watching him eat her food. It brought her immense happiness. As a little girl, I would lean over the stove, watching my mother's cheeks flush from the heat. I always felt that in those moments, she was far more beautiful than when she was draped in glittering jewels. My lady, they are ready, Amber said after catching her breath. Good. Help me mince the filling. The frontier had an abundance of mutton, and I figured he was probably sick of it. So I took out a strip of pork, mixed it with cabbage, and made 2 different flavors of dumplings, simmering them in a rich broth made from sheep bones. By the time the hot dumplings were ready, an hour had already passed. I brought Amber along to deliver the food. Nathaniel was resting heavily on the bed in his room, not even having taken off his outer coat. He didn't wake when I walked in. Amber quietly placed the steaming bowls on the table. I waved my hand, signaling her to leave. Amber shot me a worried glance but didn't say a word, obediently retreating from the room. I walked over and stood by the bed, gazing down at his exhausted face. His handsome features were the same, but he looked incredibly drained. A rough shadow of stubble had grown along his jawline, and deep dark circles bruised the skin under his eyes. It was obvious he hadn't slept at all these past 2 days. Although there were many unspoken, complicated things between us, and many in the capital felt he had deeply wronged me, looking at him right now, I found I couldn't utter a single word of complaint or blame. The only reason I, and the countless citizens of our kingdom, could live peacefully in our homes was because men like him stood before us, blocking the terrifying flash of hostile blades. I lowered my gaze and gently nudged his shoulder. Your Grace. Your Grace, the dumplings are ready. The man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. They were clouded with exhaustion at first, but within a split second, they sharpened into absolute clarity. Ah, right. He propped himself up on his elbows. The moment he looked up, he saw the steaming food on the table. He walked over, popped a dumpling into his mouth with his chopsticks, and shifted his gaze to me. You made these? I nodded. Back in the capital we had spent the new year together, and I had cooked back then as well. Aside from the portions sent to my parents, the rest had mostly ended up in his stomach. He loathed wasting food, so naturally I knew his appetite. I picked up a ladle and scooped him a steaming bowl of sheep bone and radish broth. I heard you captured a crucial figure. How is the situation now? Yes. It is Prince Zosha, the most favored youngest son of the Wanyan chieftain. Messengers are already riding hard for the capital to report this. You must be extra careful at home these coming days. I will dispatch guards to watch over your courtyard. If you need anything, just order them. The Wanyan tribe will likely make a move to get him back. I understand. I gave a slight nod. Knowing Nathaniel had a large appetite, I had made plenty. I picked up my own chopsticks and slowly began to eat with him. You have worked hard. It is nothing. I only hope everyone in Frostfall can have a peaceful new year this time. Nathaniel raised a hand to rub the space between his brows. For once, a rare note of heavy exhaustion seeped into his voice. That entirely depends on what kind of terms His Majesty can negotiate with the Wanyan tribe, and just how much weight this Prince Zosha holds in his father's heart. I used my chopsticks to place another dumpling into his bowl. The northern tribes are vastly different from the central plains. Every generation's chieftain ascends the throne by stepping on the skulls of his own brothers. To them, the concepts of honor and shame seem utterly non-existent. It is simply the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak, and the victor takes all. I am not optimistic about a negotiation. Nathaniel shook his head. We call ourselves civilized, but that is nothing more than a hypocritical layer of skin we wear, I remarked with bitter mockery. Nathaniel froze, his voice sharply rising. Rowena, guard your tongue. I instantly realized I had spoken far out of turn. My eyes flickered nervously, but a moment later, I still raised my head to look at him steadily. It is fine to say such things in front of me, but you must absolutely never breathe a single word of this to outsiders. Nathaniel furrowed his brows, staring at me intently. I know. I lowered my head. He paused. A complex array of emotions swirled in his eyes. After a heavy silence he spoke. Rowena, you do not need to worry. I have indeed wronged you in many ways, but as long as I draw breath, I swear to protect you and your family from any harm. I focused on him, pressing my lips together as the coldness in my eyes slowly softened. I believe you. Thank you, Your Grace. Nathaniel said no more. He quickly finished the rest of his food, took a brief wash in the adjoining room, and within moments of hitting the bed, he had fallen into a deep, heavy slumber. I watched him for a while, carefully tucking the blanket around his shoulders, before turning and leaving the room quietly. After all these years, we weren't truly husband and wife, but we had certainly become friends. The world loved to say the northern tribe's path to power was barbaric and vicious, but how much fresh blood stained the supreme throne of our own kingdom? It was no secret that His Majesty's health had been failing lately. Consequently, the ambitious princes beneath him were already growing restless, ready to make their moves. As the tutor to the crown prince, my father naturally belonged to his faction. He was hopelessly entangled in the political storm, unable to extract himself. Moreover, his deeply ingrained traditional ideals of absolute loyalty and patriotism meant he would never back down. Thinking about it now, the king's absolute insistence on forcing me to marry Nathaniel might very well have been a calculated move to pave the way for the crown prince. By becoming the Duchess of the North, I naturally bound Nathaniel directly to the crown prince's war chariot. Since ancient times, political power has always been forged in the fires of military might. At the end of the day, the man who commands the armies wields far more weight in his words than anyone else. The invincible Northern Army was Nathaniel's loyal faction, answering absolutely only to him. It was an incredibly distorted power dynamic, yet ironically, it was precisely because of this precarious balance that they had survived this long. Perhaps the king had chosen me because, to some extent, he had completely seen through both my temperament and Nathaniel's. One of us refused to submit, and the other refused to force it. The legendary duke's bloodline would likely end forever with Nathaniel. Nathaniel didn't rest at the estate for long before returning to the military camp. He only came back occasionally to stay for a few days. Perhaps worried that I would grow bored in the manor, a steady stream of military officers' wives came to visit me one after another. They were all women of the northern frontier, naturally cheerful and generous. Although they were a bit reserved at first, once we got to know each other, they completely let their guard down. We got along wonderfully. The northern border was bitterly cold, and there truly wasn't much to do for amusement. Staying cooped up in the estate for too long did inevitably bring a sense of boredom. But a boring life isn't necessarily a bad one. One day I was sitting with the ladies in the manor, doing some needlework. In my hands was an unfinished pair of new boots I was making for Nathaniel. Everyone else was making things for their husbands, so I couldn't very well excuse myself from the tradition. Just as I was focused on the embroidery, a flurry of panicked shouts erupted from outside the room. Before I could even ask what was going on, Amber burst through the doors, completely out of breath, gasping that something terrible had happened. "Do not panic. What is it?" My heart sank and I demanded sharply. Amber had been by my side for years. Aside from the time I fell ill with a relentless high fever, I had rarely seen such sheer, unadulterated terror on her face. Amber choked on a sob, her frantic voice echoing through the entire room. "Something has happened to His Grace." I stood up abruptly, slapping the unfinished boot onto the table. I supported her trembling weight and managed to piece together the entire situation from her broken, breathless words. A royal decree had arrived from the capital, ordering the Wanyan chieftain's favorite youngest son, Prince Zosha, to be escorted back to the royal court for trial. Today was the exact day Nathaniel had scheduled for the departure. Somehow the military secret had leaked. Halfway along the route, hundreds of northern raiders ambushed the convoy to rescue the prisoner. The few soldiers who managed to escape reported that the ground was completely soaked in blood. The military camp had already dispatched search parties, but as of right now, Nathaniel's life or death remained entirely unknown. The convoy escorting the prisoner to the capital also included the husbands of several ladies present in the room. Upon hearing the horrific news, one of the women collapsed to the floor in sheer panic, her eyes darting wildly, completely at a loss for what to do. I took a deep, shuddering breath, clenching my hands tightly into fists, desperately forcing myself to remain calm. Your Grace, what do we do now?" "Do not panic. Do not panic," I commanded sharply, gesturing for the servants to help the collapsed woman to her feet. "We must have faith in His Grace and his men. Everything will be fine. We absolutely cannot fall into chaos here." I turned to Amber, gritting my teeth as I demanded, "How many people know about this right now?" Amber wiped the tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. "I do not know. Fetch Aunt Martha. Bring her to me immediately." Before the words even finished leaving my mouth, Aunt Martha's figure rushed in from the outer room. "My lady." At this moment, only a few senior commanders at the military camp are aware of the ambush. Aside from them, it is only the people currently present in this estate. "Understood. Lock down this information entirely," I ordered firmly. "Before we receive confirmed news regarding His Grace, we absolutely cannot allow this to trigger a panic among the citizens. Furthermore, order the guards at the city gates to intensify their inspections of everyone entering and exiting. If necessary, lock the city gates completely. We cannot allow any enemy spies to spread rumors and incite riots within the walls." "Yes, my lady," Aunt Martha answered crisply. Having issued the orders, I turned back to the terrified wives in the room. I forced a gentle, reassuring smile to comfort them briefly, then locked eyes with them, speaking with absolute authority. His Grace and the commanders are perfectly fine. They have simply embarked on an urgent, temporary mission for a few days. I expect all of you to prioritize the stability of the realm above all else. None of the ladies present were fools, and the women of the northern frontier had always been incredibly resilient. Their earlier panic was merely the result of overwhelming sudden fear. Now, having calmed down, they gritted their teeth and nodded in solemn agreement. Perhaps it was precisely because I didn't truly love him that I was able to calm down the fastest out of everyone in the room. Nathaniel was in deadly peril. It was all so incredibly sudden. After seeing the ladies out, I sat alone in my room for the better part of an hour, until Amber finally knocked on the door. "My lady, dinner is ready." No matter what happened, life still had to go on. Thinking back to just a few days ago, I was still discussing with Nathaniel how we should celebrate the new year at the frontier. I never could have imagined tragedy would strike so soon. I shook my head, aggressively tossing all those chaotic, useless thoughts out of my mind. What I needed to focus on right now was absolutely not sentimentality. I walked out and forced myself to finish the meal. Immediately after, I sent Aunt Martha out to gather any new intel. In the dead of night, the news she brought back was far from good. The search parties from the military camp had found the Duke's shattered sword by the edge of a rushing river. The riverbank was stained with massive pools of blood. It appeared he had been severely wounded and was forced to leap into the freezing rapids to survive. Setting aside the brutal wounds on his body, plunging into an icy river in the dead of winter was practically a death sentence. Even if he survived, he would be clinging to life by a mere thread. Sick with worry, Amber stayed in the room to keep me company. I rummaged through the drawers and cabinets until I found 2 sharp daggers. I shoved one directly into her hands. When she took the blade, Amber's hands were shaking violently. She whispered my name, her voice quivering with dread. I shot her a stern look and smoothly slid the second dagger into my own sleeve. "Things are incredibly dangerous right now. Keep this for self-defense. If the situation truly deteriorates beyond salvation, you must be prepared." Amber's face drained of all color, but she still gave a firm, resolute nod. Her voice quivered as she replied, "I understand, my lady." Seeing her absolutely terrified, I couldn't help but pull her into a tight hug. "Don't be afraid, Amber. Things might not necessarily get that bad. We still have to maintain our faith in His grace. After all, He has battled the northern raiders at this frontier for so many years. He is not a man who is easily defeated. The absolute best thing we can do right now is keep the home front stable for him." I gently patted her back, trying to comfort her, while simultaneously trying to comfort myself. I don't know exactly when it happened, but the news of Nathaniel's ambush eventually leaked out to the public. There are no secrets in this world. The situation escalated wildly. The city officials tried to dispel the rumors multiple times, but the fact remained that Nathaniel had not made a public appearance in days. Paranoia and unrest began to fester within the military ranks. At the same time, the raiders outside the city walls grew restless and emboldened. Day and night, they relentlessly spread the devastating rumor that Nathaniel was already dead. To the people of the northern frontier, Nathaniel was their absolute sky. And now the sky was collapsing. I had secretly slipped out to observe the streets. Most of the citizens wore expressions of profound grief and terror. On one hand, they fiercely refused to believe the news of his death. On the other hand, the mounting silence forced them to doubt. I even witnessed a traveling merchant being brutally beaten by the locals in a tavern simply for speaking disrespectfully about the Duke. The collective emotions of the people were like a pile of dry firewood drenched in oil. It would only take a single spark to ignite an inferno. No one knew exactly when that fateful day would arrive. "My lady, emissaries from the capital have arrived. They are waiting for you in the manor right now," Amber said, keeping her voice to an urgent whisper. "I understand." I gave a slight nod, turned around, and stepped up into the carriage. The visitor was no stranger to me. It was the Queen Mother's trusted confidant, Lord Chamberlain He. Many times when I entered the palace to pay my respects to the Queen Mother, he was the one who received me. "Your Grace, I have come under the Queen Mother's orders to escort you back to the capital." Return to the capital? At a time like this? I sat in the seat of honor, my brow furrowing slightly, and raised a hand to signal Amber to serve Lord He some tea. The northern frontier did not produce tea, nor did the locals care much for it. I myself didn't have much of a preference. I had only brought a small amount with me, which was long gone from hosting guests. The tea currently in the estate was merely store-bought and of painfully average quality. As the Queen Mother's favored right-hand man, Lord He was used to the finest brews. He merely wet his lips before setting the porcelain cup down. It was exactly as I expected, so I paid it no mind, simply waiting for him to speak. Yes, what happened to His Grace is truly heartbreaking. Right now the frontier is far from peaceful. The Queen Mother is deeply worried about your safety back in the palace. Staying here will do no good. The heavy snows haven't fallen yet, so it is the perfect time to travel. Lord He, you are mistaken. Although there has been no news of His Grace, I must see him if he is alive, or his body if he is dead. Frostfall is currently in a state of unrest, and the northern raiders are watching us like starved wolves, ready to strike south at any moment. If I, the Duchess of the North, were to secretly flee back to the capital, what would become of the citizens of this city? I shook my head in flat refusal. Your Grace, now is not the time to act on foolish pride. You must consider your parents back in the capital. Have you received some secret intel, Lord He? I frowned, my gaze burning into him. It was true that the rumors in the city had been terrible these past few days. A heavy, suffocating feeling hung in the air, exactly like the calm before a storm. Well, about that, he stammered, shifting his weight uncomfortably and avoiding my eyes. Anger flared in my chest, but I maintained a perfectly serene expression. At a time like this, are you still going to hide the truth from me, Lord He? He let out a heavy sigh and adopted a grave expression. According to reliable sources, the Wanyan chieftain is massing his army. They intend to march south in 5 days. To prevent mass panic among the citizens, this information is strictly classified. Your Grace, please, you must come with me. My mind went blank for a second. My heart pounded like a war drum, and my grip on the teacup faltered. I violently bit the tip of my tongue, the sharp pain finally forcing me to compose myself. I demanded tensely, "Is this true?" "It is the absolute truth. Otherwise, why would I have rushed here through all this dust and exhaustion?" Lord He's face twisted in distress. I lowered my eyes. "You have worked hard, Lord He. Then there is no time to lose, Your Grace. Pack your belongings and we shall leave tomorrow." Having said his piece, Lord He stood up. I took a slow breath and raised my hand, calling for my maid. "Lord He is exhausted from his journey, Amber. Arrange a room for him to rest. I need a moment to think this over." Likely seeing the pale, strained look on my face, he didn't press the issue further. He simply followed Amber to the front courtyard to rest. Amber saw him off, then immediately spun around and marched back, her expression dark with terrifying unease. The moment she closed the doors, she asked urgently, "My lady, are we leaving?" I reached out, pressing her shoulders down to force her to sit on a stool. With a dark expression, I picked up my cup of hot water, took a slow sip and shook my head. "No. Why not? A war is about to break out. To speak plainly, if the city falls, those barbarians won't care if you are a duchess or not. If you are captured, your fate will be worse than death." Amber was frantic. "Calm down, it isn't that dire. Even without Nathaniel, we must trust the Northern Army. Furthermore, this entire situation is far too suspicious. Lord He is not a young man, and he spends his days living a pampered life in the palace. Even if the Queen Mother wanted to send an envoy, it shouldn't have been him. And truthfully, the Queen Mother probably doesn't care about my safety that much, does she? If Nathaniel is truly dead, given her ruthless temperament, she would probably want me buried alive alongside him. Why would she be so kind as to safely escort me home?" I let out a cold laugh, my eyes darkening with calculation. Amber gasped, sucking in a sharp breath of cold air. "Then why is he here?" "I don't know. But whatever the reason, we must make him stay for now." "How do we do that?" "Lord He is old and frail, and the northern frontier is bitterly cold. His body is bound to fall quite ill tonight." I shot Amber a meaningful look. Although it was a despicable tactic, the overwhelming sense of dread in my heart demanded that I take action. Amber instantly understood my meaning and gave a solemn nod. My lady, do you think what he said about the raiders marching south is true? It is likely true. Haven't you noticed the officers' wives visiting our estate far more frequently these past few days? Regardless, we can never go wrong by preparing in advance. I murmured thoughtfully, the cold, sharp dagger hidden in my robes pressing painfully against my skin. The next day, Lord he fell severely ill and was completely bedridden. All thanks to a special bowl of soup Amber had personally delivered to him. His mission to escort me back to the capital was thus indefinitely delayed. As for the guards he had brought with him, I ordered the loyal men Nathaniel had left behind to lock them up completely. Perhaps I had disguised myself too perfectly in the past, which was why no one would ever suspect me of doing such a thing. But the truth was I was fully capable of it. I wasn't some flawless, saintly woman. To eliminate the overwhelming dread in my heart, I would do absolutely anything. The northern raiders didn't attack the city in 5 days as Lord he had claimed. They delayed their assault by 2 days. By that time, the main forces of the northern army had been lured away by false intelligence, leaving only a small fraction of soldiers behind to defend the city walls. Thanks to Vice General Wang's swift response, the raider army failed to breach the gates. However, the city paid an unimaginably gruesome price. The northern streets were reduced to a sea of fire. The physicians in the infirmary worked through the night without a wink of sleep, desperately trying to save lives as agonized wails echoed everywhere. I had no military training, but I was deeply thankful that I had studied some medicine in my youth. I rolled up my sleeves and immediately threw myself into the infirmary to help save the wounded. At this moment, every single citizen capable of moving had joined the city's defense. But the casualties were simply too high, and there were never enough physicians. I worked relentlessly for 3 straight days, barely resting at all. Just as I was dizzy with exhaustion and about to collapse, a pair of strong arms caught me, gently helping me to a chair nearby. A cup of hot water was pushed into my hands. I looked up. Madame Wang, clad in a suit of crimson armor, was staring at me with profound meaning in her eyes. I thought you would have run away. I forced a stiff smile. Glancing around at the endless stream of wounded soldiers still being carried in, I replied with bitter amusement. Where could I possibly go? Wasn't that Lord he sent here specifically to escort you back? Oh, him? He is currently bedridden, I said with a mocking sneer. I doubt he'll be able to crawl out of bed for at least a month or 2. This matter was no longer a secret in the city. Perhaps because of this very reason, I could distinctly feel a shift in how the citizens looked at me. Their eyes were now filled with profound reverence. Before, they respected me because I was Nathaniel's wife. Now they respected me for who I was. They likely never imagined that when war broke out, a pampered noble daughter raised in the luxurious capital wouldn't just refuse to flee, but would actually stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the blood-soaked infirmary. Hearing my words, Madame Wang burst into loud laughter. Rowena, you are truly a fascinating woman. I am proud to call you my friend. I always knew Nathaniel had an excellent eye. I slightly furrowed my brows, a flash of surprise crossing my mind, but before I could ask what she meant, a loud horn sounded. The front lines were in critical danger. The moment Madame Wang heard the signal, she sprinted back to the battle. She was born into a military family and had practiced martial arts since childhood. In defending against the enemy, she was far more useful than I could ever be. Amber quietly slipped to my side, her voice choking with tears. My lady, what do we do? We are running out of medicine. What we have will last 3 days at most. When will the northern army return? A wave of dizziness hit me. I bit down hard on my tongue to force myself awake. Do not say a word to anyone. I will figure something out later. Yes, my lady. 3 days later, the northern army still hadn't returned, and the infirmary's medical supplies were nearly gone. Looking at the wounded soldiers groaning on the floor, doing nothing but waiting to die, I viciously gritted my teeth. Amber, gather some men and follow me. My lady, where are we going? To find medicine. I pulled the dagger from my robes, its sharp blade glinting coldly under the sunlight. Hearing that we were going to find medicine, everyone in the infirmary who could still walk, aside from the essential physicians and nurses, immediately followed my lead. Marching down Radiant Avenue, I led the crowd straight to the He family estate. The massive pitch-black gates were shut tight. The golden characters for He Estate on the plaque above hung glaringly bright. I narrowed my eyes and ordered someone to knock. The He family was a wealthy merchant clan in the city dealing in furs, and many of their sons served as officers in the Northern Army. However, very few people knew that the He family secretly partnered with the benevolent Northern Hall to run an incredibly lucrative medicinal herb business on the side. The reason I knew this was partly because I had used my family's connections in the capital to investigate the frontier's power dynamics before I even arrived. The other reason was that the He family's young miss had frequently visited me with the other ladies to curry favor. During our casual chats, I had effortlessly tricked the information out of her. Over the past few days, the He family had contributed some money and manpower, but I knew perfectly well that what they offered was barely a drop in the ocean of their true wealth. Courtesy first, force second. If they refused to cooperate, I would have no choice but to resort to darker, underhanded methods. We hadn't knocked for long before the gatekeeper cautiously poked his head out. Seeing the massive, aggressive crowd, he jumped in absolute terror. His eyes bulged even wider when he saw me standing at the front, utterly filthy and completely soaked in blood. "Tell Master He to come out and face the Duchess," I demanded directly, not bothering to spare him a second glance. Having shouted orders for days on end, my voice was raw and hoarse. I had to force myself to speak loudly just to be heard. The gatekeeper didn't dare delay. He scrambled inside, practically crawling over himself in panic. I waved my hand, ordering my men to shove the heavy doors wide open. Moments later, Master He came sprinting out of the estate, his clothes hastily thrown on. Trailing behind him were his wife, his concubines, and his daughters. "I did not realize your grace had arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you at the gates. May I ask why your grace has brought such a grand procession to my humble home?" "It is nothing grand, but it is a matter of life and death. The city's medical supplies for the wounded are completely exhausted. I hope Master He will set an example for the wealthy families of this city and offer your support." The dying men were still waiting. I had no time to exchange pleasantries with him. I only hoped he would cooperate sensibly. "This?" Master He's face twisted into an expression of profound difficulty, followed by a bitter, helpless smile. "Your Grace, it is truly not that I am unwilling. But my He family deals in furs. We are not an apothecary. We have already donated every last scrap of medicine we had. I am truly powerless to help." I let out a freezing laugh. Entirely out of patience, I waved my hand, signaling the men to storm the estate and search. The citizens we passed along the way had heard we were out to demand medicine, and they had continuously joined our ranks. By now, the crowd gathered outside the estate was absolutely massive. Master He's expression drastically changed. "Your Grace, what is the meaning of this?" he shrieked sharply. "Are you ransacking my home? Trespassing on private property? My He family has shed blood and sacrificed countless sons for the northern frontier. Are you trying to freeze the hearts of the military and the people?" Hearing his furious accusation, the men about to storm the gates hesitated. I let out a few hoarse, raspy laughs. "Go in and search. If there is any punishment to bear, I, the Duchess of the North, will shoulder every single sin." I then turned to look at the wide-eyed Master He, my lips curling into a vicious sneer. "Your so-called shedding blood and sacrifice. Didn't that just mean sending a few illegitimate sons to their deaths? Haven't you made enough filthy profit off military supplies all these years? We all know exactly what you are, so drop the righteous act. Let me tell you right now, Hitian, if Frostfall falls, you will be the very first head I sever. Hurry up. For every second you delay, another person dies." Ignoring Master He's terrifying, contorted face, I turned and shouted at the crowd. The citizens hesitated no longer. After a ruthless search, and with my dagger pressed firmly against his neck, Master He's precious only son finally spilled the location of their hidden stockpile. Massive crates of premium medicinal herbs were neatly stacked inside their underground vault. The crowd instantly exploded in absolute fury. The more they looked at the He family, the more their blood boiled. The families of the wounded soldiers saw red, looking as though they wanted to lunge forward and tear the He family to bloody pieces. I stopped them. To prevent Master He and his clan from causing further trouble, I ordered them all to be locked up, rationing them just a few bowls of watery rice porridge a day to ensure they didn't starve to death. With this massive supply of medicine, the infirmary finally managed to keep operating. I picked up a brush, drafted a few letters, and dispatched Amber to deliver them to the other wealthy merchant families in the city. I wasn't entirely sure of their situations, but desperate times called for desperate measures. A few days later, another massive shipment of medicine and rice was voluntarily delivered to our gates. When Madame Wang finally arrived, I was in the middle of organizing the inventory in the storehouse. She looked at me, her gaze heavy and complex. "Rowena, you actually dared?" I turned back, my eyes flicking to the bloody gash still seeping through her armor, though the pen in my hand never stopped moving. Why wouldn't I dare? I am the daughter of the current High Chancellor, the tutor to the Crown Prince. My eldest brother is the Minister of Revenue, in charge of the entire kingdom's finances. And my husband is the illustrious, invincible Duke of the North. Tell me, why wouldn't I dare? Have you ever thought about how others will view you once you return to the capital? The Duchess of the North bullying her way through the city, forcefully seizing property from the wealthy. The world will not care about your noble reasons. Furthermore, those families you robbed have been rooted in this frontier for generations. Their influence is immense. Madame Wang grimaced, offering a bitter smile. I do not care how others view me. I only know that people are dying in this city every single day. Yang Kai, do you know? Growing up, I had never even seen a chicken being slaughtered. This is the very first time I have witnessed a real battlefield. Our soldiers have already bled enough. Do not let them shed tears as well. To me, keeping as many of them alive as possible is far more important than anything else. As for those wealthy families hiding their precious medicine, what do you expect me to think? Frostfall is under siege. Their actions are practically treason. I can find no other way to explain their behavior. If the city falls, what use will they have for their hoarded grain and herbs? My eyes turned freezing cold. I locked my gaze firmly onto hers and slowly articulated my final sentence. Or perhaps, now that Nathaniel is gone, you all are simply preparing to flee. Madame Wang's face drained of color for a second. Her eyes flickered away, and after a long silence, she let out a hollow, bitter laugh. Worthy of being the brilliant daughter of the High Chancellor. You are sharp. I didn't rush to speak, simply waiting quietly for her to continue. The Northern Army is no longer the Northern Army of the past. Nathaniel is the absolute last of his bloodline, and he has no heir. Hearing the word heir, my brow twitched in displeasure. Madame Wang acted as if she hadn't seen it and continued. Every man has ambitions and desires. When he was here, his sheer prestige was enough to suppress them. But now that his whereabouts are unknown, morale has naturally shattered. The northern frontier has been at war for decades. The military has long been fractured into pro-war and pro-peace factions. Everyone just wants to live a peaceful life free of bloodshed. Yet it is always us, the people of the North, who must endlessly endure the agony of displacement and the loss of our loved ones. We could have completely eradicated the raiders once and for all, but that king sitting comfortably in the capital always forces us to retreat at the very last moment. Do you know why? They always claim the Ministry of Revenue is stretched too thin, that there is no silver left to supply the troops. Ha ha ha. It is absolutely laughable. They have endless mountains of silver to build grand palaces and throw lavish banquets, but the moment it comes to fighting a war, the coffers are suddenly empty. Did you know that the sheer extravagance of a single royal banquet in the capital is enough to feed an entire battalion of our soldiers for an entire month? Why? Why must it always be us? Problems that could easily be solved with silver are instead paid for with the lives of our sons, generation after generation. The aristocrats in the capital bask by their warm fires, complaining about the lack of fresh fruit in winter, while we people of the North can only gnaw on frozen rock-hard bread. And in the end, even that pitiful ration is tossed to us like charity. Tell me, how can we possibly find peace in our hearts? She spoke with terrifying calmness, but I could hear the bottomless well of exhaustion and sorrow buried beneath every word. Remembering the dazzling luxury of the capital and comparing it to everything I had witnessed here, I was utterly speechless. I could only reach out and gently pat her shoulder. How are their actions any different from His Majesty's? At the end of the day, It is always the common people at the very bottom who bear the brunt of it all. You can stand before me today and say these things, but they cannot. They can only lie on the blood-soaked floor and stare at me with desperate, pleading eyes. Even if I had to do it all over again, I would still make the exact same choice. I do not understand court politics, and I do not want to. I will only do what I can see right in front of me. Yongkai, you have fought hard these past few days. Go and get some rest. I called Amber over and had her help Madame Wang away. I stood in the storehouse in absolute silence for a long time, my grip tight around my brush. A single drop of ink fell onto the ledger, as dark as the endless night. Frostfall was about to fall. The blood on the city walls dried and was soaked anew, over and over again. At first, someone had tried to clean the dead, but now no one could spare a second. Everyone who could still crawl had dragged themselves up onto the walls. The corpses were piled high from the battlements all the way down the stone steps. Some were raiders, but the vast majority were the citizens of Frostfall. Shattered swords and broken blades sprouted from the stone like horrific metal flowers. The distant glow of the enemy's torches reflected off the gates, and the deafening roar of battle shook the earth. Inside the infirmary, Amber grabbed my sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with frantic urgency. "My lady, let's go. We have done absolutely everything we could. We must leave now." I turned around. Every single wounded soldier wrapped in bloody bandages was staring right at me. Among them were countless children who had come to the infirmary to help out of sheer desperation. Amber hadn't spoken loudly, but the room was so terrifyingly quiet that everyone present heard her perfectly. "Duchess, has the city fallen?" A little boy clinging to his mother asked, his small voice shaking violently. At this point there was nothing left to hide. I gave a slow, gentle nod. A sudden, agonizing wail erupted from the crowd. The sheer despair weighed down heavily on my chest until I could barely breathe. The wounded soldiers lying on the floor remained silent for a long moment. Then suddenly they all began struggling to push themselves up. Staggering and limping, they grabbed whatever shattered swords and blades they could find. Their newly bandaged wounds immediately tore open, fresh blood spilling out. An older soldier forced a bloody smile at me. "Your Grace, you are the greatest duchess I have ever seen. You have already done more than enough for us. Please leave." "Yes, Your Grace, go." Looking at their simple, honest faces, seeing them actually smiling to comfort me even now, my heart convulsed violently. A torrent of overwhelming emotions crashed through me, and tears nearly spilled from my eyes. What right did I have? What had I done to deserve such profound grace and devotion? These were the people of the northern frontier. These were the very people the arrogant capital mocked as border barbarians. Yet, all I saw in them was an unyielding, majestic vitality, a fierce determination to sacrifice absolutely everything for their homeland without a single word of complaint. People always said the northerners were cold and hard as stone, but in my eyes it was the high officials and wealthy aristocrats back in the capital, sitting safely indoors enjoying music and wine, who were truly cold and hard. I took a few steps forward and gently took a sharp sword from young Bao's hands. I patted his head softly. "Be good. You are too young." Bao was the son of Dr. He from the infirmary. He was only 10 years old and loved to trail behind me all day, calling me sister. "Amber. My lady. I am here." Amber seemed to realize what was happening. Fat tears snapped and fell from her eyes as her voice shook uncontrollably. "Gather everyone in the infirmary under the age of 12. Amber, you will take them and leave." I tightened my grip on the hilt of my sword. "No. Sister, I won't go. I want to stay with my father and mother." Bao cried, tears streaming down his face, clearly sensing the finality in the air. A wave of heartbreaking sobs tore through the infirmary. "Listen to me," I commanded sharply. "Your uncles and fathers are dying for this city. You are the absolute last bloodline of Frostfall. If you die, then everything is truly lost. You must survive, do you understand me? Bao, you are always the leader among the children. Sister is giving you a critical mission. You must take your little brothers and sisters and survive." Bao bit his lip, desperately trying to swallow his sobs. Dr. He and his wife walked over, gently and lovingly stroking their son's head. "My boy, the men of the north are strong. Your father and mother believe in you. Bao threw himself into his father's arms and broke down completely. Time waited for no one. After a hasty, heartbreaking farewell, I ordered Amber to lead the children away. Take the back alley. Stay safe. Right before she left, I pulled the jade hairpin from my hair and slid it into Amber's. I won't be able to see you get married. I had always planned to give you a grand, beautiful wedding. Consider this hairpin my congratulatory gift. Amber, you must survive. I am entrusting all these children to you. You know exactly where to go. My lady. Amber bit her lips so hard it bled, heavy tears cascading down her face. Go. Hurry, I urged, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks. Amber choked back a sob, nodded firmly, and gritted her teeth as she led the children away. Incredibly, not a single person present asked where they were going. I turned around, facing everyone left in the infirmary, and forced a smile. All right, everyone. Let's move. The infirmary was located deep within the city. The people of the north all possessed a high degree of military instinct. After a brief discussion with a few veteran soldiers, we quickly formulated a simple ambush plan. Unfortunately, time was too tight, and there wasn't much we could truly prepare. I knew perfectly well that everyone here had already accepted their death. This final stand was merely to drag as many raiders down to hell with us as possible. I knew it perfectly well. I was going to die too. The raiders arrived quickly. Perhaps because this was only an infirmary with nothing of true value, the squad they sent wasn't very large. Tion, a former scout who had retired after injuring his arm, volunteered to keep watch. The moment he spotted them approaching, he gave the signal. First came a volley of Dr. He's specially crafted knockout powder. The moment the dust settled, we charged out. This was the very first time I had ever killed a man. Even though the enemy had inhaled the powder and their limbs were weak, my very first strike completely missed its mark. I had aimed for his neck, but the blade buried itself into his shoulder instead. Perhaps the sharp burst of pain shocked him awake. I watched the raider's distinct ice-blue eyes suddenly flare with pure vicious hatred. He raised his heavy blade, swinging it directly at my head. Lu rushed in and saved me, slicing his blade cleanly across the raider's throat. Hot blood sprayed directly onto my face. Without a single word, Lu spun around and charged at another enemy. So the blood of these raiders is warm too. I stared at the fallen body, the bizarre thought flashing through my mind. Thrust into the brutal chaos of slaughter, surrounded by deafening screams, there was no time to freeze. I gritted my teeth and swung my sword numbly, entirely oblivious to the cuts and bruises accumulating on my own body. But at the end of the day, I was just a woman, pampered in a wealthy estate for years. My strength rapidly drained away. I watched helplessly as a bloodshot raider raised his blade, swinging it straight for my face. I had absolutely no energy left to dodge. What does it feel like to know you are about to die? The answer is nothing. In that split second, my mind went entirely blank. I could only stand there and stare. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air from behind me, burying itself dead center into the raider's chest. In the next heartbeat, the man's ferocious face slowly collapsed before my eyes. Looking past his falling body, I saw a suit of magnificent silver armor blazing brilliantly under the sun. Raising my eyes higher, I saw Nathaniel, his bow still fully drawn. Standing in the blinding light, he looked exactly like a god descending from the heavens. The northern army surged out from behind him, raising their blades to clear the raiders from the city. After a brief moment of wild ecstasy, the people's overwhelming cries of relief mingled with the deafening roar of the ongoing slaughter. The crushing weight on my chest finally lifted. Days of boundless exhaustion suddenly crashed over me. My vision went black, and my limp body collapsed directly into a strong, solid embrace. By the time I woke up, the sky was completely dark. Amber was leaning against the edge of my bed, her eyes brimming with tears. "What are you crying for?" I looked at her, forcing the corners of my mouth into a weak smile. "What is the situation in the city now? And the children? Are they safe?" Seeing me awake, Amber's eyes lit up. She hastily wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve. "They are fine. Everyone is safe now, and the children are doing wonderfully." Beaming with joy, she excitedly continued. "His Grace led the Northern Army and captured the Wanyan chieftain alive. They even took tens of thousands of raider soldiers as prisoners. The northern tribes have been completely shattered. From this day forward, the frontier will finally be at peace. I froze for a moment, my mind still too sluggish to process the news. After staring blankly for several seconds, I finally murmured, "The raiders are shattered?" "Yes, my lady." "Then, where is His Grace?" "After bringing you back that day, His Grace immediately rode out with the army. The raiders still had some lingering remnant forces that needed to be wiped out." Madame Wang said that absolutely no one understands the inner workings of the northern steppes better than His Grace. Years ago, he had risked his life to scout the grasslands alone for 2 whole years. He has been gone for 3 days now, so he should be returning very soon. 3 days. My eyes shot wide open. Have I really been asleep for that long? The physician said you were simply too exhausted these past few days, and fell ill from severe overwork. But watching you sleep for so long without waking, I was terrified to death. Amber let out a long shuddering breath, still lingering in her fear. "Are you hungry, my lady? There is still some warm porridge resting on the stove in the kitchen." "A little." "Right away. I will be right back." Even though I had finally woken up, it still took another 2 full days of resting in bed before I could gather the strength to stand. When I stepped outside, Frostfall had already been cleared of the immediate carnage. Yet, the shattered walls and ruined buildings left behind by the brutal war were visible everywhere. The cracks between the stone paving blocks still oozed with blood that simply couldn't be washed away. Although the citizens who had lost their loved ones still wore expressions of profound grief, knowing that the raiders had suffered a crushing defeat and the frontier would forever be at peace, had brought a resilient spark of life back to their faces. "Sister Rowena!" Young Bao suddenly darted out from nowhere, throwing himself at my legs. He tilted his head up and flashed me a massive bright smile. Hearing him, the surrounding people who hadn't noticed me earlier turned and enthusiastically called out their greetings, their faces glowing with absolute, heartfelt sincerity. "Your Grace! Your Grace!" I offered them all a warm, graceful smile, nodding as I made my way down the street to the infirmary. In the aftermath of such a massive battle, the infirmary was permanently overflowing with the wounded. No matter how many hands helped, it was never enough. Unable to simply stand by and watch, I brought Amber along and threw myself back into the grueling work. Thankfully, with a bountiful supply of medicine and bandages finally secured, we no longer had to agonize over those shortages. Half a month later, I was in the middle of changing a soldier's bandages when a deafening roar of commotion erupted from outside. Before I could even ask Amber to investigate, the thunderous cheers of the crowd revealed the triumphant news. Victory! A grand victory! The Northern Army has returned. The Northern Army is back. The Duke of the North. The Duke of the North. I slowly stood up, turning my head toward the roaring sound. Even the severely wounded soldiers lying on the floor broke into expressions of pure, unadulterated joy. Madame Wang was frantically searching the crowded infirmary, anxiously looking for something. The moment she spotted me, she sprinted over with long, urgent strides. "What are you still doing standing around here?" Changing bandages for the wounded. If I am not here, where else would I be?" I asked, genuinely confused. "Are you finished?" Madame Wang asked, glancing down at the soldier. Before I could even open my mouth, the wounded man on the floor nodded frantically. "She is finished. All finished." "Then come with me." Without another word, Madame Wang grabbed my arm and practically dragged me toward the door. "Wait. Where are we going? Your man has returned. Are you not going to go see him?" Madame Wang's sharp, unapologetic voice rang out forcefully from ahead. I froze. Not because of anything else, but entirely because of those 2 specific words. Your man. My man. The vanguard commanders rode atop their massive warhorses. Days of relentless marching had left every single man exhausted and covered in grit and dust. Yet at this moment, they all held their heads high, their faces radiating absolute triumph as they accepted the thunderous congratulations of the entire city. Anyone who was physically capable of moving had gathered along both sides of the main street. Riding at the very front of the formation upon his snow-white stallion, Snow, was Nathaniel. He had lost a noticeable amount of weight, and a dark shadow of stubble covered his jawline. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, making him appear as stoic and emotionless as ever. But I could clearly see it. He was incredibly happy. Looking at him now, a sudden memory flashed through my mind. Years ago, in the warmth of spring, news of a grand victory at the border had reached the capital, and he was summoned back to receive his royal rewards. On that day he looked exactly like this, sitting tall upon a magnificent warhorse, clad in brilliant silver armor. Although he was reserved, every corner of his eyes and brow brimmed with the boundless, dazzling pride of a victorious youth. I couldn't even begin to guess how many young noblewomen had their hearts stolen in that single breathless moment. It was only a pity that the brilliant young hero already had someone in his heart. As the marching procession drew near the infirmary, the surrounding crowd acted as if they had secretly coordinated this moment. Suddenly they parted like the sea, pushing me directly to the very front. Madame Wang gave me a firm shove from behind. Go! Caught entirely off guard, I stumbled forward, finding myself standing completely alone in the open street, right in his path. Nathaniel's gaze locked onto me. He immediately pulled hard on the reins, halting his horse, and vaulted smoothly out of the saddle, striding directly toward me. Rowena! His eyes were remarkably bright, but his voice was rough and hoarse. Not entirely understanding the intense look in his eyes, I lowered my head and murmured, "Your Grace, I congratulate you on your triumph." Before I could even finish my sentence, a strong pair of arms wrapped around my waist, hoisting me effortlessly into the air. A sharp gasp of surprise escaped my lips. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into a deafening chorus of cheers, whistles, and teasing laughter. Nathaniel deposited me securely onto the saddle, immediately vaulting up right behind me. His strong arm clamped tightly around my waist. With a swift squeeze of his legs, he urged the horse forward. Another massive wave of wild cheering and good-natured laughter washed over us from the onlookers. I knew they meant no harm, but my face still burned a brilliant, flustered red. I turned my head slightly and whispered urgently, "Your Grace, put me down. This is entirely against protocol." A low, rumbling chuckle vibrated from deep within Nathaniel's chest. "Rowena, do not refuse," he murmured. "Look at the people around you. You have earned every bit of this." His heavy breaths brushed against the sensitive skin of my neck, damp, searing, and overwhelmingly warm. We won. From today onward, there will be no more war at the northern frontier. No more displacement. No more elderly fathers sending their sons, wives sending their husbands, or young children sending their fathers to the blood-soaked battlefield. Our northern border will be as peaceful and prosperous as the capital. Rowena, I am truly so happy." Beneath the overwhelming joy, his voice carried a profound, heavy sense of remembrance. I turned my head slightly, my gaze falling straight into the fathomless depths of his eyes. The Duke's family had been unyielding martyrs for 5 generations. Hundreds of his kin had laid down their lives, their bones forever buried in the freezing northern earth. The memorial hall was so packed with their ancestral tablets that a single room could no longer hold them all. More than a century of endless bloodshed had finally come to an absolute end with Nathaniel's generation. In that fleeting moment, my heart softened completely. The man sitting right in front of me might not have been a proper husband, but he was undeniably a magnificent, peerless general. Strategizing in the war room and slaughtering enemies on the front line, he carried the crushing weight of tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of northern citizens on his shoulders. It was a burden as heavy as a towering mountain. Countless times in the dead of night, I had delivered hot soup to his study, only to find him standing entirely alone, staring deeply at the defense maps. Under the flickering, searing candlelight, his solitary silhouette always radiated a profound, suffocating loneliness. "Yes," I offered a gentle smile, sighing softly. "Yes, it is finally over." The triumphant parade eventually reached the Duke's estate. Nathaniel dismounted first, then effortlessly reached up to lift me down from the saddle. Once we stepped inside, the servants had already prepared steaming baths. Nathaniel headed straight to the washroom to bathe. Meanwhile, I went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. I brought a steaming bowl of mutton noodles to the table and waited. I waited for a long time, so long that a thick layer of fat began to congeal on the surface of the broth, yet he still hadn't come out. I ordered Amber to take the noodles back to the stove to reheat them, then walked toward the washroom myself. I knocked firmly on the door, but there was no response from inside. After a moment of hesitation, I simply pushed the door open. Amidst the thick, rising steam, Nathaniel was leaning his head back against the edge of the large wooden tub, completely fast asleep. His exposed, muscular chest and shoulders were covered in a terrifying crisscross of deep and shallow battle scars. I quietly turned around, stepped outside, and summoned his personal guards to help him out. By the time he finally woke up, it was already the dead of night. I had been dozing, leaning against the soft chaise lounge. Hearing movement, I groggily opened my eyes. Through the haze of sleep, I saw a tall shadow gently press my shoulders back down. "Rowena, go back to sleep." The heavy doors creaked open as he stepped outside. A cold breeze fluttered the curtains, carrying the savory, mouth-watering aroma of hot mutton broth in from the courtyard. Unable to fall back asleep, I slipped into my thick snowfox fur coat and walked outside. In the courtyard, Amber was jogging over with a tray of food for Nathaniel. Catching sight of me, she stammered, "My lady, why are you up?" Nathaniel asked, swallowing a mouthful of the steaming broth. "Did I wake you?" "No. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat a little?" "All right." I stepped forward and sat down right beside him. Hearing his offer, Amber hastily scurried off to fetch another bowl and pair of chopsticks. Only the two of us were left in the dimly lit room. Under the flickering lantern light, I stared at his sharply defined, exhausted face. For a moment, I had absolutely no idea what to say. Nathaniel met my gaze and spoke first, smoothly breaking the awkward silence. "What is the situation in Frostfall?" "The city is holding up fine for now. However, many lives were lost when the Raider army besieged the walls. The people's spirits are relatively stable at the moment, but we must immediately follow up with reconstruction efforts and proper compensation for the fallen soldiers and civilians." "I see. Official Zhao is already tallying the numbers. He will compile a full report." "Also," I bit my lip, feeling a sudden flash of embarrassment. "There is one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" I pressed my lips together and recounted the entire incident of how I had forcefully raided Master He's estate for medical supplies at knife point. The situation was truly a matter of life and death. I was completely out of options. I fully expected him to be angry or at least intensely frustrated. Yet, completely exceeding my expectations, a warm, genuine wave of amusement surfaced in his eyes. "Which means you have to back me up." Seeing his reaction, I immediately seized the opportunity and pressed my advantage. "Done." Nathaniel agreed with a low chuckle. "You are incredibly bold. Weren't you afraid something terrible might happen when you barged in there?" "Of course I was afraid." I spread my hands in helpless exasperation. But the infirmary floor was covered in dying soldiers desperately waiting to be saved. No matter how terrified I was, I had to go. "You have worked incredibly hard. Compared to all of you, what little I did was entirely insignificant. Now that the war is finally over, what are you planning to do next?" For some unknown reason, Amber was taking forever to return. Feeling thirsty, I poured myself a cup of hot water, took a slow sip and asked the question casually. It wasn't exactly a difficult question, yet it seemed to freeze him completely. After a very long, heavy silence, he finally spoke. "For now, I haven't really thought about it. Crushing the northern tribes so thoroughly that they would never dare set foot in our kingdom again. That has been the lifelong dream of the Duke's bloodline ever since my grandfather's time. Over the years, I have poured absolutely every waking moment of my life into achieving that. The battlefield is ruthless. I never knew which day I might end up as a frozen corpse in the dirt. As for the future, I simply never planned for one. There is no rush. You have plenty of time ahead of you now." I offered a soft, comforting smile. Seeing that Amber still hadn't returned, I stood up. "I'll go check on her. What is taking her so long just to fetch a bowl?" The moment I pulled the doors open, I caught Amber and Aunt Martha standing stealthily right outside, balancing trays of hot soup and food while shamelessly eavesdropping. Seeing me suddenly appear, the two of them jumped in sheer terror, nearly spilling the piping hot food all over the floor. "Mael, give me the food." I shot Amber a look that was half amused and half warning. Amber shrank her neck back like a startled turtle, not quite daring to meet my eyes, and offered a highly sheepish, guilty grin. I rolled my eyes at her, took the heavy tray from her hands and spun back around, only to be met with Nathaniel's incredibly bright, laughing face. 15. Eat up. Is this enough? I asked. It is. Perhaps because the Great War was finally over, he looked incredibly relaxed at this moment. Not long after finishing his meal, Nathaniel fell back into a deep, heavy slumber. I sat on the soft chaise lounge, remaining wide awake the entire night. The royal decree from the capital arrived with startling speed. On the third day after Nathaniel's return, an urgent, express royal edict reached the Duke's estate. Aside from the standard bureaucratic praises, the core message was clear. Nathaniel and his commanders were ordered to return to the capital immediately to receive their royal rewards. 3 days later, on another beautifully sunny morning, Nathaniel and I sat in the carriage, setting off on the long journey back to the capital together. Lord He, having just barely recovered from his severe illness, sat alone in the carriage behind us. The crushing exhaustion of endless warfare could not be cured in just a few days. Nathaniel spent most of the journey resting, only occasionally reading the intelligence reports forwarded from Frostfall and the capital. Half a month later, our convoy finally arrived at the capital. Crowds of eager citizens had gathered all the way from the grand city gates. Nathaniel had changed into his iconic silver armor, graciously accepting the thunderous congratulations of the entire city. Even though the entire city knew he was a married man, bold and passionate young women still tossed fresh greenhouse flowers and sweet fruits at him. Sitting in the carriage, I pulled back the curtain to take a look, just in time for a young girl with terrible aim to toss a flower right through the window and into my lap. Her small face flushed a brilliant red, her eyes burning with scorching adoration as she stared at Nathaniel. I picked up the flower, casually handed it to Amber, and leaned back against the carriage wall to rest. Having spent only a few months in the vast, untamed northern frontier, returning to this magnificent capital suddenly filled me with an overwhelming sense of repulsion. It felt exactly like a heavy rope tightening around my neck. Nathaniel did not return to the estate. He headed straight into the royal palace. Amber supported my hand as I stepped down from the carriage. The steward led a large group of servants to welcome me at the gates. Surprisingly, even Lady Sylvia was there. Draped in luxurious brocade and thick fox fur, a ruby hairpin the size of a longan fruit gleaming in her hair, she was dressed to the absolute nines. It seemed her secret business ventures outside the estate were going quite well. Within the estate, if our relationship wasn't outright hostile, it was certainly freezing cold. Fortunately, the Duke's manor was massive enough that we could largely avoid each other and live in peace. Aside from a few vicious rumors that had leaked from her south courtyard, which only stopped after I ordered the offending servants severely disciplined right in front of her face, things had been relatively quiet. When Nathaniel later heard the reasons for my punishment, he immediately threw those servants out of the estate entirely. I heard that even Lady Sylvia's desperate weeping and pleading had been utterly useless. "Your Grace, where is His Grace?" Lady Sylvia asked hastily, walking up with a distinctly anxious look on her face. "He entered the palace," I replied coolly. Hearing this, she instantly lost all interest. She lazily ordered her maid, Pearl, to support her arm and turned right back around. I was long accustomed to her theatrical behavior and paid it no mind. I instructed the steward to bring me all the financial ledgers from the days I was away. Having been gone for so long, a mountain of estate affairs had piled up. By the time I finished listening to the final report from the farm managers, the sky outside had already turned pitch black. Figuring that Nathaniel would undoubtedly drink heavily at the grand royal banquet today, I ordered the kitchens to prepare a hangover-soothing broth before having Amber serve my dinner. I had always eaten simply within the estate, just 3 light dishes and a soup. Exhausted to my bones, I went to bed very early. In the middle of the night, I heard movements outside my door. I threw a robe over my shoulders and sat up. Just as I stepped into the outer room, Nathaniel walked in, reeking heavily of alcohol. The older servants and maids keeping the night watch stared at him with wide, surprised eyes, which subtly gleamed with a trace of joyful excitement. Everyone knew that ever since the night of our wedding, he had never stayed the night in my courtyard again. Most times he only came by to sit for a short while. Looking at his state right now, it was highly likely he intended to stay the night. Centuries of rigid traditions and societal rules kept women firmly chained within the walls of their estates. The doctrine that a woman must absolutely submit to her husband had never changed. A woman who was unloved by her husband, no matter how brilliant or exceptional she was, would inevitably suffer endless, vicious gossip behind her back. Therefore, seeing Nathaniel come straight to the main courtyard on his very first night back, how could the maids and servants not be overjoyed? After all, every servant wished for their mistress to rise in power and favor. Amber looked at me with deep concern in her eyes. I pressed my lips together, my gaze heavy and complicated as I stared at him. Rationality screamed at me that I absolutely could not refuse his stay, yet deep down, a stubborn part of me remained profoundly unwilling. I deeply respected his sacrifices for the kingdom and its people. I admired his vast knowledge, and truthfully, my heart had even stirred for him. It was just a bitter pity that we had met at the wrong time. It was like planting a sunflower in the dead of autumn. You simply cannot expect it to bloom in the freezing winter. Thinking of my aging parents back home, I knew I absolutely could not turn him away at a moment like this. With a soft, silent sigh in my heart, I waved a hand at Amber and said, "Go fetch the hangover broth for His Grace. There is no rush. Prepare the bathwater first." "I need to wash," Nathaniel spoke up, his voice heavy. "Right away," Amber replied, shooting me a quick glance. Even though he rarely visited, I always kept a complete set of his clothing fully prepared in my room. As his official wife, I had never neglected a single one of my duties. Sitting at the table, I stared blankly at the moon outside the window. The pale moonlight pierced through the sheer silk curtains, casting a single, painfully lonely silhouette onto the freezing stone floor. I had grown entirely accustomed to being alone. Having another person suddenly intrude upon my night left me feeling deeply unsettled. When Nathaniel emerged, the alcohol had largely worn off. Amber brought over the hangover-soothing broth. He downed it in a single gulp, and with a single sharp look, he dismissed Amber, who had deliberately lingered in the room. Amber shot me a pitiful, aggrieved look, but at my subtle nod, she quietly retreated. "The clothes fit perfectly." "I am glad they fit." I pulled my outer robe tighter around my shoulders, desperately trying to find something to say. Nathaniel had returned to the estate but hadn't visited the south courtyard. I fully expected a disruption from that side to arrive any moment now. "Did you see the Queen Mother?" "I did. During the days you were missing, she was sick with worry for you. After the royal banquet ended, she kept me in her palace to talk for a long time. Crushing the northern tribes and permanently ending the war at the frontier was half strategy and half pure luck. Being able to return alive is a profound blessing." "Was the ambush to rescue Chieftain Wanyan's youngest son deliberate?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. "No, it was more of taking advantage of the situation. Wanyan truly dotes on his youngest son, and even intended to push him onto the chieftain's throne. How could his much older brothers ever swallow that? Zosha acted so recklessly this time precisely because his older brother secretly pushed him into it." Nathaniel let out a cold laugh, a complex, indescribable glint flickering in his eyes. "Power is a fine wine, but it is also a deadly poison. It is intoxicatingly fragrant, yet it lures men into fatal temptation. It wasn't just the northern tribes on the steppes. Our own kingdom was no different. Following the king's severe illness a while ago, the political currents in the capital had been churning wildly. Rumors whispered that His Majesty even entertained the thought of passing the throne to his youngest son, the 13th prince. And my father, as the tutor to the crown prince, was trapped right in the dead center of this power struggle, completely unable to extract himself. Just thinking about it made my head throb. If only to ensure my father could retreat from the storm unscathed, I had absolutely no choice but to maintain a good relationship with Nathaniel. "It is unbearably cold at the top," Nathaniel suddenly remarked out of nowhere, shooting me a profound glance. Just as I parted my lips to reply, I finally heard my long-awaited rescue. At this exact moment, Nanny Mabel's voice sounded like absolute music to my ears. Amber truly understood my heart perfectly. In the past, she would have fiercely blocked the door, but this time she let the old woman straight in. Pushing aside the curtains, Nanny Mabel practically sprinted directly toward Nathaniel. Having been ruthlessly disciplined by me both openly and in secret over the past few years, she had clearly learned to behave. At the very least, she remembered to bow. "Greetings to your grace, greetings to my lady." Nanny Mabel curtsied, though her eyes were locked entirely onto him. I was in an excellent mood. With a polite, gracious smile, I asked, "Nanny Mabel, what brings you here so late at night? Is Lady Sylvia feeling unwell?" It was the same tired old trick, but as long as it worked on Nathaniel, that was all that mattered. "My lady is not unwell. It is just that upon hearing your grace was injured at the border, she has been sick with worry, unable to eat or sleep. Since your grace entered the palace the moment you returned to the city, she has not been able to see you. Hearing from the gatekeepers that you have finally returned, she specifically sent me to inquire about your well-being." As she spoke, she carefully stole glances at Nathaniel's expression to gauge his reaction. Under normal circumstances, Nathaniel would have immediately stood up and rushed over to her. Yet he didn't move an inch. He simply replied in a flat, impossibly calm tone, "Go back and tell your lady that I am perfectly fine." Nanny Mabel froze in pure shock. After a long pause, she probed tentatively, "My lady has been waiting from dawn until dusk today. I appreciate her sentiments. Tell her to go to sleep early. It is getting late, and I will be resting in the main courtyard tonight." The moment those words left his mouth, Nanny Mabel's pupils shrank violently. Even I almost failed to control the absolute shock on my own face. Nathaniel noticed my reaction. Though his face appeared emotionless, the corners of his lips subtly curved upward. "Is there anything else?" "If not, leave. It is late, and the Duchess and I need to rest." Since he had spoken so absolutely, Nanny Mabel, knowing Nathaniel's unyielding temper, didn't dare say another word. However, as she scurried away, her face was terrifyingly pale. Unlike me, Lady Sylvia did not have a powerful family background to rely on. Even when Nathaniel disliked me, he couldn't treat me too harshly. Her entire status within this estate came exclusively from Nathaniel. If she lost his favor, even if I lifted not a single finger, the vicious gossip of the servants alone would be enough to drown her. And considering how outrageously arrogant she had been these past few years, there was no shortage of bitter resentment against her among the staff. "Rowena, it is late. Let us sleep." My entire body went completely stiff. The smile I managed to force out looked more like a grimace of pure agony. Nathaniel chuckled softly but said nothing. He walked into the inner room first and lay down on the bed, watching as I awkwardly crawled in like a frightened cat, shrinking under the blankets and desperately trying to put as much space between us as possible. Even though we were husband and wife and several years had already passed in certain aspects, he was still an absolute stranger to me. The lamps were extinguished. My heartbeat grew violently erratic as an arm reached out toward me in the darkness. Nathaniel leaned in close, his shallow breaths brushing against my ear. "Rowena, I am sorry. I have put you through so many grievances all these years. Now that the war is over, I will spend the rest of my days making it up to you. Sleep in peace. I know you are unwilling, and I am willing to wait until the day your heart truly consents. Rest early. Tomorrow I am taking you somewhere." Having said that, he withdrew his arm. I let out a breath of relief. I shot him a quick, sidelong glance before hastily averting my eyes. Even though Nathaniel did absolutely nothing and had even made such a solemn vow, there was still another living, breathing person lying right beside me. Entirely unaccustomed to it, I tossed and turned in a daze, only managing to catch a tiny sliver of sleep right as dawn broke. With my mind weighed down by so many thoughts, deep sleep was impossible. When I dragged myself out of bed the next morning, my spirits were terribly low as Amber helped me with my hair and makeup. "My lady," Amber trailed off, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. I instantly understood her implication and rolled my eyes. "Stop letting your imagination run wild. Nothing happened. His Grace ordered the horses to be readied a moment ago. He said he is taking you out, my lady, and he forbade anyone else from following." "Where are the two of you going?" Amber asked, her brows furrowed in confusion. "I have no idea. He only briefly mentioned it last night. But since he is preparing the horses, I assume it won't be a short trip." I raised a hand to cover a yawn, my eyes still heavy with sleep. "Oh right. Since we are riding out, just style my hair into a simple updo. Fetch me something elegant but practical for moving around. I highly doubt we are making any formal social calls." "Understood." Hearing my instructions, Amber swiftly changed her approach. She twisted my hair into a neat, simple bun at the back of my head and secured it with a single, elegant magnolia hairpin. Even though the war had ended, Nathaniel still hadn't broken his habit of practicing martial arts at the crack of dawn. By the time he returned to the courtyard, it was just in time for breakfast. During the meal, the south courtyard sent someone over to request his presence yet again, but Nathaniel dismissed them without a second thought. After we finished eating, Nathaniel picked up a travel journal I had previously read and leaned back on the chaise lounge, resting for a while longer. I sat nearby with a book of my own, but I couldn't absorb a single word. My peripheral vision kept secretly darting over to him. It was an incredibly bizarre feeling. Even though we had gone through life and death together in Frostfall and our relationship had certainly grown closer, that invisible, suffocating barrier between us had never truly been shattered. Yet, ever since we returned to the capital and he made that single trip into the royal palace, absolutely everything had changed. Truthfully, I hadn't minded our previous way of living at all. Compared to those awful men who spoiled their mistresses and abused their official wives, he was actually quite decent. He had given me every ounce of respect I was due. The only reason the South Courtyard was forced to behave so meekly now was largely due to Nathaniel's absolute suppression and restraint. Perhaps I should find some time to enter the palace and have a proper chat with the Queen Mother. I was confident I could squeeze some answers out of her. "Are you well rested?" I was lost in my own thoughts and let out a soft gasp of surprise, not registering his words immediately. "Are you ready to leave?" "I am." So he had been lingering here just waiting for me to rest. A complex mess of emotions twisted in my heart. The horses were already waiting at the front gates as Nathaniel led me outside. Nathaniel's steed Snow was boredly pawing at the ground. The moment it saw me, it immediately thrust its massive head over for a greeting. I gently stroked its nose and let out a soft laugh. Compared to dealing with people, interacting with animals was far more genuine. Nathaniel smiled. Without waiting for me to mount, he expertly hoisted me up onto the saddle. With a single fluid motion he vaulted up right behind me. All the servants gathered at the gates watched us with wide beaming smiles. Just as Nathaniel pulled on the reins to set off, a fragile trembling figure came stumbling desperately out from the manor gates. Lady Sylvia didn't even need her maids to support her anymore. She cried out his name with a tearful, heartbroken voice. "Your Grace!" The moment she saw me sitting on the horse, the look in her eyes drastically changed. "Your Grace." Nathaniel looked down at her, but made no move to dismount. "Is there something you need?" "It is nothing important. It is just that upon your Grace's return to the estate, I had not yet." Her voice trailed off slightly. "Paid my respects." Her large, watery eyes gazed up at Nathaniel, brimming with fragile expectation. Paired with her jade-white dress, she truly looked the absolute picture of pitiful fragility. I turned my head to look at Nathaniel. Had this been any other ordinary day, he would have long since dismounted to comfort her. Yet at this moment he showed barely any reaction at all. He simply lowered his eyes. "Well, now you have seen me. It is freezing today and your health is poor. You should go back inside and rest early." Without waiting for Lady Sylvia to utter another word, he immediately ordered the servants to escort her back. Lady Sylvia froze entirely in place. Seemingly having never expected such a dismissive response, the bright light in her eyes instantly dimmed. I watched her, but I couldn't muster a single ounce of sympathy in my heart. I had learned from the steward just yesterday that ever since I left, without my absolute authority to keep her in check, the Duke's estate had become her personal kingdom. Everyone knew she was his Grace's precious darling. Who would dare offend her? Taking full advantage of this time, Lady Sylvia and her distant cousin had committed no shortage of atrocities throughout the capital. They abducted common girls, forcefully seized farmlands from the peasants on the city outskirts, and ruthlessly acquired shops on the commercial streets at impossibly low prices. It could safely be said they had committed every despicable deed imaginable. However, because Nathaniel was at a critical juncture in the war against the Northern Raiders, The news had never reached him at the frontier. Even so, a massive pile of official petitions demanding their impeachment was already stacking up in the capital. Truthfully, I simply couldn't understand why on earth she needed so much silver. Nathaniel's profound affection and boundless indulgence toward her were obvious to everyone. With Nathaniel by her side, she would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of her life. In fact, she could live far better than the vast majority of people. Endless greed is a sin. The faces of the servants present were filled with silent unease, and the way they secretly looked at Lady Sylvia had subtly shifted. I remained entirely silent. Snow was already growing impatient standing still. With a single flick of the reins from Nathaniel, the majestic horse bolted forward enthusiastically. Though we were on the main streets of the city, he skillfully kept its pace under control. The wind on horseback was fierce, so Nathaniel gently pulled the hood of my cloak over my head to shield me. Snow galloped steadily north. Only after we had completely exited the city gates did it truly unleash its full speed. I stared at the road ahead, the roaring wind rushing past my ears. Behind me pressed his solid, powerful chest, radiating a scorching heat. Snow didn't slow down until we reached the foot of Mount Putul. Before us lay a narrow path paved with green stones, surrounded by wild, freshly sprouted weeds. Snow was clearly very familiar with this place. After we dismounted, the horse leisurely began walking up the path on its own. I could only be thankful for my own foresight in dressing simply today. Nathaniel's expression was intensely solemn. Holding his sharp sword as if on a sacred pilgrimage, he walked ahead to clear the path for me, slicing away the overgrown weeds. I vaguely sensed that our destination today was far from ordinary. I remained perfectly quiet, asking absolutely nothing, and simply followed behind him step by step. More than an hour later, we finally arrived at our destination. My calves ached terribly from the exhausting climb. I stood in place to catch my breath. Before us was a steep cliff, and below it lay a sunken valley. The valley floor was blanketed with lush green grass and towering trees, and hidden among them, one could faintly make out numerous wooden markers driven into the earth. Nathaniel revealed a rare expression of deep sorrow and melancholy. "Rowena, let us go. We are heading down." "All right." I gave a slight nod. He reached out and grasped my hand firmly. My first instinct was to pull away, but after a moment of hesitation, I ultimately relented. Even the usually energetic Snow became extraordinarily quiet at this moment, taking every single step down into the valley with profound solemnity. Looking down from the top of the mountain was an entirely different experience from standing within the valley itself. Only now could I clearly see those wooden markers. Every single one bore a person's name. The damp earth was mixed with the rusted, decaying remains of shattered swords and axe handles. Rather than calling it a valley, it would perhaps be far more accurate to call it a mass grave. Nathaniel untied a large bundle from Snow's saddle. Without even lifting his head, he spoke. "This is the graveyard of the Northern Army. For any fallen soldier whose family cannot be found, we take a personal belonging of theirs and lay them to rest here together. The ancestors of the Duke's bloodline rest here as well. Rowena, do you know how to cook?" "I do." I roughly guessed what he intended to do. I untied the bundle and sure enough it contained rice, raw meat, knives, and cooking pots. Resting at the very top was a large handful of crimson incense sticks. Nathaniel built a makeshift stove right there on the ground and began gathering firewood from the surroundings. I scooped some rice into a pot and walked over to the nearby stream to wash it. As I did, I noticed Snow standing beside one of the wooden markers, affectionately rubbing its face against the wood over and over again. I walked over to take a look. The wooden marker bore names like Windchaser, Cloudbreaker, and Dark Sky. The wood was already severely rotted, making the characters barely legible, and many other names had faded entirely. I gently stroked Snow's head and left it there in peace. After washing the rice and vegetables by the stream, I walked back. Nathaniel had already finished digging the stove, and a bright fire was roaring to life. I placed the pot of water and rice onto the stove, found a flat stone, and began chopping the vegetables and meat. The rice would take quite a while to cook, so once I finished prepping the ingredients, I set them aside, waiting to stir-fry them only when the rice was done. Nathaniel had brought 2 large jars of wine. He picked up one of the jars. "Rowena, come with me." "All right." I said nothing more. It had been a long time since anyone visited the valley. Scattered rocks littered the ground, and wild weeds grew completely unchecked. He led me beneath a massive lush tree with sprawling branches. He popped the seal off the wine jar and spoke in a hushed voice. The ashes of every member of the Duke's family who died on the battlefield are buried right here. His expression instantly turned profoundly solemn as he spoke. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. Nathaniel has brought his wife Rowena to pay her respects. The raiders have been shattered, and the northern frontier is finally secured. The lifelong dream of our family has been fulfilled. You may all rest in peace. I had long anticipated this. I knelt down and offered a deeply respectful formal bow. Your daughter-in-law Rowena pays her respects to grandfather, grandmother, father and mother. Nathaniel lifted the jar of wine and slowly poured it onto the earth before the great tree. He then fell to his knees and heavily kowtowed several times against the ground. I knelt quietly behind him and followed suit, kowtowing several times as well. I felt absolutely no resistance or hesitation in doing so. The sheer sacrifices of this family truly deserved nothing less. Nathaniel stood up, took my hand and led me over to sit on a large stone beneath the tree. At this moment, he completely shed the heavy burden of a general and the terrifying authority of the Duke of the North. Looking exactly like a child yearning for his family, he chattered endlessly, recounting to the resting souls the experiences he had endured year after year. Listening to him recount unimaginably deadly encounters in such an extraordinarily calm tone, I only felt a chilling shock in my heart. At the end of the day, I had been perfectly protected all my life. Compared to everything he had faced, the brutal warfare I experienced in Frostfall now seemed like nothing more than child's play. He talked for a very long time before finally stopping. He stared blankly at the earth for another long moment before turning his head to look at me. Have you been waiting long? I shook my head. Not at all. We are in no rush anyway. It has been quite some time since your grace last visited. You should spend more time with father and mother. That is enough. Our greatest wish has been fulfilled, and there will be plenty of time in the future. The rice should be almost done. Let us head back. Saying this, he stood up and naturally grasped my hand. Halfway back he suddenly asked, Are you not curious, Rowena? Why is the Duke's family burial ground located here? A little. Then whose tombstones are those up on Mount Bayding? If my memory served me right, the ancestral graveyard of the Duke's family was a magnificent royal grant, situated directly adjacent to the royal mausoleums and meticulously maintained by dedicated caretakers. Those are merely for outsiders to see. Rather than lying solemnly up there receiving grand offerings, the ancestors of our family vastly prefer to stay alongside the very soldiers they fought and died with. We came from the dirt here, and to the dirt here we shall ultimately return. Nathaniel plucked a vibrant yellow wildflower and casually tucked it into my hair. When our time comes 100 years from now, we will both be resting right here too. 100 years? I was slightly startled and did not reply. Thinking of Lady Sylvia's slender, graceful silhouette back at the estate, a complicated knot formed in my chest. I completely understood that he was bearing his true heart to me, but could he and I truly share a lifetime together? Once we reached the stove, the rice in the pot was perfectly steamed. I rolled up my sleeves and began stir-frying the dishes. Nathaniel lit the crimson incense sticks and wandered throughout the vast valley, planting a few sticks at various spots along the way. A pot of white rice, a plate of simple stir-fry, and a single jar of wine. Nathaniel saved the final 3 sticks of incense, planting them directly in front of the food. After offering a final toast of wine and murmuring a few parting words, he raised his voice and called for Snow. The heavy thud of Snow's hooves shattered the absolute silence. With everything finished, we led the horse and slowly hiked back up the path. The roaring wind whistling behind us sounded exactly like a chorus of joyous leaping cheers. Just as we reached the top of the cliff, a brilliant beam of sunlight pierced right through our vision. It truly is a beautiful day, I said, narrowing my eyes at the sun hanging brightly in the sky. Yes, it is a beautiful day. The corners of Nathaniel's lips curled up into a bright, genuine smile. Completely freed from his lifelong burdens, his smile was breathtakingly handsome. Snow let out a joyous whinny and trotted eagerly ahead of us, as if hurrying us along. The journey down the mountain was undeniably much easier than the grueling hike up. Not long after, we both mounted snow once again and rode back. The wind roared past my ears, sounding exactly like the steady, powerful rhythm of a beating heart. Almost the exact moment we returned to the Duke's estate, news arrived from the south courtyard that Lady Sylvia was suffering from heart palpitations. The trick was far from new, but as long as it worked, that was all that mattered. I dismounted, lifting my dew-dampened skirts, and looked up at him. Before us, Nanny Mabel from the south courtyard stared at Nathaniel with a face full of desperate expectation. Nathaniel gazed down at my face. He reached out and gave my hand a gentle squeeze. "Rowena, I need to go see her. I will explain everything when I return. The situation between Lady Sylvia and me is quite complicated. Please go ahead, Your Grace. Do not worry about me." I offered a faint, graceful smile, revealing absolutely none of my true emotions. Standing beside me, Amber couldn't hold back a scoff, her face twisting into a look of absolute disdain. Once they were gone, I lightly patted her arm as a warning. "What were you doing just now? Have you completely forgotten all the manners I taught you?" "No." Amber bit her lip. After holding it in for a moment, she finally couldn't help but burst out. "My lady, what exactly is His Grace thinking? That woman in the south courtyard is clearly faking it. What does it matter if it is real or fake? As long as the man she wants to deceive believes it, then it becomes real. Then what does His Grace mean by treating you like this?" Amber's voice was thick with indignant fury. "Amber, you grew up by my side. You should understand by now that this world is incredibly unfair to women. It is perfectly ordinary for a man's heart to wander. A lifelong singular devotion like the one my father and mother share is extraordinarily rare. Such love is a profound blessing to have, not a right to lose." Because my words were far too private, whenever passing maids saw us and tried to approach to pay their respects, I waved them away to give us space. Amber stepped forward and supported my arm. Having climbed the mountain for so long, a deep exhaustion had finally set into my bones. I studied Amber's face intently. Suddenly, I realized that the childish little girl who had always followed me around had blossomed into a graceful, beautiful young woman. I couldn't help but chuckle. Looking closely, our Amber has truly grown up. Have you caught the eye of any handsome young suitor? My lady, stop teasing me. We were talking about you. Amber's small face flushed a brilliant red, her eyes darting away in embarrassment. The corners of my lips curled into a soft smile before my expression turned completely serious. Amber, I am speaking to you honestly. If nothing unexpected happens, my life will likely remain exactly like this. But you are different from me. You grew up with me, and I desperately want what is best for you. This world may be unfair to women, but above all that stands power. Fortunately, your lady is one of the very few women in this world who wields true authority. You can take your time and pick whoever you want. As long as it is not the royal family, I can absolutely guarantee that no man will ever dare to bully you. You will live a happy, perfect life. No, I won't marry. I will take the vow of a spinster. I am going to stay by your side for the rest of my life." Hearing my words, Amber instantly panicked, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "You silly girl, why must you throw your life away to keep me company? Or do you plan to abandon me and run far away once you marry? No matter what happens, we will always be together." I gently patted her arm to soothe her. How could I ever do that? Amber was practically in tears. "I just won't marry. I want to stay right here with you, my lady. You are such an incredible person. Why must your life end up like this?" At this point, Amber furiously cursed. "He is absolute scum. Guard your tongue." I shook my head, pressing a finger to my lips in warning. In all fairness, he is simply no different from any other man in this world. Your expectations are just too high. Besides, ever since I married him, he hasn't treated me poorly at all. He has given me every ounce of dignity and respect I am due. If anyone dares to mock me, he steps up and brutally settles the score for me. Even now, the Minister of Right's wife has to take a detour whenever she sees me walking down the street. But, my lady, don't you think it is a bitter pity? A pity about what? I steadied my gaze on her and spoke slowly. Love is inherently a precious and extraordinarily rare thing. There is no point in forcing it. Even those who fall deeply in love at first, don't their hearts eventually change as well? Then, my lady, do you think His Grace truly loves Lady Sylvia? Amber asked with clear hesitation. I froze for a split second. Why do you ask? I don't know. It's just a feeling, Amber said, furrowing her brows. I laughed. Who could possibly know that? Perhaps. Returning to the main courtyard, I ordered the servants to prepare a bath. After eating dinner, I leaned lazily against the soft chaise lounge, casually flipping through a newly published poetry anthology. I had no idea when I drifted off to sleep. By the time I finally woke up, I had already been moved to the bed. Resting right beside me was a strong, solid leg. Looking up, I saw Nathaniel leaning against the headboard, reading a book while keeping watch over me as I slept. You're awake. What time is it? I asked, pushing myself up on my elbows. Just past dusk. There is nothing pressing to attend to. If you are still tired, you can sleep a while longer. Nathaniel raised a hand and gently tucked the blanket around me. Truthfully, I didn't want to get up either. Amber's words hadn't been entirely lost on me. They had stirred something in my heart. I genuinely wanted to sort out exactly what kind of relationship existed between him and me. I needed to find a way to start the conversation. So I began with a simple question. Your Grace, how is Lady Sylvia's illness? How else could it be? Perhaps it was real in the past, but it certainly isn't now. Nathaniel set down the travel journal I had read previously, an amused, almost mocking half-smile playing on his lips. Your Grace is perfectly aware of this, yet you continue to indulge her, don't you? I lay back down and remarked coolly. Perhaps catching the biting sarcasm in my words, Nathaniel looked down at me, the amusement in his eyes only growing deeper. Rowena, my relationship with Lady Sylvia is absolutely not what you think it is. I didn't answer. I simply shifted my gaze to his face, thinking to myself, then what else could it possibly be? Lady Sylvia's surname is not Sylvia. Her true family name is Blackwood. She is the absolute last surviving orphan of the illustrious House of Blackwood from the northern frontier. Hearing that name, my eyes instantly shot wide open. The House of Blackwood from the north. You mean the House of Blackwood? Yes. The very same family whose thousands of iron riders guarded the mountain passes while demons wept in the night? Yes. The same family that embezzled military funds and caused the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Blood Ridge? Yes. With every single confirmation from Nathaniel, a heavy shock pounded in my chest. I finally began to vaguely understand exactly why Nathaniel's attitude toward Lady Sylvia was so bizarrely special. The House of Blackwood carried the supreme glory of defending the kingdom, but they also bore the unforgivable sin of nearly destroying it. During the catastrophic defeat at Blood Ridge years ago, the king flew into a terrifying bloodthirsty rage. Countless high-ranking officials in charge of military supplies and funds were brutally beheaded. The entire capital was drenched in a storm of blood. The Blackwoods fought alongside my family for decades, braving life and death together. Lady Sylvia's mother was my own mother's cousin. Right before she died, she fell to her knees and desperately begged me to protect the absolute last bloodline of the Blackwood family. At the time, the war was incredibly volatile. I had no other choice but to bring her back to my estate, completely change her name, and hide her away. A profound, suffocating exhaustion surfaced deep within Nathaniel's eyes. This is an incredibly dangerous secret. Why is your Grace telling me this today? I lowered my eyes, feeling a subtle creeping sense of unease. Rowena, you deserve to know. Then why are you only telling me this now? I immediately shot back. Nathaniel smiled. He reached out and firmly grasped my hand. Because the battlefield is ruthless. The outside world may praise me as an invincible god of war, but I bleed and I can die. Perhaps it will be a stray arrow shot blindly into the chaos, or a steel blade swinging from the shadows. Any day I could end up buried eternally beneath the northern snow, just like my ancestors. No man who steps onto a battlefield can ever guarantee he will return alive. Telling you the truth back then would have only burdened you with another deadly secret to worry about. And on the other hand, I suppose your Grace also felt that keeping Lady Sylvia and me separated and hostile in our own courtyard saved you a great deal of trouble, didn't you? I pointed out mercilessly. Yes, I admit it, Nathaniel replied seriously, his honesty completely unwavering. Furthermore, Rowena, I have never laid a finger on her. Huh? What? My eyes shot wide open in absolute shock. Hearing those words, I was momentarily struck entirely speechless. Nathaniel was, by all accounts, a perfectly healthy, virile man. Could it be that there was something wrong with his body? Perhaps because the look in my eyes was far too suspicious, he couldn't help but defend himself. What on earth is running through that head of yours? Taking her as a concubine was a completely forced move. Taking care of her was the dying wish of the Blackwood family. Furthermore, I never had any intention of taking a wife or bearing children in the first place. Call me heartless, call me selfish, but generations of my family have all been buried in the freezing northern dirt. I am the absolute last one left staring out at those endless steppes. I absolutely refuse to let my future children inherit this cursed destiny of fighting the northern raiders, living their entire lives in constant terror and exhaustion. If I am fortunate enough to end this war in my lifetime, then wonderful. But if I die on the battlefield, then the tragic fate of the Duke's bloodline ends permanently with me. Nathaniel spoke in a terrifyingly calm voice, his callous thumb gently tracing the back of my hand. I paused for a moment. Since your grace never planned to marry, then when the Queen Mother issued the royal decree, why didn't you refuse? I couldn't refuse. Why not? I couldn't help but ask. Because to permanently crush the raiders, I desperately needed her support. Nathaniel lowered his eyes to look at me and replied, truthfully, the king absolutely dreads the idea of the northern army growing too powerful. To him, the raiders are the perfect chain to keep my army in check. Since ancient times, a general whose achievements outshone the throne was an unsolvable threat to the crown. He had already said enough. To speak any further would be treading into unimaginably treasonous territory. I fell completely silent, staring blankly at the silk bed curtains as I slowly digested this massive revelation. Nathaniel wasn't in any rush either. He simply stayed by my side in quiet companionship. We stayed like that until Amber called out from outside the door, asking if she should serve dinner. I gave a soft sound of acknowledgement and pushed myself up. Just as I was about to step out of bed, I suddenly asked, "Then what does your grace plan to do about Lady Sylvia now? She has already amassed quite a fortune over the years. In another 2 years, once the political storms in the capital have entirely settled, I will find a good family for her in the northern frontier, ensuring she lives the rest of her life in peace and comfort." Nathaniel reached out to support me, his large hand sliding down to firmly clasp mine. "Rowena, I am truly sorry for the past, but we still have a long lifetime ahead of us." I perfectly understood the weight of his words, yet I had no desire to answer. I simply lowered my head and offered a faint smile. After dinner, Nathaniel stayed the night in the main courtyard. Taking advantage of the moment while helping me bathe, Amber asked cautiously, "My lady, what is the meaning of this?" I shook my head. "Send a messenger to my family's estate. I will be visiting my parents tomorrow." "Yes, my lady." That night, I could clearly sense his stirring desire. Yet, true to his solemn promise, he completely restrained his impulses, waiting for the day I willingly gave my consent. Still, I barely managed to catch a wink of sleep. Although the Northern War had ended, a mountain of aftermath affairs still required his attention, not to mention the endless stream of celebratory banquets hosted by various noble estates. Left with barely a moment of free time, Nathaniel headed out bright and early the next morning. Amber had just ordered the carriage to be readied. Just as we were about to depart for my family's estate, we saw Lord He standing before our gates with a royal carriage. "Your Grace, the Queen Mother requests your presence." Amber looked utterly surprised, blinking at me anxiously. I waved a hand dismissively and smiled. Having just returned from the northern frontier, it has indeed been quite some time since I last saw Her Majesty. It is only right that I pay my respects. "Amber, come help me up." "Right away." Amber immediately stepped forward, supporting my arm as I transferred to the royal carriage. The carriage rolled smoothly through the towering palace gates. Lord He led me down the familiar, winding paths until we reached the Palace of Tranquil Longevity. Waiting respectfully by the doors was the Queen Mother's most trusted senior maid, Matron Beatrice. Leading a flock of younger palace maids, she offered me a deep curtsy. This servant, Beatrice, pays her respects to the Duchess of the North. A flash of surprise crossed my mind, but I revealed absolutely nothing on my face. Instead, I smiled warmly. Matron Beatrice, please rise. What is the occasion? Why the grand reception? Matron Beatrice insisted on finishing her impeccable curtsy before finally standing straight, offering me a warm, amiable smile. Her relationship with the Queen Mother was exactly like Amber's relationship with me. A profound bond forged from growing up side by side since childhood. Furthermore, Beatrice had chosen to remain unmarried her entire life out of absolute devotion to the Queen Mother. Naturally, her status within the royal palace was extraordinarily high. It is nothing, Your Grace. I simply heard from Lord He about your magnificent heroism in Frostfall. I was deeply moved and filled with profound admiration. You flatter me, Matron Beatrice. Compared to the brave soldiers slaughtering enemies on the front lines, I merely did what little was within my power, I replied with practiced modesty. Your Grace must not belittle your own achievements. The corners of Beatrice's lips curled into a perfectly practiced smile as she gestured gracefully toward the inner halls. Please come in. The Queen Mother specifically went to the kitchens today to personally prepare your favorite yam and date paste cakes. Then I am truly in for a treat. I smiled, lowering my gaze. Yet, staring at the dazzling, magnificent palace before me, my heart felt as though it was being violently crushed by an invisible hand. It felt exactly like walking straight into the gaping maw of a bloodthirsty beast. Amber was immediately stopped outside the main hall. She shot me a deeply worried look. A bold young palace maid standing nearby chimed in with a sweet smile. You must be Sister Amber, right? Come with us to the side hall to enjoy some fresh fruits. Go ahead, I instructed. Only after receiving my permission did Amber finally follow them away. Matron Beatrice lifted the shimmering crystal bead curtains for me, guiding me into the grand hall. Inside, the Queen Mother, who still retained a striking, graceful beauty, was dressed in soft, comfortable white loungewear, reclining leisurely on a plush chaise lounge. Seated respectfully below her were the now fully grown Princess Alara and the current Crown Prince, chatting and laughing merrily as they kept her company. The moment I walked in, the Queen Mother's eyes visibly lit up. She immediately pushed herself up to sit straight. Rowena, come here quickly. Come closer and let me get a good look at you. I hastily quickened my pace. After offering a flawless, impeccable curtsy, I stood obediently before her. Look at you, you have lost so much weight these past months. The Queen Mother warmly grasped my hands, gently patting them, her eyes brimming with profound maternal pity. The horrific siege in Frostfall must have terrified you to death. I was indeed a little frightened. It was my fault for causing your Majesty so much worry, forcing you to go through the trouble of sending Lord He to bring me back. It was just that the situation was so critical at the time. I lowered my head, displaying the absolute perfect picture of a meek, obedient daughter-in-law. I understand perfectly. She laughed out loud, the look in her eyes growing even more affectionate. I was your age once too. Your actions have proven that I absolutely did not misjudge you. Entrusting Nathaniel to your capable hands means I can finally give a worthy answer to his late parents. Your Majesty's praises are far too generous. His Grace is a brilliant and invincible hero. It is I who married far above my station. Hearing you say such things truly leaves me humbled and anxious. The woman sitting before me was absolutely no ordinary person. How could anyone who had ruthlessly carved a blood-soaked path to the top through a palace full of stunning, venomously scheming beauties ever be kind-hearted? Even though she was Nathaniel's own aunt, every time I saw her, a suffocating, inexplicable sense of dread clawed at my throat. Sister Rowena, there is no need to be so modest. If you ask me, Brother Nathaniel is the lucky one to have married you. Princess Alara covered her mouth, giggling softly. I turned my head to look at her, and she shot me a playful, mischievous wink. Over the years in the dead of night, I had wondered countless times, if she hadn't fallen into that lake back then, or if the person who saved her hadn't been me, would Nathaniel and I have met under entirely different circumstances? Yet, cold rationality always reminded me that even without Princess Alara's incident, I would have been forced to marry him regardless. They simply would have found another excuse. As for why it had to be me, perhaps it had absolutely nothing to do with my own virtues. It was entirely because I was the daughter of the Crown Prince's tutor. I was simply the most perfect political pawn available. Whenever my thoughts wandered down this path, a bitter dullness washed over me. However, in this present moment, I absolutely could not allow a single trace of my true feelings to show. I had no choice but to lower my head and feign a bashful blush. Seeing my reaction, the Queen Mother chuckled. With a gentle tug, she pulled me down to sit right beside her on the chaise lounge. A maid respectfully presented a plate of my favorite yam and date paste cakes, and the Queen Mother affectionately coaxed me to eat. After a round of casual family chatter, aided by Princess Alara's playful banter and the Crown Prince's steady, gentle demeanor, the atmosphere in the hall actually appeared quite harmonious. More than 4 hours slowly dragged by. I was already thoroughly exhausted, yet the Queen Mother showed absolutely no sign of wanting to wrap up the conversation. Just as I took a sip of tea, desperately trying to force myself to stay alert, Matron Beatrice jogged lightly into the hall. "Your Majesty, the Duke of the North is requesting an audience outside. He says Your Majesty has kept the Duchess chatting for far too long, and he demands you return his wife to him immediately." As she reported this, Beatrice's eyes crinkled with genuine amusement. The tips of my ears burned a furious red. The Queen Mother shot me a teasing, knowing glance. All right, let him in." Hearing him say that makes it sound as if this old woman is the one being unreasonable. Beatrice stepped out. A moment later, Nathaniel walked in, looking striking in a jade-white brocade robe with an elegant jade crown resting atop his hair. After the formal greetings were exchanged, another round of polite pleasantries ensued. I felt exactly like a mischievous child who had stayed out playing too late, finally being collected and led home by Nathaniel. He firmly grasped my hand as we strolled slowly side by side. The Crown Prince walked alongside us. The two men engaged in what sounded like a casual conversation, but in reality every single word was a calculated, razor-sharp political maneuver. I was no stranger to the Crown Prince either. The once young tender boy had now fully learned to don the mask of a ruthless adult. In the royal family, innocence is the rarest and most deadly illusion. A sudden draft swept through the long corridors. The freezing chill of the deep palace seemed to seep straight into my very bones. Passing maids subtly darted probing glances our way. Heaven only knows exactly how many hidden spies belonging to different factions were secretly watching this exact scene unfold. The king was gravely ill, and rumors swirled that he intended to name a new heir to the throne. Whoever wished to sit upon that supreme chair would find the absolute support of Nathaniel, the man who controlled the kingdom's military might, to be of paramount importance. After bidding farewell to the Crown Prince, Nathaniel and I boarded the carriage back to our estate. Noticing my pale complexion, he poured a cup of warm water and handed it to me. "What is it? Did my aunt make things difficult for you?" I took the cup, cradling it in my palms to warm my freezing hands, and shot him a deeply meaningful look. "No, she did not. I simply did not expect the Crown Prince to be there." "Why did you come?" I asked quietly. "After finishing my duties, I returned home only to find you missing. When I asked the servants and learned my aunt had taken you into the palace, I immediately followed." Nathaniel casually draped a thick, warm blanket over my lap. "The Crown Prince wanted to see you," I continued. "I know. You shouldn't have come. Especially not at a highly sensitive time like this, and certainly not in such a private, secretive setting." I shook my head slowly. "But if I hadn't come, would you have been able to leave?" Nathaniel raised an eyebrow at me, a teasing half-smile playing on his lips. I shrugged nonchalantly. It would have just been a few more cups of tea and a few more pastries. The Queen Mother couldn't possibly keep me locked up in her palace forever. But staying there must have been unbearable. His gaze was incredibly warm, piercing straight through my defenses and touching the hidden grievances in my heart. In that moment I lost all desire to put on a brave face. I let out a long, heavy sigh. Yes, it was incredibly uncomfortable, but what other choice did I have? The Queen Mother is a terrifyingly formidable woman. Since it makes you so uncomfortable from now on, unless it is absolutely necessary, simply do not go. "Pardon." I looked at him in genuine astonishment. The Duchess of the North exhausted herself day and night during the siege of Frostfall. Her health is fragile, and the royal physicians have strictly ordered her to rest peacefully at home. How does that sound? I narrowed my eyes. Isn't that considered deceiving the crown? Nathaniel laughed warmly. Rowena, you need not worry about a thing. I will shoulder the absolute consequences. Are you not afraid of angering the Queen Mother, Your Grace? There are plenty of things for her to be angry about. She never should have dragged you into this political mess to begin with. I have warned her before. Nathaniel shook his head. Deep within his eyes a faint swirling storm of cold fury brewed. I perfectly understood the profound care behind his words. After a moment of comfortable silence, I opened a small cabinet in the carriage and took out an intricately carved wooden lacquer box. Twisting the lid open revealed 8 small compartments, each filled with various colorful candied fruits and delicate pastries. I wasn't entirely sure what to say, so I simply offered him the sweets as a quiet token of my gratitude. Having been his wife for so many years, how could I not know his habits? He wasn't a picky eater by any means, but he definitely had a subtle sweet tooth. Your Grace, try some of these candied fruits. Did you make them? No, I had Amber send someone to buy them from the 8 great confectionaries in the capital. Our return was too rushed, so I haven't had the time to cook. I will prepare some for you later. I offered the box to him with a bright, welcoming smile. These are dried plums from the He family bakery. They have been preserved with pure honey and rock sugar, so there isn't a single trace of sourness. And this is the frosted snow cake from the Young family shop. It is incredibly soft and delicious. I introduced each treat one by one. It was obvious that he was completely unfamiliar with these so-called famous bakeries, but he graciously tasted everything I offered. I joined him, eating a few pieces myself. The lacquer box wasn't very large to begin with, and soon it was nearly empty. If you like them, we can go buy some more when we head back later, he suggested casually. Head back later? For a moment I completely failed to grasp his meaning. Right at that exact moment, the carriage slowly rolled to a stop. From outside, Amber's joyous, bright voice rang out. Your Grace, my lady, we have arrived at the Chancellor's estate. Hearing this, I hastily lifted the carriage curtain. The grand, golden characters of my family's estate came directly into view. I turned my head to look at him in absolute shock. The corners of Nathaniel's lips curled up into a warm smile. Weren't you planning to visit your parents today anyway? Your Grace, I was simply not expecting this. I was entirely at a loss for words, stunned by the unexpected gesture. He stood up and stepped out of the carriage first, gracefully extending his hand to me. Come. It has been quite some time since you last saw your father and mother. During the siege of Frostfall, they must have been worried sick. But my father's political status right now is incredibly sensitive. I hesitated, knowing the dangers of him being seen associating with my family. Rowena, you are my wife, he stated with absolute, unyielding solemnity. I let out a soft sigh, finally placing my hand in his, and allowed him to gently support me as I stepped down from the carriage. When the news reached the inner courtyard, my mother was so overjoyed that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothed out completely. As we spoke that evening, she held my hands, endlessly repeating that the bitter times were finally over, that the bitter times were finally over. To keep her happy, I could only play along and follow her lead. However, whenever the topic of children arose, my expression inevitably stiffened. The fact that the Duke's family had no heir was a monumental hurdle I simply could not bypass. After dinner, Nathaniel was immediately dragged away by my father and brother to the study for more drinking. I didn't know what they discussed, but when he finally emerged, genuine smiles reached the very corners of his eyes and brows. My mother originally wanted us to stay the night, but feeling it was inappropriate, I politely declined. Right before we parted ways, Nathaniel deliberately walked ahead, leaving plenty of space for my father and me to speak privately. I had only been gone in Frostfall for a few months, yet the white hairs at my father's temples had multiplied noticeably. His eyes looked profoundly aged. He reached out a hand, seemingly wanting to pat my head as he did when I was a child, but halfway there, he awkwardly lowered it. It is good that you are back. It is good that you are back. I heard from Mother that you have been working late into the night every single day. How is your health holding up, Father? Your father is perfectly fine. Although spring has arrived, the weather still hasn't warmed up. You must take better care of yourself, father. There is no need to force certain matters. What must be let go should be let go. When mother spoke of you, her face was filled with deep worry. I looked at him, my eyes filled with concern. You are not young anymore. Ziwan is nearly 10 years old now. Even though he has tutors to teach him, how could that ever compare to your personal guidance? Why not resign from your post and stay home to enjoy the company of your grandson? Wouldn't that be nice? The moment those words left my mouth, my father fell into a very long silence before finally asking, "Did he ask you to tell me this?" I shook my head. No, these are my own thoughts. Father, the political winds in the capital are shifting. It is still not too late to retreat. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of mother and everyone else in this estate. When half your body is already sinking into the swamp, how can retreating ever be that easy? Are those his thoughts as well? My father let out a long, heavy sigh. Father, you should know exactly what kind of relationship exists between him and me. Then let your daughter ask you just one question. Do you want to retreat? I stared directly into his eyes. He lowered his gaze, avoiding my eyes entirely. A moment later, he called over a maid and smiled affectionately. These are the pastries your mother specially made for you. They are your absolute favorite. It is getting late. Have a safe trip back. Now that you are in His Grace's hands, your father is at peace. He didn't answer the question, yet it felt exactly as if he had. Yes, father. A sour ache burned in my eyes, but mindful of the maid's presence, I forcefully choked it back. Having stayed quite a while, Nathaniel was already looking our way from a short distance, his tall, imposing silhouette standing quietly in the wind. I bent my knees, offering my father a deeply solemn formal curtsy. The moment I turned away, I lowered my head, and my tears finally fell. Perhaps sensing my heavy mood, Nathaniel didn't ask a single question on the carriage ride back. It wasn't until late that night, after the lamps had been extinguished, that he suddenly spoke up. If you have anything you wish to ask, Rowena, ask it. Has His Majesty's mind truly changed? I rolled over, staring intently at his profile in the darkness. I knew perfectly well that I shouldn't be asking this, and I knew I shouldn't involve myself in such matters. Yet, after my visit to the Palace of Tranquil Longevity today, combined with my conversation with my parents, an overwhelming wave of absolute terror had begun to suffocate me. Everyone in the kingdom knew of the bitter, deep-seated feud between the Crown Prince's late birth mother and the current imperial noble consort. And the 13th prince, whom His Majesty allegedly favored right now, was born precisely to the imperial noble consort. The imperial noble consort's family was incredibly powerful and arrogant. Her elder brother commanded the Western Pacification Army, guarding the western borders. The absolute only military force in the entire kingdom capable of rivaling them was Nathaniel's Northern Army. If the Crown Prince wished to ascend the throne smoothly, the absolute first thing he had to secure was Nathaniel's stance. Nathaniel didn't answer the question directly. In the darkness, his voice was low and muffled, carrying an unfathomable bone-chilling cold. His Majesty has always been paranoid and suspicious by nature. Now that he is gravely ill, his thoughts have become even more unpredictable. Then what do you think, Your Grace? His Majesty is breeding goo. Breeding goo. I repeated in a hushed whisper. You toss two venomous insects into the same sealed box and starve them. The one that ultimately survives and devours the other is the victor. To His Majesty, it perhaps does not matter who wins. What matters is who is the absolute strongest. The strongest one would inevitably be the most ruthless one. I clenched my fists tightly. Thinking back carefully, wasn't His Majesty's own blood-soaked path to the throne exactly the same? In the dark, Nathaniel seemed to sense my overwhelming dread. He rolled over and gently patted my back over and over again, exactly like coaxing a frightened child. Do not be afraid, Rowena. I am here, he murmured softly. It wasn't exactly that I was afraid. Rather, a crushing sense of absolute powerlessness was violently squeezing my throat. The winds of change had begun to blow. Beneath the merciless crushing wheels of shifting eras, absolutely no one could be spared. 3 months later, on an otherwise perfectly ordinary morning, a powerful faction of ministers, spearheaded by the imperial noble consort's family, launched a sudden vicious ambush against the Crown Prince, formally listing 18 devastating charges. These included high crimes such as rampant corruption, brutal seizure of civilian farmlands, and even the ultimate treason of secretly colluding with the northern raiders. They presented mountains of supposed evidence. The king flew into a terrifying draconic rage. Yet, retaining a sliver of suspicion deep down, he ordered the Crown Prince to be confined to the Palace of Eternal Spring. Furthermore, he commanded the Ministry of Justice to conduct a rigorous, absolutely thorough investigation, with Nathaniel specifically appointed to oversee the proceedings. In an instant, the capital was plunged into a chaotic, terrifying storm. Every single official lived in a state of absolute panic. As the tutor to the Crown Prince, my father bore the inescapable sin of failing to strictly guide his pupil. Consequently, he was thrown into the kingdom's darkest prison in chains. Nathaniel was forced to split his time between managing the complex assimilation of the surrendered northern citizens and overseeing the explosive investigation of the Crown Prince. He was so overwhelmed he barely had a moment to breathe. Even when he returned to the estate for dinner, he only had the energy to exchange a few brief words with me before collapsing into bed, dead asleep. With Nathaniel overseeing the case, I wasn't particularly worried that my father would be physically tortured or abused in prison. What absolutely terrified me was the invisible monstrous black hand pulling the strings from the shadows. 18 devastating charges with meticulously forged evidence. That was absolutely not something that could be prepared in a mere month or two. My mother spent her days weeping until her eyes swelled. I moved back home to stay with her for nearly half a month. My original intention was to bring her back to the Duke's estate to live with me, but she vehemently refused. Rowena, the path your father chose is his own. I am his wife. In this lifetime, whether we share blessings or curses, I have completely accepted my fate. But you are different from me. You are a married daughter now. His Grace is a good man, and he will absolutely protect you. You must never let yourself get dragged into this. Do you understand? My mother gripped my hands tightly, her aging eyes filled with profound, desperate love. His Grace has no heir. Bear him a child, Rowena. Please do not be stubborn anymore. A son or a daughter, it does not matter. I was entirely speechless, a painful lump forming instantly in my throat. It took me a long, agonizing moment to force out a comforting smile. Mother, you truly do not need to worry so much. When His Grace returned home the other day, he explicitly told me that he has already found absolute proof that the Crown Prince never colluded with the enemy. I believe the truth will be brought to light very soon. Is that true? It is absolutely true. Why would your daughter lie to you? That is good then. Seeing my mother let out a massive sigh of relief, I kept smiling, yet my heart plunged into a bottomless, suffocating darkness. I hadn't technically lied to her, but could this monstrous political conspiracy truly be resolved that simply? Late that night, Nathaniel returned to the estate covered in dust and exhaustion. I ordered the servants to prepare hot water and personally brought a steaming bowl of hot noodle soup to his room. I could faintly smell the metallic tang of fresh blood on his clothes. He lowered his head, sniffing the scent on himself. I will go wash up first. As he turned to head toward the washroom, I immediately grabbed his arm. It is fine, Your Grace. The water will take a moment anyway. You must be starving. Eat first. He looked at me and ultimately relented. It was obvious he was absolutely famished. He devoured the massive bowl of noodles in mere moments. The matter is nearly concluded. Wanyan's mouth has finally been pried open. In a few days, my father-in-law should be released from the Ministry of Justice's prison. You can finally set your heart at ease, Rowena. You have worked incredibly hard these past few days, Your Grace. It wasn't hard. The charges were fabricated to begin with. Uncovering the truth and returning justice to the innocent is what should be done. It is just. Nathaniel paused, a heavy shadow crossing his face. It is just His Majesty's illness. What is wrong with His Majesty's illness? Didn't they say a few days ago that he was beginning to recover? The royal physicians confided that it is merely a terminal rally. He likely does not have more than 2 months left. My position is incredibly sensitive. Once my father-in-law is released, there are certain matters he must begin preparing for well in advance. He didn't state it explicitly, but I instantly understood his terrifying implication. No wonder the imperial noble consorts faction had acted like cornered rabid dogs, rushing so desperately to forcefully depose the crown prince. As a staunch, unyielding pillar of the crown prince's faction, my father would indeed have to act with unimaginable caution during this final explosive period. But what filled me with an even deeper bone-chilling dread was the king himself. What on earth was His Majesty's true intention? I understand. I will return home and discuss this with my mother. I pressed my lips together and for the very first time, took the initiative to place my hand gently over his. I truly thank you for everything this time, Your Grace. I know you had absolutely no intention of stepping into this political bloodbath, but because of me. He seemed genuinely touched by my gesture. A look of surprise and profound delight flashed across his face. He flipped his hand over, firmly grasping mine. When one stands within the royal court, how can anyone ever truly remain completely untouched? We merely fight with everything we have to avoid becoming fish on another man's chopping block. All right, it is getting late. Let us rest early. He gently patted my hand, stood up, and headed into the washroom to bathe. By the time he emerged, I was already lying in bed, staring blankly at the intricately carved patterns of blooming flowers and full moons on the headboard. Beneath my calm exterior, a frantic, terrified anticipation churned. When he finally walked over, my heartbeat skyrocketed to an absolute peak. Your Grace, blow out the lamps, I murmured, desperately forcing my voice to remain steady. All right. He didn't seem to notice my intense nervousness. He blew out the candles and climbed into bed beside me. My heart pounded like a war drum. I viciously gritted my teeth, tentatively shifting my body closer to him until we touched. I reached out, wrapping my arms tightly around his lean, muscular waist. I distinctly felt his entire body go completely rigid, his breathing instantly turning heavy and scorching. In the absolute darkness, I could hear my own voice trembling violently. Your Grace, do you want a child? Nathaniel's body gave a violent jolt. With a swift movement, he rolled over and pulled me deeply into his embrace. I squeezed my eyes shut, fully expecting him to make his move. Instead, he stopped completely. He raised a hand and began gently, rhythmically patting my back. His voice was incredibly hoarse, carrying a complex, indescribable emotion. Rowena, I do want one, but doing it right now would be taking absolute advantage of your vulnerability. I promised you I would wait until the day your heart truly consents. I know perfectly well that you will be an incredible mother, but I equally desire for our child to be born out of your own genuine anticipation. Your Grace, go to sleep. You have exhausted yourself these past few days as well. There is no rush. We still have a very long lifetime ahead of us. He lowered his head, pressing a soft, tender kiss to my forehead. However, he didn't let go, keeping me securely wrapped in his arms as he drifted off to sleep. I couldn't quite name the complicated knot of emotions twisting in my heart, but the fact that he didn't go any further made me let out a massive, silent breath of relief. After an unbridgeable distance stretching for years, I truly hadn't prepared myself to be completely, intimately vulnerable with him. That very day, the Crown Prince's confinement in the Palace of Eternal Spring was officially lifted, and my father was released from the terrifying prison. Just 3 days later, Nathaniel presented irrefutable, ironclad evidence directly to His Majesty. Under the cold, drizzling rain, I accompanied my mother to the Ministry of Justice to bring him home. When my father emerged, he was still wearing the same simple blue cotton robe my mother had personally sewn for him on the day of his arrest. However, the robe that had once fit him perfectly now hung loose and hollow around his frame. As a cold gust of wind blew past, the fabric clung to him, revealing just how terrifyingly thin he had become. In just a few short days he had lost a massive amount of weight. Thankfully, his spirit still appeared strong. Even so, the moment my mother saw him, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. What are you crying for? Haven't I come out perfectly fine? My father looked at her and laughed brightly. You stubborn old fool. All you ever do is cause trouble for your daughter and son-in-law. If His Grace hadn't stepped in this time, you would have rotted to death in this hellhole of a prison. Since we were still standing right outside the Ministry of Justice, An area teeming with countless prying eyes and listening ears, I hastily interrupted her. Mother, that is enough. That is enough. If you wish to scold father, wait until we are safely home. Let father rest for now. My mother wasn't a foolish woman. After muttering a few more complaints, she immediately shut her mouth. Once we were safely inside the carriage, I looked at my father. Father, did you suffer greatly in prison? Thanks to His Grace's explicit instructions, everything was perfectly fine. That is a profound relief. The Crown Prince has also been released, has he not? Yes. His Majesty officially lifted His Highness's confinement today, and has already ordered a thorough, uncompromising investigation into the conspiracy. Is His Grace still overseeing the case? No. His Majesty handed it over to Commander Gubo of the Imperial Guards, his most trusted confidant. Ahem. Then my heart is truly at peace. Gubo is unyielding and absolutely incorruptible. I am certain he will drag the truth into the blinding light. My father nodded in deep satisfaction. His Grace has truly gone through tremendous trouble for us these past few days. Rowena, once my health recovers a bit, bring him home. I must thank him properly face to face. Father, please, there is no need for such formalities. I will naturally convey your gratitude to Nathaniel when I return. However, he has indeed been exhausted to the bone lately. In the past, he always rose at the crack of dawn to practice martial arts in the courtyard. Now, the sun is high in the sky before he finally drags himself out of bed. Once he has properly rested and has some free time, we will certainly come visit you together. I smiled, offering a gentle, diplomatic response that neither outright accepted nor refused. Hearing my response, my father let out a heartfelt laugh. Seeing the two of you share such a deep, loving bond finally sets my mind completely at ease. I pressed my lips together in silence, allowing the corners of my eyes to curve into a polite, serene smile. After safely escorting them back to the Chancellor's estate, I didn't stay long. I immediately ordered the carriage back to the Duke's manor. My expression was terrifyingly dark, completely confusing Amber, who sat beside me. My lady, what is wrong? The Chancellor has been released. Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Nothing is wrong, Amber. I am incredibly happy, I replied, yet there wasn't a single trace of joy on my face. Gubo truly lived up to his reputation as the king's most trusted blade. Under his ruthless, iron-fisted methods, the conspiracy to frame the Crown Prince, orchestrated by the Imperial Noble Consort's faction, was completely exposed. In an instant, the entire capital was gripped by terror, and several prominent heads violently rolled. The 13th prince lost absolutely everything overnight. However, in their desperate death throes, the Imperial Noble Consort and her faction launched a vicious counterattack, aiming their venomous arrows directly at Nathaniel. The horrific atrocities Lady Sylvia and her distant cousin had committed in the capital were ruthlessly dragged into the light, one by one. Although Nathaniel had never ordered these crimes and was entirely at the northern frontier when they occurred, he was unavoidably implicated by association. However, since the northern frontier had just been pacified and Nathaniel's prestige among the common people was at an absolute, unshakable peak, the Imperial Noble Consort's faction couldn't inflict any real damage. In the end, the matter was settled with Nathaniel being temporarily suspended and confined to his estate for self-reflection, while his military command was temporarily handed over to his vice-generals. I felt a profound, heavy guilt. Anyone with eyes could see that he was entirely collateral damage in the Crown Prince's war, and he had only been dragged into it because of me. Nathaniel, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. Taking full advantage of his suspension, he dragged me out to explore every single day. Mount Putua, Tourmaline Lake, Lanshan Temple. Together we wandered through every hidden corner of the capital. From the dazzling, opulent markets of Vermilion Bird Avenue to the miserable, cramped shacks of Copper Coin Alley. We tasted the exquisite pastries crafted by master chefs from the 8 grand confectionaries, and we ate the cheap, rough offal soup and rock-hard flatbread sold by street vendors for a single copper coin. We paid our respects in magnificently gilded temples, and we witnessed starving, ragged beggars pleading desperately in the freezing streets. I had never felt so profoundly close to him before, and I had never been so genuinely happy. He could sit aloof in the highest halls of power, radiating a terrifying, suffocating authority before a crowd of powerful aristocrats. Yet, he could just as easily bend his back to help an old, exhausted farmer who had fallen in the muddy fields. He was as warm and approachable as a simple, honest countryman. I never could have imagined that aside from his absolute brilliance in military strategy, he possessed such profound, intimate knowledge of agriculture, conversing effortlessly with seasoned farmers. Perhaps because my gaze was far too intensely focused on him, he suddenly turned his head and flashed me a bright, unexpected smile. After exchanging a few final words, he ended his conversation with the old farmer, walked over, and sat down right beside me on the narrow dirt ridge between the fields. A gentle breeze rustled his hair as waves of golden wheat rippled around us. His gaze drifted far into the distance. I took the small teapot I had borrowed from a roadside tea stall out of my basket, poured a cup of warm tea, and handed it to him. "Rowena, look. It is truly beautiful," he murmured softly. "Yes, it is truly beautiful. Mountains of solid gold and silver cannot compare to this simple touch of green." I reached out, gently stroking the rough stalks of wheat. The coarse texture scraped against my palm, yet it was this exact unyielding coarseness that kept countless people born on this land alive. He laughed softly and began to speak, his voice warm and reflective. "The northern frontier does not have seasons like this. When the grass is lush and the water is abundant, you can see massive herds of cattle and sheep running endlessly across the vast steppes. The grass is an impossible shade of green, and the sky is a brilliant, blinding blue. That is the absolute best time of the year. My mother and father always had the brightest smiles on their faces. They would take me horseback riding deep into the plains to watch the thundering herds of wild horses, listening to the wind roaring past our ears. The deep mountains were incredibly lively too. You could see wild hares leaping from the brush, small deer and wild boars. A skilled hunter never returned empty-handed. During those days, life was genuinely good for everyone. But good days are always agonizingly brief. The northern frontier is simply not a place blessed with a forgiving climate. Long before winter truly arrives, the brutal, biting north winds begin to howl. The heavy, suffocating snowstorms turn the entire land barren and desolate. The north is absolutely unsuitable for farming. Whenever this time of year arrived, the freezing cold and starvation would claim countless lives. Every single year people would die in agony, utterly starved and frozen. And every winter, the northern raiders would sweep south to pillage and slaughter. Do you think they genuinely enjoy killing and conquering? Perhaps the ambitious chieftains covet our wealth, but the vast majority of them simply do it because they cannot survive otherwise. When I was 12 years old, my father died defending the northern Deer Pass. I took his place and joined the Northern Army, starting from the absolute bottom as a lowly foot soldier. That year was terrifyingly cold. I was assigned to stand guard outside the camp. The north wind slashed against my face exactly like a blade. Even the torches burning right beside me felt freezing. Looking out, the path ahead was completely pitch black. A terrifying bottomless black. I didn't understand where my future lay, or where the future of the northern frontier lay. Were generations upon generations of northerners doomed to repeat this cruel, hopeless destiny forever? I was so unbelievably cold. So cold that I completely forgot the time and failed to return to camp. At the time I had an older brother in the army. He was the captain of our small squad. When he noticed I hadn't returned, he came out searching for me. Only then did I realize my feet were completely frozen stiff. He was a native northerner. He had a wonderful temper, boisterous, loud, and entirely unrefined, even if the words out of his mouth were often incredibly vulgar. He had been in the army for 5 years and had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield countless times. The camp never had enough charcoal, so we all slept crammed tightly together for warmth. The smell was absolutely unimaginable. Speaking of this, he chuckled and shook his head. I was just a child back then. To them, I was just a little brother. There were many little brothers exactly like me in the camp. While my captain constantly scolded me for being a complete idiot, he took my freezing stiff feet and shoved them straight into his own coat to warm them against his chest. Every single generation of the Northern Army has been raised exactly like that. I asked them back then, "Are you not afraid of going onto the battlefield?" They told me, "Of course we are afraid, but what other choice do we have? Who doesn't want to live a quiet, peaceful life? But the raiders are coming. They are coming to steal our food. They are coming to steal our wives and daughters. They are going to slaughter our brothers. What else can we do? We have to fight them. We only have one life anyway. If we kill one, we break even. If we kill two, we've made a profit. You see, Rowena, in the northern frontier, human life is exactly that, utterly worthless. The warm smile completely faded from his face, replaced by a bitter, profoundly self-deprecating mockery. A heavy, painful lump formed in my throat. Having grown up entirely sheltered and pampered in the capital, absolutely anything I said right now would feel unforgivably shallow and hollow. I could only reach out and gently, tightly grasp his hand. He didn't look at me. His gaze remained distant, drifting forward as if he were staring right back into that brutal, blood-soaked world. He continued, he died later. Just 3 days after that, during a minor skirmish. His chest was pierced straight through by a stray arrow. That was my very first time on a battlefield. As fresh recruits, we were fiercely protected by those older brothers. We won the battle. And then he died. He paused, falling into a very long, heavy silence before finally continuing. We captured a few raiders that day. Among them were boys around my own age. I was absolutely furious. I demanded to know why they fought, why they insisted on invading my country. His eyes were filled with a profound, terrifyingly clear ignorance. He told me that if he joined the army, they would give him food. 3 flatbreads a day. Yes, 3 simple flatbreads were enough to completely buy a human life. Nathaniel lowered his eyes. After a very long silence, he raised his hand, gently brushing the stalks of wheat before him. With absolute, unshakable determination, he said, "Rowena, I want to try. Although the northern raiders have been shattered, the fundamental, root problems of the frontier have not been solved. If we cannot solve the absolute necessity of feeding the people, it is only a matter of time before conflict erupts once again. The northern soil is unsuitable for growing rice, but I refuse to believe that across such a vast expanse of land, we cannot find a suitable, high-yielding crop capable of blessing the frontier. I truly believe that one day, the northern frontier will be exactly as prosperous and flourishing as the capital. Yes, I know it will be." I took a slow, shuddering breath before forcefully forcing the solemn words past my choked throat. He smiled and flipped his hand over, gripping mine tightly. "Will you stay by my side?" "Of course." We sat together for a while longer. Seeing the sun rising high in the sky, I pulled Nathaniel up to find a nearby farmhouse for a meal. As we strolled leisurely through the dirt paths between the fields, chatting and laughing, a sudden burst of furious, arrogant shouting erupted from ahead, accompanied by the sharp, terrifying crack of a whip tearing through the air. A group of young men in luxurious, extravagant brocade robes sat high atop fine horses. Over a dozen vicious, thuggish servants completely surrounded a few elderly farmers. "Get out of the way. Get the hell out of my way." An old farmer dragged himself forward on his knees, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy. "My lords, I beg of you. This rice will be ready for harvest in just a few days. Please, please do not trample it. Spit. You stubborn old corpse, don't push your luck. Get out of the way right now before you ruin the young master's mood. If you don't, I'll make sure you suffer consequences you can't even imagine." "Oh!" The moment Nathaniel and I quickly approached, we saw a heavy whip slash viciously toward the old farmer, striking him so hard he collapsed to the dirt, groaning in agony. Nathaniel's brows crashed together. In a few quick strides he closed the distance. Right before the second lash could strike, he raised his hand, effortlessly catching the whip mid-air. With a violent, brutal yank, he snapped the whip back, slashing it directly across the arrogant young man sitting on the horse. The servant holding the whip stumbled violently before crashing hard into the dirt. Before the young master could even raise his head, a torrent of furious curses erupted from his mouth. "Do you have a death wish? Do you have any idea who we are? Where did you pathetic trash?" Before the words could even finish leaving his mouth, the moment he raised his head, a heavy boot kicked him squarely off his horse. "I was the one who whipped you. If you have a problem, take it up with me." The arrogant young master, who had just been sitting so proudly on his horse, instantly drained of all color. Enduring the agonizing pain, He desperately scrambled away from the horse. The entire group of thugs crashed to their knees in absolute terror. The Duke of the North. He Yuanshan, son of the Deputy Minister of the Court of Judicature, pays his deepest respects to the Duke of the North. I had absolutely no idea your grace was here. Oh. I set down my basket and gently helped the old farmer up from the dirt. What happened here? The old farmer glanced nervously at the terrified nobles, clearly hesitating to speak. You do not need to be afraid. Tell us the absolute truth. The Duke of the North is here, and he will ensure absolute justice is served. Hearing my absolute guarantee, the old farmer finally let his guard down. Bursting into tears, he wailed out the entire story. It wasn't complicated, and it certainly wasn't new. It was simply a group of arrogant, wealthy aristocrats causing chaos for their own amusement. Unfortunately for them, today they had run straight into Nathaniel. The people of the northern frontier fought and died desperately just for a single bite of food. Yet here in the capital, a crop could be utterly destroyed and wasted just to settle a trivial bet. I watched as Nathaniel's face visibly darkened with terrifying fury. He let out two freezing, bone-chilling laughs. He casually tossed the whip into the dirt. Refusing to spare them even a single extra glance, he commanded with absolute, terrifying coldness. Get out! The terrified young aristocrats dared to steal a single glance at Nathaniel's murderous expression. Their hearts trembled violently, and they scrambled away in absolute panic. I looked at Nathaniel and pointed at their retreating backs. Are you just going to let them off like that? Of course not. An arrogant son is the direct fault of an undisciplined father. Someone needs to learn a very painful lesson, he replied with chilling calm. He then turned around, his tone softening entirely as he gently comforted the terrified old farmers. Do not worry. I promise you, I will absolutely deliver justice for this matter. I had no idea what he planned to do, but I knew with absolute certainty that someone in the capital was about to suffer a truly miserable fate. The very next day, news spread throughout the capital that the arrogant young nobles from yesterday had been severely reprimanded, brutally whipped, and forced to kneel in their ancestral halls by their elders. The one who had suggested destroying the farmland even had his legs violently broken. Their fathers serving in the royal court weren't spared either. The imperial censors bombarded the throne with relentless petitions impeaching them. Overnight, these once proud officials were utterly disgraced. One of them, a high-ranking minister of the 4th grade, was demoted 3 ranks and banished to the desolate borders to farm the land. Instantly, the flamboyant, arrogant children of every powerful family in the capital tucked their tails between their legs and behaved. Those who had assumed Nathaniel was simply idling his days away in the capital were forced to completely reevaluate him. When the Queen Mother summoned me into the palace, she brought up the matter. She laughed so hard she could barely catch her breath, thoroughly amused by Nathaniel's temperament and his ruthless methods. That boy's temper hasn't changed a bit. His Grace's unyielding righteousness is a profound blessing to the kingdom, I replied courteously. But a blade too rigid is easily snapped, the Queen Mother remarked, her words laced with heavy implication. We are in the midst of a highly volatile autumn. It is best to tread carefully and remain steady. I froze for a second before her meaning sank in. I pressed my lips together and gave a solemn nod. Upon leaving the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, I happened to run straight into the Crown Prince. After enduring his brutal confinement, he appeared significantly more composed and grounded, yet a distinct shadow of anxiety lingered deep within his eyes. I exchanged a few brief pleasantries with him before hastily taking my leave. Right before exiting the Grand Palace gates, I noticed the royal guard stationed at the walls wore expressions of terrifying, chilling severity. The moment I returned to the estate, explosive news leaked from the palace. His Majesty was critically ill and allegedly intended to alter his royal will. The political storm in the capital began to howl with terrifying ferocity. At the same time, an increasing number of people began probing me. Countless wives of high-ranking officials flocked to the Duke's estate under all sorts of fabricated excuses. The vast majority of them belonged to the Crown Prince's faction in the royal court. Ever since Nathaniel intervened and pulled the Crown Prince from the abyss last time, everyone obviously assumed he had officially allied with the Crown Prince. Furthermore, the arrogant youths he had just brutally disciplined happened to belong directly to the imperial noble consort's faction. As for my father, he frequently pulled Nathaniel aside for long, private conversations, seemingly cementing the rumors as absolute truth. I harbored no ill will toward the crown prince, yet my instincts picked up the faint, sickening scent of a massive conspiracy brewing in the shadows. I voiced my concerns to Nathaniel. "Rowena, we must eventually make a choice, must we not?" He remained silent for a very long time. When he finally looked at me, his gaze was extraordinarily complex, and he simply murmured that single heavy sentence. I understood his meaning perfectly, yet that lingering shadow of dread in my heart refused to dissipate. With Nathaniel finally revealing a subtle stance, the Crown Prince's faction instantly gained the upper hand. Combined with the fact that my father and his allies were far from unprepared, wave after wave of vicious political attacks were launched directly against the imperial noble consort and the 13th prince. It was exactly at that moment that I gained a profoundly terrifying understanding of what the royal court truly was. When these seemingly refined, elegant officials, men who constantly spouted righteousness and morality, began to fight, they were absolutely no different from ruthless street thugs. The tactics they used were utterly despicable and far from honorable. Once again, urgent news broke from the palace. His Majesty was critically ill and entirely incapable of governing. The Western Pacification Army guarding the western borders was secretly showing signs of mutiny. The Queen Mother made a swift, decisive move, ordering Nathaniel to lead his troops and crush the rebellion before it could start. On the day of his departure, I went to see him off. Standing in the sunlight, his brilliant silver armor was blindingly radiant. I reached out, tracing his cheek with a lingering sense of reluctance. "Counting the days, you have barely had this armor off for half a year. I originally thought." I paused, feeling a sudden wave of dull bitterness, and ultimately swallowed the rest of my words. "Once this is completely over, Rowena, let us return to the northern frontier." Right in front of the massive crowd, Nathaniel suddenly pulled me tightly into his embrace. A chorus of good-natured laughter immediately erupted from the soldiers behind us. Pressed flush against his solid chest, I could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, thudding heavily like a war drum. "All right," I whispered softly. The massive army marched out. Riding atop snow, Nathaniel led the vanguard, his imposing silhouette gradually disappearing into the distant horizon. Only then did Amber finally step up to my side. "My lady, the Chancellor has requested that you return home for dinner tonight." "I understand. Send someone back to deliver a message. Tell them I am feeling unwell, and I will visit Father another day." I lowered my eyes, my voice impossibly flat. Amber looked as though she wanted to argue, but ultimately swallowed her words and replied, "Yes, my lady." In the end, I never returned to my family's estate. Feigning illness, I locked myself within the Duke's manor for several days. That was until the Queen Mother explicitly summoned me into the palace and kept me overnight in the side hall. It was the very first time I had ever spent the night within the royal palace walls. Thinking back on it now, perhaps everything had been foreshadowed from the very start. In the dead of night, blazing fires suddenly lit up the inner palace. Immediately following were the terrified, frantic footsteps and screams of the night watch maids running for their lives. I vaulted out of bed. I had barely thrown on my clothes and carefully concealed the sharp dagger in my robes when Matron Beatrice and a group of loyal maids sprinted in. They grabbed my arm and forcefully dragged me deep into a hidden secret chamber beneath the Palace of Tranquil Longevity. The Queen Mother sat serenely inside. Her expression was terrifyingly calm. She even had the leisure to slowly sip a cup of tea. Looking at her, I realized that if she hadn't anticipated this absolute disaster long in advance, then she was truly worthy of being born into the iron-blooded Duke's family. The chaotic, thundering footsteps of the rebel army, the sickening wet thuds of heavy axes and blades hacking into human flesh, and the agonized screams and desperate begging of the palace maids poured relentlessly into the secret room. My face drained of all color, completely deathly pale. Yet, the Queen Mother surprisingly still had the composure to offer me words of comfort. However, under such terrifying circumstances, her words of comfort felt unbearably hollow. Time dragged on until midnight. A sudden knock echoed against the secret chamber's heavy door. After a brief, suffocating silence, The door was forcefully shoved open. Just as I tensed in defense, Matron Beatrice stepped forward to greet them. The intruders were clad in pitch-black armor, their drawn swords still dripping with fresh, crimson blood. Yet, they respectfully stepped aside, bowing their heads. "Rowena, let us go," the Queen Mother said. She stood up, casually smoothing out her slightly wrinkled skirts. She looked at me, her expression freezing and absolute. I said nothing, simply following quietly behind her. Along the way, corpses littered the paths. Soldiers were systematically dragging the dead to the grand plaza ahead. Among the heavily armed guards, I spotted a familiar face. Nathaniel's loyal subordinate, Lieutenant He, was standing there with a terrifying murderous scowl. But the moment he saw me, his face broke into a goofy wide grin, flashing a row of white teeth. Surrounded by a sea of corpses, I couldn't muster a smile. I merely offered a brief nod in acknowledgement. Since he was here, that meant Nathaniel must also be. I was still lost in that thought when we unknowingly arrived before the grand throne room. The massive doors instantly swung open. Through the grand entrance I saw Nathaniel, his expression cold as ice, standing alongside the Crown Prince, who tightly gripped a blood-stained sword. Lying dead at the Crown Prince's feet, their eyes still wide open in terror, were the 13th Prince and the Imperial noble consort. When Nathaniel saw me, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. A moment later, his gaze shifted to the Queen Mother, and profound realization settled over his features. The heavy doors slammed shut behind me. The supposedly dying king was sitting high upon the supreme throne, looking absolutely fine, as if he had never been sick a day in his life. Standing just a short distance from him was my father. Seeing the Queen Mother and me enter, the king suddenly burst into manic laughter. His face twisted into a horrific, malevolent sneer. "Fuan! Fuan! I knew it was you. I knew it was you." The Queen Mother flicked her sleeves and walked slowly up the steps. She casually kicked the corpse of the 13th Prince out of her path and spoke with absolute nonchalance. "I cannot compare to you, Your Majesty. To secure your absolute grip on the throne, you even resorted to faking your own deathbed. Tell me, are you happy now? The two sons you feared most, one secretly conspired with the Imperial Guards to launch a bloody coup, and the other personally slaughtered his own brother. Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" Her voice dripped with pure, venomous mockery. "I suppose this is what they call divine retribution. The House of the North served you with absolute, unyielding loyalty. Wherever your royal brush pointed, our men charged into the slaughter without ever furrowing a brow. But what did you do? For the sake of your baseless, paranoid suspicions, you deliberately abandoned my family's sons in a deadly trap. You marched the troops forward but held back the grain. In the end, they starved to death. They starved to death fighting for you. Now Nathaniel is the absolute last of his bloodline, yet you still refuse to spare him. If he weren't incredibly difficult to kill, how could he possibly have survived until today?" The Queen Mother's voice trembled with cold, suppressed fury. The king's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed in a hoarse, tearing voice. "Absolute loyalty. Baseless paranoia. Ha ha ha. Go out and ask the people of this kingdom. Who among them does not know the invincible Northern Army? And how many of them actually know their king? You claim the Northern Army belongs to the crown, but they have long since become the private dogs of the Duke's family. Nathaniel's face commands more absolute authority than my own royal decrees. And yet you still dare to speak to me of loyalty. If your Majesty had the courage to lead the army in person, to eat and sleep in the dirt alongside the common soldiers, and to carve a path through a blood-soaked battlefield for days on end, you would command the exact same authority. Perhaps even greater than my family." Nathaniel's lips curled into a freezing, mocking smile. "But you only wish to sit high upon this gilded pedestal, hiding like a coward deep within this palace, looking down upon the world." "I am the king," he roared. "Yes, the king," Nathaniel repeated coolly. Beneath his terrifyingly calm exterior, a violent, raging storm brewed. Although I was standing right there in the room, this was absolutely not a battle I could interfere with. I walked quietly to the far corner of the grand hall, looking at my father standing a short distance away. My heart plunged into a freezing, bottomless abyss. The nightmare within the hall continued. In the end, the Crown Prince personally forced the deadly poison down the king's throat. Tomorrow, and tomorrow. Staring up at the crown prince, the king choked out his final, cryptic words before the light left his eyes. My father stood by watching the entire scene with a terrifying, emotionless detachment. The bloody ordeal finally seemed to reach its end. My father, his voice raw and hoarse, broke the silence. His Majesty has passed away from illness. The 13th prince committed high treason and has been executed for his crimes. A kingdom cannot go a single day without its ruler. We must humbly request the crown prince to ascend the supreme throne. As he spoke, he drew a meticulously prepared royal edict from his sleeve. The crown prince. Nathaniel's voice cut through the hall like a blade of ice. A man who slaughtered his own brother and murdered his own father. How could such a monster ever become the paragon of the people? Chancellor Su has forged a royal edict, committing the ultimate treason. Arrest them both. Escort the Queen Mother back to her palace. Nathaniel turned on his heel and walked away, completely ignoring the absolute shock and blind panic shattering the crown prince's face. The moment his command fell, the massive doors of the hall swung wide open. With a single wave of his hand, heavily armed soldiers flooded into the room. As the crown prince was violently dragged away, he struggled furiously, screaming and cursing until the soldiers brutally gagged him. The Queen Mother displayed a brief flash of surprise, but an instant later, she broke into a genuine chilling laugh. My father, however, did not resist. His face drained to a deathly pale. The look in his eyes shifted rapidly from profound shock to sudden realization and finally to a hollow, absolute dead silence. Right before they escorted him out the doors, he cast one final glance at me standing in the dark corner. He forced an agonizing, heartbreaking smile. I could not bear to look at him any longer. I turned away, tears streaming endlessly down my face. 3 days later, the 4th prince ascended the throne as the new king. Unable to bear the humiliation, the crown prince committed suicide in his cell. The High Chancellor, my father, was sentenced to be executed in the autumn for forging a royal decree. However, in consideration of his past merits and to mark the new king's ascension, our family was spared from execution. My brother, Julian, was stripped of all official titles and reduced to a commoner, and his descendants were permanently barred from holding public office. I did not know why it was the 4th prince. In my memory, he was a mild-tempered man who abhorred conflict. But at this point, none of that mattered anymore. After the sentence was handed down, I begged Nathaniel to let me see my father. He didn't say a word, simply ordering his men to escort me there. It was my very first time stepping into the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. The light was incredibly dim, the air freezing and damp. Blood that could never be completely washed away seeped through the cracks of the freezing stone floor. Although I was the daughter of a condemned traitor, I was also the Duchess of the North. Until Nathaniel explicitly made his stance known, absolutely no one dared to mistreat me. A jailer led me to the front of a secluded, suffocating cell. I slipped a heavy purse from my sleeve and handed it to him. Please, give us a moment to speak privately. The jailer licked his lips, clearly tempted, yet still somewhat afraid. It is fine. He knows I am here. The he I referred to went without saying. The jailer glanced left and right before swiftly snatching the purse and stuffing it into his robes. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "Do not take too long, Your Grace. Please don't make things difficult for me." "I won't," I replied with a faint smile. The cell was terrifyingly small. The 4 square walls felt like a massive iron cage pressing directly against my chest. It was dark and suffocating, with only a hand-sized crack near the very top of the stone wall letting in a single pitiful sliver of light. When I carried the food basket inside, my father was wearing a thin cotton jacket. He was bent over, using a finger dipped in water to write something onto the stone floor. It was obvious that the men at the Ministry of Justice had not subjected him to any physical torture. I walked over, set the food basket down, and lowered my eyes to look at his writing. Asterisk to ordain conscience for heaven and earth. To secure life and fortune for the people. To continue lost teachings for past sages. To establish peace for all future generations. Asterisk. For the longest time, this had been the absolute foundation of my father's moral compass, and the very core of the teachings he instilled in his children. "You are here," he said, looking up and flashing me a warm smile. His kind, gentle demeanor was absolutely no different from the past. Yes, I murmured, lowering my eyes. I reached out and opened the food basket, taking out a few small dishes and a bowl of rice. Mother made these herself. The rice is from our hometown. She ran through several streets just to find it. She said that before one dies, they must eat a meal from home, so that their soul will not forget the way back after death. Is your mother well? She wept for days, but she is gradually recovering now. After some time, once she has collected your body, she plans to take Julian and the rest of the family back to our hometown. Your mother is an incredibly strong woman. I remained non-committal, simply and respectfully handing him the chopsticks. My father picked up a piece of meat, popped it into his mouth and chewed slowly. His eyes crinkled in profound enjoyment. Who did he place upon that throne? He asked suddenly. The fourth prince, I answered. Oh, him. I tutored him as well. He is a mild-tempered, agreeable man. A brief flash of surprise crossed his eyes before instantly settling back into absolute calm. His Grace treats you quite well. At the mention of this, a bitter, uncontrollable trace of mockery slipped into my voice. I raised my head to look at him. Wasn't this exactly what you planned from the very beginning, father? That royal marriage decree 7 years ago. You orchestrated it in secret with the Queen Mother, didn't you? He fell silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his gaze was incredibly complex. You figured it out. Father, I am not a fool. Perhaps I didn't know at first, but after he froze me out for years and guarded himself against me for years, leaving me to rot day after day in that tiny courtyard, if I still couldn't figure out the truth behind it all, I would have truly failed your teachings. To pave the way for the crown prince, you sacrificed me. A sharp, agonizing pain pierced my heart at those words. I had to pause and take a steadying breath before continuing. Perhaps it was His Majesty's overwhelming favoritism toward the imperial noble consort, or perhaps it was a subtle shift in the political winds that made you terrified. Although the crown prince was the designated heir, compared to the 13th prince, who had the Western Pacification Army backing him, his forces were tragically weak. The absolute only man capable of rivaling them was Nathaniel. But Nathaniel was famously unyielding. His entire heart and soul were anchored to the northern frontier, and he had absolutely no intention of taking sides in the succession war. Even though the Queen Mother is his own aunt, she couldn't sway his mind. So you turned your schemes onto me. You wanted to use a tender blade to slice right through the armor he wrapped around himself. You knew he was lonely, you knew he was desolate, and you knew he carried an unspeakable, crushing burden in his heart. So you delivered me to him. He was a block of solid ice, but once melted, the passion he unleashed would be hotter than roaring fire. You intended to use me to force Nathaniel into giving his absolute support. It is only a pity that things didn't quite go exactly as you and the Queen Mother anticipated. I suppose neither of you ever imagined that he and I would maintain such a bizarre, profoundly distant relationship for so many years. I am not a fool, and he certainly isn't an idiot. I let out a soft, bitter laugh. Thinking back on every single encounter with him over the years, every conversation, every sharp verbal sparring match, and every moment of suffocating restraint, I couldn't help but feel that those days had been horribly draining. But you ultimately succeeded, he pointed out. Yes, I succeeded. Exactly as you wished, father. That is precisely why, the moment I returned from the frontier, you acted so desperately impatient and entirely reckless. I let out a very long, heavy breath, not even realizing that tears were already falling down my face. It took me 3 years to figure out his habits, and another 2 years to finally pry open the doors to his heart. But there is one thing you perhaps do not understand, father, or perhaps you have simply forgotten. A genuine heart can only be bought with a genuine heart. If you were truly unwilling, if your heart hadn't stirred even the slightest bit, you could have remained exactly as you were. No one could have forced you, could they? I admit I had my own selfish motives, but Rowena, in all fairness, His Grace is one of the most exceptional men in this entire world. Yes, father, my heart stirred. But tell me, if I hadn't made him develop feelings for me, how many of the hundreds of souls in our family, how many of our relatives and descendants, do you think would still be alive right now? Father, I warned you countless times. His Majesty was deeply paranoid and violently jealous. He had long since viewed you as a thorn in his side. If you had only been willing to step back, you wouldn't have been forced to gamble everything and end up in this miserable state. But someone has to be the king of this realm. Why couldn't it be the crown prince? What exactly did I do wrong? My father seemed to finally fly into a rage, slamming his chopsticks violently onto the porcelain plate. I stared down at the pieces of meat scattered across the floor. Closing my eyes, I offered a pale, heartbreaking smile. Father, do you know why His Majesty grew so terrifyingly wary of the crown prince in his final years? Because His Majesty was terrified. When he looked at the crown prince, he saw his own past reflection, selfish, violently callous, and ruthlessly cruel. Ask your own conscience, father. Would the crown prince truly have made a good king? Why wouldn't he? I raised and tutored him since he was a child. Then when he slaughtered his own brother and murdered his own father, did he show even a single shred of hesitation or remorse? Those born into the royal family must act with absolute ruthlessness. Then what about colluding with the northern raiders? What about sacrificing the lives of tens of thousands of citizens in the northern frontier without a second thought? Is that also the absolute ruthlessness of a great king? I screamed, my voice sharp and furious. He closed his eyes. My eyes turned bloodshot and I stared straight at him. Father, when you were young, you also went to the northern frontier. You felt the freezing winds of the north and saw the blood shed by its people. Do you truly believe this was right? Father, do you know what breaks my heart the most? It is that my father, the man I was so incredibly proud of, the man who vowed his entire life to serving the common people and bringing them prosperity, turned out to be the mastermind behind all of this. Those secret letters. Others might not know, but I know perfectly well they were all written by your hand. He didn't even hide that from you. My father's gaze was complex, yet faintly laced with a trace of relief and gratification. I told you. Once his heart was melted, I could see absolutely everything within it. I wiped the tears from my face. Father, I only want to ask you one thing. Why did you do it? He closed his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. Sacrifices must always be made. The kingdom desperately needs a new beginning. Once the crown prince ascended the throne, I would naturally have guided him onto the right path. But are you absolutely certain you are right, father? Today you could sacrifice me, and you could sacrifice the entire northern frontier. Tomorrow, what else would you not hesitate to sacrifice? Above imperial power, there must still be a conscience. The lives of all the common people in the world hang upon a single whim of the man sitting on that throne. Their lives are like dust, so incredibly easily destroyed. I closed my eyes, heavy tears cascading down my cheeks. A moment later I stood up and slowly sank to my knees. Your daughter bids you farewell, and thanks you for your years of raising and nurturing me. After 3 heavy solemn kowtows I stood back up. Looking at him sitting there with his eyes closed in silence, I turned to leave. Just as I reached the door, an aged hoarse voice echoed from behind. Take good care of your mother. She is getting old. And live a good life with His Grace. He appears unyielding and hard, but his heart is incredibly soft. Rowena, when your father chose him for you all those years ago, it was not without consideration for your happiness. I know. I ground out through my teeth, my voice violently choking up. Without looking back, I stepped out the door. The moment I stepped outside, I saw Nathaniel standing tall and straight right outside the cell block. Are you finished? Yes. I turned my head, avoiding his gaze, and raised a hand to wipe away my tears. I am here to take you home. All right. On the carriage ride back, we sat in absolute suffocating silence. I had been intentionally avoiding him these past few days. But now that everything had finally been settled, the time had come to lay all our cards on the table. I ordered Amber to prepare a meal, and we ate in absolute silence. The weather is quite nice today. Would your grace care to take a walk in the garden with me? I turned and offered him a faint smile. All right. Nathaniel looked at my smile and revealed a rare, gentle smile of his own. I extended my hand toward him, and our fingers intertwined tightly. The scenery in the garden was beautiful, but he and I rarely ever came here together. Dismissing all the servants trailing behind us, we walked side by side down the narrow bluestone path. No one spoke a word. The blooming flowers around us were dazzling and breathtaking. Suddenly, he shattered the quiet. I can keep him alive. He didn't mention a name, but I understood perfectly. Just wasn't necessary. Thank you, Your Grace. However, when one commits a wrong, they must ultimately pay the price. Furthermore, my father may not even wish to live. Being able to preserve his body intact is already a profound mercy. I shook my head slowly. Rowena, do you hate me? I do not. But there is one thing I wish to beg of Your Grace. What is it? I stopped in my tracks, turned my body slightly, and stared deeply and earnestly into his eyes. Your Grace, please declare my death by illness. From this day forward, let there be no Rowena in this world. His grip on my hand violently tightened. After a long agonizing silence, he finally spoke. You want to leave? I lowered my eyes. Yes. Why? Because of what my father-in-law did. Before he could finish, I cut him off. No. I shook my head, my gaze toward him growing increasingly gentle. You are perfectly aware, aren't you, Your Grace? The relationship between you and me is tainted with far too much suspicion, probing, and calculation. This marriage of ours was nothing more than a transaction, a weighing of pros and cons from the very start. That is exactly why on the day of our wedding, you abandoned me right in front of a hall full of guests. You knew perfectly well that Lady Sylvia was merely putting on an act to test her boundaries. But you were deeply guarded against me, and you continuously used Lady Sylvia to test me again and again after that. I didn't know you at the time. The sudden royal decree was far too suspicious, and your father's political status was incredibly sensitive. He had tried to rope me into his faction in secret before. The northern frontier was in a highly volatile state then. I couldn't afford not to overthink it, he explained urgently. I merely smiled. Your Grace, I am not saying this to blame you. Putting myself in your shoes, had I been in your position, I likely would have done the exact same thing. Furthermore, your actions weren't entirely without benefit to me. Your coldness ultimately bought me several years of absolute peace and quiet. And the truth is, looking at it now, you were absolutely right. My appearance by your side was deeply calculated from the start. It was entirely for the purpose of using you. Even so, you are entirely different from them. Am I? I don't think there is any difference between us at all. I paused, my voice dropping. Between you and me. His pupils shrank violently. I smiled softly and continued. I am profoundly grateful for how well Your Grace has treated me recently. It has been the happiest time in all these long, lonely years since I married you. Yet, within that kindness there were also deep selfish motives. From the very beginning, you never wanted either the Crown Prince or the 13th Prince to ascend the throne. You appeared to stand by as a cold observer, but in reality, you were the one subtly manipulating the tides every step of the way. If not for you, the 13th Prince likely would not have taken such a reckless, deadly gamble. And a man as cautious as my father would never have acted so aggressively, resorting to such an extreme, fatal method. Your ultimate target all along was the man sitting on that supreme throne. He deserved to die, Nathaniel stated with terrifying calmness. I nodded and replied with absolute earnestness. Yes, he deserved to die. But in this entire scheme, I knew perfectly well what fate my father would ultimately face, yet I still cooperated with you. I was an accomplice. When I uttered those last two words, my voice involuntarily dropped to a whisper, laced with agonizing self-mockery. I gave him countless chances. Nathaniel fell quiet. His lips pressed into a tight, hard line. I know. I tried to persuade him as well. I can only say that a person will ultimately be trapped and destroyed by their own lifelong obsessions. I slowly released my grip on his hand, stepping back a few paces to put some distance between us. He took a few steps forward to follow but ultimately did not close the gap. Rowena, I truly love you. Every word I said to you was absolutely genuine. I know. Otherwise, Your Grace wouldn't have gone through such unimaginable trouble, fabricating every excuse possible just to spare the rest of my family from execution. Your Grace, for that I am endlessly grateful. It is just that I simply cannot forgive myself. Your Grace, although I approached you with calculated motives in all fairness, I can confidently say I have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. I have never done a single thing to harm you. nor have I ever done anything to endanger the people of this kingdom. As for my father, he reaped what he sowed. As his daughter, I have nothing more to say. But at the end of the day, you and I are not an ordinary husband and wife. The things that have happened between us cannot simply be erased. Rather than living the rest of our lives tainted by an impenetrable barrier, it is far better that we part ways. It is for the best for both of us. In the future, your grace will meet a better woman, and the two of you will share a long, perfectly happy life together. He stared fixedly into my eyes for a very, very long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was tight with unprecedented difficulty. Rowena, did your heart ever truly stir for me? I had never imagined that one day I would see such profound, terrifying vulnerability and insecurity in his eyes. To some extent, my father read him far too accurately. To say that I didn't love him would be an absolute lie against my own heart. Your Grace, how could my heart not have stirred for you? As I said those words, a sudden memory of my youth surfaced. I smiled, raising my head to gaze at the carefree bird soaring across the boundless sky. Back then, in my father's study, I read the strategy for pacifying the frozen frontiers for the very first time. It was the treatise you wrote when you were first appointed commander of the Northern Army. There was a single line in it that I absolutely loved, a line that remains carved into my heart to this day. With my strength and with my soul, I vow to strive for the peace of the realm. I shall exhaust my every breath, die without regret, and leave this world with a clear conscience. At that time, your Grace was nothing more than an unfamiliar symbol to me. I knew you were the descendant of the heroic Duke's bloodline, the absolute last orphan of your family, and the invincible god of war of legend. But what truly surprised me was that your literary brilliance was just as breathtaking, not losing in the slightest to my brother, who had studied under our father since childhood. I was so incredibly curious about what kind of man you truly were. Although I am a woman, my father raised me no differently than a son. When he and my brother discussed politics, they rarely avoided me. Because of that, I had far more opportunities than other sheltered noble daughters to understand the outside world, and from their mouths, I learned even more about you. My brother Julian, he truly admired you. Every time your name was mentioned, he was full of endless praise, and my curiosity only grew deeper. Speaking of this, the smile on my lips grew even brighter. The days I spent at home before my marriage were the rarest, most joyous times in my memory. Yet, the very first time I finally saw you was 5 years later. At that time, your Grace had won a crushing victory against the raiders, forcing Wanyan to send envoys to beg for peace. You rode through the main streets on a towering warhorse, clad in brilliant silver armor. I am almost embarrassed to admit it, but you were even better than the man I had imagined. But later, when the Queen Mother's royal decree came down, I was utterly stunned. Whatever fluttering feelings I once harbored vanished completely the moment I learned you had brought another woman back with you. But in the end, I had absolutely no choice but to marry you. I shook my head, my smile slowly fading away. After we married, even though I never voiced it, deep down I was filled with bitter resentment. I couldn't understand why I was doomed to suffer such a fate, so I buried myself entirely in books. Yet, ironically, we were exceptionally compatible in that regard. Every time we conversed, it felt as though we had met far too late. I couldn't stop my heart from stirring. Your Grace, a true soulmate is unimaginably rare to find in this life. It is just that we met at the absolute wrong time. You suspected me, you constantly tested me. And as for me, call it pride if you will, but I simply refused to swallow my grievances and beg. During my journey to Frostfall, I read nearly every single book you left behind in your bedchamber and study. Your mind was even more fascinating than I had realized. It was also the very first time I had ever stepped out of the safe, sheltered capital and witnessed war with my own eyes. Some things can only be truly understood through blood and survival. Those cold, lifeless numbers written on military reports were actually living, breathing human beings. They had laughed, they had cried, and they had fought desperately to live. Perhaps it was from that exact day that I began to truly understand and appreciate you from an entirely different perspective. Later on, when your Grace finally began to open your heart to me, I was genuinely overjoyed. It is just a bitter pity that I can no longer accept it. I curled the corners of my lips, forcing out a smile, though I knew perfectly well how terribly heartbroken it must have looked. It is not too late for us to start over now. These past few years, I treated you with unforgivable cruelty, I know that. But what's done is done. He stepped forward, desperately grasping my hands, his voice thick with frantic urgency. Everything is finally over now. It is not like before. Rowena, you promised me. You promised you would go to the northern frontier with me. I will treat you well. If you hate being locked inside the estate, we will go horseback riding across the steppes. I will take you to see the rippling waters of the Emerald Lakes, and to the snowy peaks to watch the golden dawn. If you don't want to stay in the north, we can travel south to the river towns. We can go absolutely anywhere you wish to go. Your Grace, of course I will go to the northern frontier. I looked at him, enunciating every single word clearly. But I will be going alone. I kept that last part entirely to myself. The conversation ultimately reached no conclusion and ended in a hasty, unresolved silence. In the days that followed, Nathaniel stayed by my side almost every single day, desperately trying to persuade me through his actions. I didn't mention leaving again, and it seemed as though everything had returned to how it used to be. Late autumn on a cold, drizzling day, my brother and I brought back our father's body. Following his final dying wish, we burned his remains to absolute ash. Cradling the urn, Julian and my mother embarked on the long journey back to our hometown. Before they departed, Nathaniel accompanied me to see them off. I could see the agonizingly complex emotions swirling in my mother and brother's eyes. Yet, in private, they still urged me to live a good life with His Grace. Holding Nathaniel's hand, I smiled with absolute gentle warmth. After seeing them off on a beautifully sunny morning, I set a massive fire in the courtyard of our secondary estate. I had already arranged for people to spread the news throughout the capital that the Duchess of the North had tragically perished in the flames. Taking Amber with me, I embarked on the journey to the northern frontier entirely alone. I loved the scenery of the north. I loved the boundless free air. And I loved that I could walk the streets without a shred of hesitation or restraint, simply being my true self. I knew perfectly well that I couldn't hide this from Nathaniel, nor did I need to. That raging fire was merely an explanation given to silence the endless gossip of the world. During the excruciating days waiting for my father's execution, he and I had spoken many more times. The dense, jagged cracks between us had been laid entirely bare for both of us to see. Our beginning was never innocent, and our journey was far from beautiful. How could we ever beg for a perfect fairy tale ending? With Amber by my side, I settled down in a small, quiet town in the northern frontier. Freed from the terrifying threat of the raiders, the faces of the northern citizens brimmed with vibrant life. They lived with profound optimism and positivity. Under Nathaniel's relentless, dedicated governance, the lives of the northern people steadily and beautifully improved. I opened an academy for women. Following my father's example, I dedicated myself to teaching impoverished young girls how to read and write. I also read agricultural texts, working alongside seasoned farmers to test and plant the special seeds I had meticulously gathered and brought with me. The northern frontier was bitterly cold after all, and many of the crops simply refused to grow. But I was in no rush. I had an entire lifetime to make it happen. Nathaniel never appeared. I had genuinely believed that I would never see him again in this lifetime. That was until one ordinary day. Amber and I were returning from buying vegetables when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a tall silhouette swiftly darting away around the street corner. Just one single glance was all it took for me to be absolutely certain. Seeing me freeze in place, Amber asked, "My lady, what are you looking at?" I shook my head. "It's nothing. Let's go home."